I wanted to drive the car to at least one race, and given I'm least likely to bin it with only me on track in a sprint race, it seemed Kerbera, the opening race of the season, was the perfect choice.
Now, with all best laid plans in a Caterham, I had planned on talking you through this journey all the way there, all 3.5 hours of it, but I just dropped my microphone down the side of the seat getting in the car. So if you think I'm going to take all this out to find the microphone, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I've already had to psych myself up for this whole journey. So hopefully you can hear this, and I'll do something maybe a bit later, or voiceover.
So voiceover it is. After a quick stop, kind of en route to Pearsdow, the helmet sprayers, to pick up my new lid, it was a perfect time to remember that old phrase, all the gear and no idea. And 190 miles later, the car was well and truly warmed up and ready. So here we are, the first race of the 2021 Caterham Academy season, albeit this one's against the clock and not with 25 or so other Caterhams together on track. There are 7 races in total. This one, the Kerbera Sprint, then May is at Mallory Park, June is at Knock Hill, July at Silverstone GP, August at Brands Hatch Indy, September at Croft, and it finishes in October at Snetterton. There was a really brilliant vibe in the pits, helped in part that it was a beautiful spring day with just perfect weather conditions. I'm not quite sure I'll be saying the same about Snetterton in October. First up was the track walk, where everyone seemed quite chilled, even though the figure of 8 needed some sort of concentration level to work out which way to go. Kerbera, by the way, is a sprint track located near Lichfield, which is in the centre of England. It's got this real charm, it's sort of small and quaint and run by passionate people who clearly love all sorts of motorsport. The track is relatively tight and most of which will be taken in second gear. The Academy car record is 65.34, set by Blair McConaughey in 2019. The only difference to this year over Blair's record-setting time was competitors can't now warm their tyres up. So I hope you noticed the racing driver excuses are coming out already. So it was time for each car to head out for a couple of practice laps, where for many people, including my pit neighbour John, it was literally the first time they'd ever set foot in their own cars. And John makes a mean cup of coffee, by the way, just in case you're wondering. Practice didn't end great for me as I had a puncture, meaning I had to swap my rear offside tyre with an old front tyre. Now this typically wouldn't matter, but given the camber on the front wheels of a Caterham, things were not looking good. Enter racing driver excuse number 2. But after a hearty lunch, it was down to business and to see who had what in the locker. I was up on the early pace in practice, but exceeded track limits on both of my runs, so I went out for a bit of a banker on my first time run and came in with a solid 67.42, putting me into 3rd place overall. The early pace was set by Jeff Newman, who's definitely going to be one of the star drivers of this series. Round 2 was super tight and most drivers were improving on their previous times. And one of the great things about this series is it doesn't matter what standard you are, and watching people coming back into the pits with big smiles on their faces after beating their first runs was brilliant. Just before me and on the other side of my pits was young Freddie Chiddix, who together with many others was quietly putting in some quick times, so the pressure was mounting. With my banker in the bag, I went a bit more gung-ho in round 2 and took over a second off with a time of 66.5 seconds, keeping me in 3rd place overall. I was really happy with my time, but I felt I had another 4 or 5 tenths as I kept getting massively out of shape on the big left-hander midway through the run. Interestingly, after 2 runs, only 4 100ths of a second separated Freddie and myself from 3rd place overall, so it was all to play for in the 3rd and final run. My closest 3 rivals all went out before me and all improved on their previous times, with the leader in the clubhouse, Ian Harris, setting a sensational 66.14, with Jeff just 100th of a second behind him and Freddie smashing a 66.25. I knew I had a sub 66.14 in me, so it's time to bring home the gravy. It felt brilliant. I was smooth, calculated, left foot braking, squeezing the gas. I even managed to nail my nemesis corner. Everything was going so well until the final sprint down to the line. So near yet so far. Sadly, I can't even blame the lack of tyre warming or my very unlucky puncture, and I finished 4th place overall based on my inability to change from 2nd gear to 3rd. Massive congratulations to Ian and to everybody who raced. I met some lovely people and I really enjoyed every single minute of it. Huge thanks also to the marshals and to the team at Caterham for making it such a lovely environment to be around. So that was it, race 1. Just picked a podium place. I blame the tyres, of course, and the sun and the moon and everything else. But luckily for me, my old mate Lucky Supercars has offered me a lift back in the height of luxury, and the Caterham boys have taken my car back to Gatwick. So I'm going to celebrate with a Magnus. I don't even like cider, but I'm going to celebrate with a nice cold Magnus, sit back and enjoy the journey. Cheers.
What's happening? Brands Hatch. I always love coming to Brands Hatch, but Paul, what have you brought me here for?
I brought you here today for the Caterham driving experience with these wonderful looking cars. I like this in orange.
And what does it entail?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because first up, a bit of drifting, good fun, and then a couple of mystery challenges, which you're going to love.
And have you driven a Caterham before?
Get on to that in a minute. Come on, listen.
You haven't, have you?
No, I've never driven a Caterham.
I knew that you're going to go drifter. You've got no chance.
This is what we've got to do now.
Looks easy, doesn't it?
I'm glad you think so.
Kick the clutch, get the wheels spinning, lift off, catch it with a throw. Lift, catch, power, drift. And you've never driven a Caterham ever before?
Let's box, baby. Very good.
Well, you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Well, where's your silly helmet, your Union Jack one?
The moped's in for a service.
The moped's in. Get in.
Well, it'd been a while since I last went drifting, and let's be fair, he was always going to be annoyingly difficult to beat, but I still wanted to give him a bit of a run for his money.
He's going for it straight away. Not a good idea. It's a blur of hands with Paul. It's just... Helmet's on, ruined your hair.
Mate, he wants to get out. I don't know why. Oh, very good control. He's annoyingly good at this.
So that was a hoot.
That was a lot of fun.
The tyres were overheating. Ah.
The tyres were wrecked, and I blame Tiff, so the Caterham crew sorted out a fresh set of rubber, and I headed back out for a second run.
But those new tyres got all their grip.
Hello and welcome back to Snetterton for the second day of action here with the second race weekend of the Caterham Motorsport 2022 season. As you can see out there, the paddock looking absolutely glorious under blue skies. We had absolutely 6 corking races yesterday, and we've got 5 more to bring you today. We've got the 7 Championship UKs with a couple of races, as well as our 270s, 310s and road sports. The Academy only have a single race this weekend, and they did that yesterday. So we will looking like we've got good weather, and we've got the sun out. So I believe with Sam's down in the assembly area. It's sunglasses day, Sam, and you've got Barry Benham with us.
Right, yes I have. I've got Barry Benham here, starting in 13th place. Hi Barry, so it's your first ever Caterham race this weekend, obviously first one yesterday. How do you find the car? How are you adjusting to it, because your experience was tin tops, is that right?
Yeah, so yeah, previously most of my driving's been within front wheel drive saloon cars. So yeah, the last 2 weeks after jumping in the car back at Donington, this has been a massive learning curve, a very steep learning curve, but yeah, I'm loving every minute, and every time we go out, we're just going quicker and quicker. And yeah, all in all, I can't say any more than that. Really, it's just been an absolute whirlwind in the last 2 weeks. But yeah, enjoying every minute of it so far.
Excellent, that's great to hear, and perfect conditions for it today as well.
Yeah, God, I mean, obviously we tested on Friday, and it was obviously wet. And had it been a wet weekend, I think it'd have been a very different story, because there's definitely an art to driving a Caterham 420 in the wet. So yeah, I mean, karting days would have helped, a bit of karting lines, but yeah, I'm just very, very grateful that it stayed dry all weekend. It's going to get hot this afternoon, so yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Excellent, well, all the best. Thank you. I'm just going to have a word with Tim Dickens now. Tim showed great pace in quali, but I think he's been having a few car issues, so let's see if we can grab a word with him. Sorry, do you mind if I have a word with... Hi Tim, obviously showing great pace in quali. I believe you've had a few car issues, so what's been going on?
Unfortunately a broken drive shaft on the way to the grid yesterday, so pushed off. So yeah, starting at the back today, but the car will be fine. The team did a great job, and yeah, looking forward to having fun.
Yeah, I think with your pace you can definitely move forward a fair few places. Do you think there's a potential podium for you?
That's always the target, but there's some quick guys on this grid, so look, I'll be pushing as hard as I can, and yeah, hopefully make some good progress.
All right, wish you all the best. Good luck. Thank you, Tim. Right, I'll hand back to Chris, and we'll see if we can grab a word with another driver before they go out. Back to you, Chris.
Cheers, Sam. Yeah, it's good to hear from Tim there. I didn't realise he had a drive shaft. I saw a couple of those in qualifying as well, so that might be a sign of things to come this season, maybe protecting those drive shafts. But Tim Dickens starting from the back there. But yeah, as we said, he's going to have that pace to come through. Barry Benham, yeah, it was great to hear from him. New into the series. This is his first race weekend with us, so this will be his second race in that car. He got involved in the battles yesterday, ended up 13th, but in a car I recognise or know very well, because that's the car I was driving last year, so it's great to see that back out there, and Barry getting stuck in. We had James Murphy managed to make it all the way through to the I think from 6th place, where he had a problematic qualifying, didn't he? Spun out on some coolant during qualifying, but made it all the way back up to the front by the time we got to the checkered flag, and he was followed home by DPR teammate Aaron Head. Henry Heaton stuck in that 3rd place. So the finishing order of your first race is determined to the start order of your second race, and the same will happen today. So the finishing order of today will fill for the second one. And we're just speaking about James Murphy at the top of that field, and I think he's going to be down with Sam in assembly area for us. Sam, have you got him down?
I have, yep. I've got James Murphy here. James starting from pole. Are you looking forward to this race? It should be another action-packed race, I should think.
Yeah, absolutely, always are. Feeling when you get down to the grid, you see the cars in their positions behind you, ahead of you, and you realise you're in a Caterham race again. Yeah, always fun. Looking forward to it.
Excellent. I mean, you guys, you, Aaron, and Henry, you're all so close, aren't you? You must get used to each other's driving styles, and used to their little tricks, and hopefully have a good battle with them.
I'm getting used to them. I think they've both been at this a long time. I think they've both got more tricks than me, and I'm sure they'll roll some more out today.
Excellent. Thank you very much for chatting to us. They're about to go out onto the grid now, so let's get ready for this race. I'll pass back to you, Chris, and it should be another eventful one, I'd imagine.
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, always going to be an eventful race with the this top flight of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. These are our most experienced drivers. Many of them have been racing for a long time and racing Caterhams for a long time as well. So they know everything there is to know about Caterham racing. They've seen it all, done it all. And it's great to see them back out for their second of 3 races. They run 3 20-minute races over the course of the weekend. They're the only series that we run with 3 races per weekend. The cars are so physical on their slick tyres that we have to give them a bit of a break and a rest between their races, but they still get the same track time, and we get the enjoyment of 3 race starts and all the action that comes along with it. It's great to see all the crowd up there. We saw pictures briefly. You can see the lining up on the grid now. The crowd's out all on the banks, looking forward to another sunny day's action. The wet tyres have been firmly strapped away back on the trucks. No need for those. We've got the slicks all on these cars. These are 180 horsepower beasts. They go extremely rapidly around this Snetterton 300 circuit. It's a real challenging circuit for all the drivers, and 20 minutes racing, whilst it's not a particularly long time, it's certainly going to feel it in the arms by the end of the race, and potentially the neck as well. They run on Avon slick tyres, as we said, but they also have a sequential gearbox, which is something the other championship cars that we've got here this weekend don't have. So it's a 6-speed SADEV sequential box, and they literally just pull for a gear. There's no need to use the a clutch on the way as you change up. You only use the clutch on the way down through the gears. And yeah, they have absolutely track-focused cars behind them. They really aren't suited to the road at all. They're absolutely at home on this circuit, and you'll see that by the attitude of the cars as they get waved away on their green flag lap. So let's run through the grid for you. So we've got James Murphy in the orange and black car that you can see on your screen as they weave to get the heat into their tyres. He's on pole position. Aaron Head in the black and pink roll cage car in second place, followed on by Henry Heaton in his sort of metallic chrome blue car in that third place. And Jake Swan, what a story that was. He had a broken drive shaft in qualification and ended up starting from the back of the field there. And he made it all the way up to 4th place, so really showing some good racecraft to make it through the pack and out into 4th place. So I wonder how far forward he can make it today. We've got Lee Bristow there in the orange machine. He started on pole position yesterday, but drifted back to 5th place by the time the flag was shown, but he certainly was involved in that battle multiple times. Chris Moore started alongside him on that front row, but he ended up in 6th place by the time. I still think he had a good race. I think he'd be pretty pleased with his performance. He was certainly stuck in there and led the race for a good period at the beginning of the 20-minute period. Then we've got Mike Evans in the number 93 car. He's been having some car issues over the course of the weekend, and you saw him qualifying. He dropped a lot of coolant, which affected James Murphy's qualifying yesterday, but he is back out there and was absolutely stuck in the whole race through last time out. So Mike Evans is another one to watch out for. Tom Eden in his bright yellow car, again started in 3rd place yesterday, but did drop to 8th place by the time the flag was shown. Dale Head, the brother of Aaron Head, did qualify ahead of Aaron for the first time this season, but he stayed in that kind of 8th, 9th place throughout the race, and that's where he ended, with Gary Lapidus in 10th place. Coming up with Ian Sparshot, he's going to start 11th today. Andrew Leeds 12th. Barry Benham, who we spoke to in assembly area, is in 13th. Johnny Jarrett is in 14th, and Chris Kirby's going to round out this grid in the 15th place. In fact, no, Tim Dickens will be there, obviously, with his broken drive shaft. He will also be at the back there. We spoke to him, and I know he will be looking to at least make it through the field to try and get involved in that lead battle. 20 minutes isn't that long, though, to make it past all these cars, as we watch them weaving down the Bentley Straight. You can see the absolutely spectacular weather here. Snetterton, I think maybe 2 years ago, Snetterton was an absolute torrential downpour, and Friday testing here was absolutely horrid conditions. So it's quite a culture shock to now be presented with this bright blue skies and sunny weather and warm conditions. But it's perfect conditions for these 420R machines, the 7 Championship UK. These drivers all trying to aim to get the Caterham British Caterham champion. So it is a British national championship, this one, and they are heading for that British Caterham Championship title. Coming into this race weekend, it was Aaron Head that headed away at the head of the championship tables. But it's close up top. Henry Heaton was involved, or he's in second place, just 3 points back currently, and James Murphy was there also in third place. So James Murphy winning yesterday, and James Murphy winning yesterday and on pole position obviously for this race. That's going to put him in good stead, and maybe we're going to see this whole championship close up even tighter by the end of this weekend. Certainly going to be a race of consistency with 3 races per weekend. You've certainly got to be consistent in order to score in every time you go out on track. With 16 cars there, you certainly don't want to get a low point score. And so, yeah, we do offer drop scores for drivers, but we're just watching the final few cars lining up on the grid. So we've got the green flag at the back of the grid. Is James Murphy going to make a good start from pole position? We get the 5-second board showing to the drivers. So it's looking for those lights and waiting for the start of race number 2 for the 7 Championship UK cars. The lights are on. And they're out, and we get going. James Murphy made a great start. Aaron Head, though, also making a good start away from the grid, and the whole field making a good effort to pull away all these slick tyres. They've clearly got all the heat they need into them. Looks like James Murphy has made the best of that, who starts from pole position as they turn in through turn 1 at Snetterton. The whole field going through that corner, and everyone making it out the other side. Is that what we want to see? Henry Heaton did drop behind Jake Swan there, but he's looking at the outside line to see whether he can get the overlap. Gary Lippert is a little bit wide out there and actually gets manoeuvred onto the grass, so he is going to lose out places. That's Johnny Jarrett just going past him as we cut away back to James Murphy in the lead as they head round Palmer's and down towards Agostini. They're still line astern as they head down here. Lee Bristow losing out a little bit at the start there. He's not dropped behind Tom Eden as well, so he's in about 8th or 7th place there, but he's looking to get back. We saw yesterday he was good on the brakes, and he's pushing it again down the inside. Tom Eden, though, not giving way initially, but having to capitulate by the time they get to the exit of Agostini. Onwards through to Hamilton, and now we're going to go into the never-ending left-hander of Oggie's. So it's an early apex, and it never stops turning right, and then it feeds directly into the Williams track. Tim Dickens there, we can see already making some good progress through. He's got past at least 3 or 4 cars as he makes his way through. So yeah, past 3 cars there, just going past Barry Benham, and Andy Lees is next on his shopping list, just ahead of it now. And we got the battle. I think Gary Lippert has had a bit of an issue at the back there, got some smoke on the screen. See whether he just lost the rear. He might well have done with dirty tyres. Henry Heaton, though, up the inside, managed to come from 3rd through to 1st in down the long Bentley straight. The toe in these Caterhams is very powerful, and we will see that a lot throughout this race. So it's easy to get overexcited early, but we should keep that all in check while we wait. James Murphy dropping a wheel over the dirt on the exit of Bombhole there as we go into Cora. This really committed corner, especially in these cars. You can see how stable they are on their slick tyres and how much grip they're offering. They're flying around there. I think the minimum apex speed is 90 miles an hour because they have to get on the anchors and slow it down for Murray's, this left-hander. There's Barry Benham in his black 33 number machine. Okay, across the line, so Henry Heaton takes the honours for the first lap lead. Aaron Head on his outside as they go into turn 1, decides not to push that at this point, but may have a bit of extra momentum going into the hairpin. But Henry did defend that. It was a little bit late, wasn't it? There was a bit of cars had to jink a little bit to avoid contact. Henry certainly showed his defensive prowess at Brands Hatch last time out, and that was a little bit more of that. It was tight with Aaron Head there at the front, but James Murphy's still in that battle in 3rd, and I think it was Chris Moore who is behind him. So there's a bit of smoke there. I wonder whether there was some contact at some point. It looks like maybe the rear wing of James Murphy's has just come loose and is rubbing on a tyre, so let's keep an eye out for that. But Chris Moore is now alongside Dale Head, a little bit locked up, and you've got Jake Swan up the inside. He's now trying to get his move up into that 4th place. So Dale Head making some good moves. He's moved through past Tom Eden and Tim Dickens there, and Lee Bristow. Tim Dickens is just behind Lee Bristow in that battle, so again he's still continuing to move forward through the pack as we go into this second lap. Henry Heaton and Aaron Head look like whatever that smoke was is causing a little bit of a hold-up for the second group, and they're going to be keen not to let that go. Henry Heaton trying desperately to shake the toe of Aaron, but Aaron's absolutely sticking like glue to his rear panel, and he might well causing a problem with the cars behind. Aaron not able to get through though, so clearly some of that work it was important. James Murphy protecting his 3rd place, whatever that smoke was. Looks like it's stopped now, abated, but Jake Swan now got Chris Moore absolutely on his tail. It looks like this race is this mid-pack battle is going to be race long, doesn't it, at the moment? Henry Heaton and Aaron Head have snuck away a little bit. Got about 3 or 4 car lengths, but James Murphy had some great pace in his qualifying and through testing, so I can imagine that he is keen to get across that, and I think he's definitely got the pace, or proved the pace to do so. Chris Moore, as he's following along behind Jake Swan, I think the gap is still there, isn't it? Tim Dickens looks like he's had another issue. Such a shame for Tim. What a weekend to forget. I don't know what issue that is, but his car is pulling to the inside. It looks like he's got enough power or drive to actually get off and out of the way, so that won't cause a safety car for the remaining field. But what a shame for Tim Dickens. A weekend down Head looking around the outside now of the Wilson hairpin. James Murphy, as soon as they go side by side like that, James Murphy will be licking his lips because it will get him back towards them and get him back involved in that battle. And Aaron Head and Henry Eaton will try and work out who is the one that can help them try and keep that gap. Drifted a bit wide there, Henry Eaton. You can see the sensor on the outside of the track there. That's a track limit sensor, so he's used up one of his lives. Aaron Head's got the momentum coming into Agostini, and he puts a little bit of a block manoeuvre on there. He had the momentum around the outside, and he certainly showed Henry a little bit of a shoulder there to make sure he didn't. I see another puff of smoke from James Murphy's right rear. I'm wondering whether that is the slightly loose, maybe wheel arch that's just rubbing occasionally under load. So they come into Oggies again. It's all closing up in this midfield battle, isn't it? There's the unfortunate Tim Dickens there walking away. I'd say walking away from a weekend to forget so far, but he's got another race a little bit later on if they can get that car back out and underway again. But not the start to his season that he would have wanted. We're back down the Bentley Straight though for the group of leaders here, and it doesn't look like it's coming back together. We've got Henry Heaton side by side with Aaron Head for first, and we've got Swan Dixon, Chris Moore and James Murphy all working out what order they want to be in as well. Underneath that bridge into Brundles, Barry Benham down the inside of Ian Sparshot. Making a move there into Brundles, a very committed fast corner that, clipping the curb though, and it's spun him round. Unfortunately the curse of the camera is pointing at you just to somehow the cars know it, and it just clipped the curb. It's quite a big sausage curb at that point, and there's nothing he could do. Once he hit that curb, it bounced the car and it didn't have the grip and adhesion to do it, and he's still on the dirty part of the track, so it'll take a little while for him to get his tyres back under control. Each driver's allowed one set of tyres at the start of each race weekend, and they use them for all of the races throughout the race weekend. More squeezing going on there. Aaron Head pushing Henry to the inside of the track before then regaining the taking line. I think we've got a bit of a replay of that Barry Benham, so you can see he's committed and fast up the inside of Sparshot to take that place, but he just clips that slightly higher red sausage curb and it just spins the car and away, and the tyres just weren't able to give him the grip. You can see how much muck is picked up as you go off onto the grass and gravel, and it takes quite a number of corners to get rid of that and back up to full grip again for his car, so he'll have to settle into that. Meanwhile, James Murphy there triggering the track limit sensor like a couple of others did following as well. Jake Swan has made his way up into that third place. Another little lock up from Aaron Head as he's been pushing into Agostini. We've seen that a couple of times on slick tyres. It is possible to get a flat spot on your tyres, which can become a problem as the race goes on, especially as we're in race 2 and we've still got another race to go. So it's certainly something they don't want to lock the tyre, and it certainly can be an escalating problem. So try and keep that in check as we watch this group who have now pretty much formed back together again, haven't they? So we've got some lead group of 8 cars here, all following along. Tom Eden has managed to hold on along with Chris Moore there as we go into the 12 minutes in, approaching half distance for this. We've got the Kirby and Sparshot battle, which we saw Barry Benham was involved with, a little bit further back, and then further back from then we've got Johnny Darrett, which is where Benham has ended up with Andy Lees currently also back in that sort of tail end pack. Way back through the bomb hole and into Coram, heading round, asking an awful lot of your car when you're going around this. They start at that corner probably over 100 miles an hour and don't only leak 10 miles an hour before they have to then hang on the anchors to try and get this left hand and get the car slowed down while it's still trying to turn right. It's a busy time for the drivers, it's a busy time for the car, and we see Bristow got a better exit than James Murphy there. I don't know what that smoke is, but whether it's costing him a little bit of acceleration out the corner, but Bristow's certainly looking like he's going to take that position, having a little battle. Got the fastest lap as well at the moment, 2 minutes 0.6. I wonder whether they'll dip under that 2-minute barrier in the race today. Obviously using the same set of tyres, they do start start getting slightly tired as we move on through the racing that we have at the weekend. So they get older and they do start getting a little bit less performant, but they still hang on in there well. I just don't know by the third race whether we'll have a lap record in it. So they'll certainly be looking for that. An extra point you get for fastest lap as well. There's that smoke again. It does again looks like it is just the wheel arch touching the wheel. I'm just wondering why that is, because it doesn't look like the wheel arch is flapping. I don't know whether there's anything else going on at the rear of James's car, and certainly given how much pace he did have and now doesn't have, I wonder whether there is some sort of issue with one of his suspension parts. But we'll see as the race goes on. He's certainly dealing with it if he has got an issue right now, although the car was loose as he went through Hamilton. I'm wondering whether the rear right there has got some sort of radius arm issue or the Watts linkage. I wonder if there's a problem. As we continue on, Aaron Head is out front with Henry Heaton. They've been permanently fixtures up there, haven't they? And they've got and Jake Swan for company. He's not quite on their rear tail, but he's broken away from that smoking James Murphy car. Lee Bristow absolutely in his tail, and Chris Moore up the inside of Bristow. So Chris Moore temporarily got the double toe, but he's on a really tight line into Brundle. So can he hold it up? He can get it slowed up, but James Murphy is not willing to give up on that place just yet. He glances that sausage curb, but doesn't cause himself too much problems. Now Dale Head's got to run past Chris Moore, so attacking through that corner cost Chris Moore more than it gained him, didn't it? But that is the way of these things. If you don't get that completed pass, then you're off the line, and you have to fight your way back in to try and complete those corners. So you see them all heading off down, slightly reshuffled order. Again, another sausage curb collected by Chris Moore. These Caterham cars take a lot of abuse as they go around these tracks, as most race cars do. They're very capable machines though, and take it in their stride. Aaron Head still leads this pack, but Jake Swan is now right up behind Henry Heaton, and we've sort of still got side by side with Dale Head and Chris Moore, two more DPR Motorsport drivers, and Tom Eden behind, looking at that bright yellow. It's very easy to spot him out on track. It's DW Motorsport, I think he's runs that at the top of the car. So it looks like it's now Swan who is pressuring Heaton rather than Heaton on the back of Aaron Head out front. Remember these two, Henry Heaton and Aaron Head, came in here 1 and 2 in the championship, so they are continuing their good progress. James Murphy, whatever his issue, he was third, but it looks like he's going to struggle a little bit after yesterday's race win. But Jake Swan had quite an eventful weekend, hasn't he? With a broken drive shaft in quali means he couldn't put a lap time in, and meant he couldn't. He had to start right from the back of the field. He came all the way up to 4th yesterday, and he's continued his good progress by sticking in that 3rd place and they're attacking for that lead. And Lee Bristow, our pole position sitter from yesterday, has also maintained that pace, moved up a couple from yesterday. He was 5th yesterday, he's currently sitting in 4th, and he's coming across that gap. We said he had the fastest lap, and so he's clearly got some pace in that car, and he will be now benefiting from the toe of the 3 in front. Jake Swan now comes through into 2nd place at the expense of Heaton, with Head out in front still. And we've got James Murphy going, and I understand that Sam's got some news from Tim Dickens.
Yes, that's right, Chris. Yes, thank you, Chris. Yeah, just spoken to Tim's mechanic, and unfortunately his drive shaft's gone, so he doesn't want to have a chat, but at least we know what's happened.
The weekend for Tim Dickens then, so I imagine they'll be able to change that quickly, but I'm guessing he'll hope that that's not going to happen for a 3rd time. It is a problem. I wonder whether it could always be an issue whereby you clip a curb or something and it just catches it the wrong way, or it could have been the other drive shaft, of course. One per side. We go back to the lead battle then with Henry Heaton looking down the outside of Aaron Head. So Jake Swan has gone into the lead as we caught up on news for Tim Dickens, and it's brought everything together from this front 4, hasn't it? So Swan takes the lead, Aaron Head is in 2nd, Henry Heaton eager to try and get past into 3rd, not going to make it through there, but Lee Bristow has managed to make it across that gap and into 4th. He lowered that lap record there. You can see it's still smoking James Murphy, but he's taken another 10th off to make it 2 minutes 0.5, and he has closed it all the way down. So it's a front group of 4 again now as we head into the 2nd half of the race with 7 minutes remaining. Sort of just protecting his inside. It's not a common overtake to go into Hamilton. It's a pretty quick turn, about 80 miles an hour in these cars, so there's not a lot of manoeuvre, and there's certainly not room to go too wide in there, so it only ever really costs you more time than it gains you. So he was just protecting and jinking to the inside to stop anyone even having a think about going up there. In the last 5 minutes you might start seeing cars try for manoeuvres like that just as they try and move their way forward in this train. But the front four are going to be pretty happy with where they are right now. They don't have to concentrate on the cars behind. Where has James Murphy gone? He wasn't in that group, slightly behind. Has he had, there he is, he's pulled off. So whatever the issue he's having, it has now become even more terminal. He's tucking behind a barrier, but unfortunately that is in front of the barrier for the other side, so he's in the right place. The marshals should be able to deal with this, and I can see that their start line marshals are getting prepared to show the last lap board. I don't think James Murphy's car will be in a place where they're worried about that right now, and certainly will be able to keep going, I believe, towards the end of this race. Unfortunately, their end for our winner from yesterday, he will also have to start from the rear of the race number 3 that we've got a bit later on coming up. As they fly on up again into their final 5 minutes. Henry Heaton pushing Lee Bristow right into the pit lane exit there. Lee Bristow lucky there was that pit lane exit there, otherwise that would have been a grassy manoeuvre. So a little bit of a wave there from Henry. I'm not sure whether that was an apology or whatever, but he was a little bit of hand signalling. We do regularly see hand signals from our drivers. Not all of them are broadcastable, but some of them are. We have Aaron Head though back in the lead. So Jake Swan there. They're that manoeuvre that Henry and Lee put on each other up into turn 1 has cost them a bit of speed, hasn't it? And it's okay with 5 minutes to go. As again, we see that locking up left front and a bit of the right front. So maybe a little bit bias forward on that braking power. He needs to move that back a little bit, but certainly locking up a touch as he goes down to Agostino on each lap. But it shows how close to the absolute limit of adhesion these drivers all are every single lap, every single turn. As we see Jake Swan, the story of the weekend so far, I think, from his performance of coming from the back of the grid and now competing for that lead and the win as he takes the head of the field. A replay here of the Lee Bristow Henry Heaton. So they're already side by side going through that first. You can see Lee Bristow's got some dust on his tyres, so there's obviously a bit of something going on between those two, but at the moment Henry Heaton is in front and Lee Bristow's just dropped off the rear. So we come back to live pictures. There's Jake Swan out front. A little bit of a slide as he exited through Nelson there. You can tell that the tyres are probably getting to that warm temperature. We've say sun out and the temperature will be rising as they go out. We're still fairly early in the morning, 10 o'clock at the moment, so temperatures will still be rising. It'll be a lot hotter for their third race a little bit later on today. As they come through tomorrow's okay, we've still got 4 minutes to go. So coming on to their penultimate lap then this time through. So this will be certainly they need to position. Henry will definitely want to close that gap down. We've got Aaron Head there going for the lead using that slipstream. Perfect example of the slipstream. He flies through, manages to get the whole draft past Swan as they go into turn 1. Swan now having into the mirrors, and again that car sliding, so maybe he had to work his tyres a little bit harder than others as they were going through the early part of this lap. So we see the following group. This is going to be the Sparshot, Kirby, Lapidus and Jarrett group as they come across the line there. So their battles are 4 deep there as well. Lapidus looking at the inside of Kirby there, but Sparshot is in the head of this field, and Johnny Jarrett there just hanging off the rear of it, but it looks like it's changing lap by lap in this battle as well. This is the battle for 8th down to 11th place. So good racing all the way through our field here. Looking up the inside there, Johnny Jarrett, but back with this lead group then. And it's still Aaron Head who maintains that lead, with Swan just thousands as they went down past them the last time through on the line. So you could see it was actually Swan ahead, so Aaron didn't manage to draft past by the time the checkered flag, the finish line was there, which is something he maybe won't be aware of because it looked like he'd gone past. So that's something to keep an eye out for. We saw a couple of times yesterday, or maybe 3 times, where the person in second place coming out the final corner was able to be in the lead, so they'll have clocked all that away from yesterday's racing. But there we go again with Jake Swan out in front, and now Aaron Head having to be a bit different defensive from Henry Heaton, but Henry will be keen not to let Lee Bristow get involved as they come into this final lap. So this will be the second to last time through Coram as they head up through the start-finish straight. Wonder whether Aaron can get through this time. He's second place. There's a little bit of a gap back to Jake, though. Jake's making a good effort. He's certainly pushing on, isn't he? We've seen his car sort of wiggling away and tyres getting a little bit tired, but clearly that's because he's pushing so hard. And he does cross the line comfortably in the lead as they head on up. But it is all going to be about the tactics of manoeuvring now. Lapidus is now ahead of Sparshot, it looks like, as they go around through Coram. So a little bit of changing down the back straight there for that group of people as well. There's a little bit of a replay. So that's Kirby up the inside of Jarrett, and Jarrett had to take to the dust and the dirt. Just manages to get it all back under control. Not happy with that particularly, and you can see the dirt on his tyres again. So that has how things reshuffled themselves at the front. All right then, down to Agostini then for the final time. This is Jake Swan is out front, but Aaron Head, is he going to go for that lead? Does he want the lead coming onto the back straight again? We see that slight lock-up. I don't think he wanted that, but he definitely went to the inside to protect from Henry Heaton's attack from behind. So Aaron looks like he wants to be in this second place. He's leaving it there. Well, there is a little bit of a gap back from Jake Swan, and he'll need that gap if he doesn't want to overtake him as they go down the Bentley Straight. At the moment, Jake Swan's got no option but just to absolutely hammer it and just go as quick as he can, and the other drivers will have to sort it out between themselves as to whether and where they want to pick up that toe. They're of the skill level and the knowledge level that they will understand how and where they want to pick up that toe, and it looks like Aaron Head is happy at the moment to sit there, but Henry Heaton is maybe going to be the fly in his ointment. He's still blocking. Henry Heaton going back for Jake Swan. He's going on the inside. They're going 3 wide into Brundle this time through. Henry Heaton on the inside, Dusty up there, Jake Swan on the grass, Aaron Head all the way around the outside. Looks like Henry Heaton's going to go up the inside of Nelson. They're side by side. That puts Jake Swan onto the gravel and dust. He's got a bit of momentum though around the outside of the bomb hole. It's going to be tight going in. There's contact, and Henry Heaton's front left is contacted by and it looks like he might have even broken his suspension, because that contact there, it looked like it was always going to be tight, but I think the rear of his car looks a little bit dodgy there. I'm wondering whether they have contacted, but Aaron Head came out of that on top. It was very close through those last 3 corners. He is up to speed again, so maybe it was just the contact that spun him around in his boot full of accelerator then did that. So all shuffled itself in that final few corners, but that means that Aaron Head takes the win there with Lee Bristow in second place. Henry Heaton comes across in third place. Chris Moore takes fourth place, so Henry Heaton was able to recover in time ahead of that. Eden and then Head comes through, and that's where we see, in fact, Swan comes through just ahead of Head as we see this final battle then for this group that we were watching before. That's Lapidus is still ahead of Sparshot, but Johnny Jarrett's caught right up with that group. So who's going to come across in what order are they going to come across? We've got Lapidus, Sparshot. Nope, Kirby takes it over Sparshot, and then Jarrett is in the finishes in 11th, Benham finishes in 12th. Just waiting for Lees to come across the line. I think he must have had an issue earlier in that race, which we could see him included. So this is that rundown then to the final corner. It's side by side. He was on the dirt, so Jake Swan did have momentum, but Henry was protecting that inside. He was also looking at that, and he just didn't have quite the overlap. The overlap was not clear, and you can see that, yeah, it just spun Jake into a spin that he just couldn't recover from. And Henry Heaton managed to, without spinning, get back on the track, which is why he still maintained that third place ahead of that following battle. What a dramatic end, but let's have a look at the provisional results. Aaron Head takes that win. Lee Bristow is in second place, also with the fastest lap, so he gets an extra point for that. Henry Heaton takes that third place. Chris Moore fourth, Tom Eden fifth, Jake Swan in sixth, Dale Head seventh, Gary Lapidus eighth, Chris Kirby ninth, and Ian Sparshot rounds out the top 10. 11th was Johnny Jarrett, Barry Benham was 12th, Andy Lees 13th, and then we saw that James Murphy and Tim Dickens didn't make it to the end of that race. Well, what an exciting start to today's action, and you can better believe me that all the races are going to be that exciting. We've got plenty more action for you throughout the day. Okay, we're going to go down to the assembly area for the start of our second race. We've got a rapid movement between races this weekend, so we'll go into the 270R races, and Sam's down with James Hall in assembly.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Gosh, that was an exciting race, wasn't it, the 420s? Yes, I've got James Hall here. He started 15th yesterday, but there was some contact, so let's find out what happened in the race yesterday, James.
So yeah, it was just on the first lap, all going towards the hairpin, and you know, people braking everywhere. I just reacted too slowly. By the time I realised everyone was slowing down, locked up, and sadly went into the back of Ryan. After that, the car was spewing coolant everywhere, so he decided to retire and not really ruin anyone else's race any further. So yeah, I'm back at the back today because of that, but I can only go forward from here, so quite looking forward to it.
Exactly. Right, well, I wish you all the best. Hopefully it's a nice, clean race for you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for talking to us, James. I'll pass back to you, Chris, and then in the meantime, I'll see if I can have a chat with a few other drivers.
Sam? Yeah, okay, so another driver that, a bit like Tim Dickens yesterday, didn't have such a good race. He'll be hoping for a better second race, though, than Tim Dickens. And again, another look across this paddock. And time for me to just say thank you to all the marshals, all the officials, all the volunteers who let us do what we like to do as racing drivers. And so thank you to the marshals on the banks there. But we're going to go and have a look at the highlights of the previous race for you now. Here we go. So it was a good start from the front row two drivers, James Murphy and Aaron Head. Henry Heaton led early on, but it was always pressured. James Murphy started having a sort of slightly smoking car quite early on. This was the point at which Jake Swan was still back in that sort of fourth place. He made some good progress early on. We were line astern for a fair bit of the early minutes of the race, but it was Henry Heaton and Aaron Head who led the majority of that early part, and James Murphy was fully involved until, say, that mysterious issue started occurring. There was Tim Dickens pulling off with a second drive shaft failure for him this weekend, and not a weekend that he'd want to write home about just at the moment. Locking up and some jinking and jiving as we went in there, and you saw Jake Swan behind making his way up into that third place, and there is that smoke that we started seeing on James Murphy's car. Got Chris Kirby here, Barry Benham, and Ian Sparshot. That's where Barry Benham collected the curb just as he'd overtaken Ian Sparshot into Nelson. Unfortunately, span his car, and he then had to make his way back onto the field. It was a three-way fight for the front, Head, Heaton and Swan. Bristow was the fast car on the circuit, setting those fastest laps as he came across that gap as the later part of the race. And there goes Swan. And he was in second place at this point, and Aaron was in the lead, but it wasn't long before Swan would go back in front, and it all came to a head, didn't it, in that final few corners. Here was Jake Swan out front, and this was the second to last lap where Henry Heaton and Lee Bristow had a little bit of exchange of dust, and they had another one of those up in the air. Johnny Jarrett also got squeezed out onto that dirt and dust, and I'm particularly happy with his treatment out there, but he made it back onto that. And then we all came to a head with the on the bomb hole on the final lap, where Henry Heaton got clipped and with Jake Swan, and they spun to the inside. I'm sure the stewards will have a look at that, but it was Head that took that win. But we have a whole 270R race now to look forward to. As you can see, they've all been released onto the grid, are ready to line up for race 2 of them. They had their last race this weekend. 30 minutes yesterday, and they have 30 minutes today, and it was a great race, wasn't it, yesterday for their first one. We had Taylor O'Flanagan. You can see his yellow car lining up there on pole position, so he won yesterday's race alongside Philip Bianchi who in the white car. So Philip's definitely having a great start to the season. He should be pretty pleased with how this year's going so far. Flanagan came in the lead in that championship. We just switched to that. And we got Hugo Bush there, finishing in third place in the grey and orange machine. He came through from a slightly lower qualifying spot. He's been had a little bit of food poisoning over the course of the weekend, so he's recovering back through and gave a great performance. Clearly back on form again, because he's up there in the in third place on the grid. Next to Gwyn Jones, who started on pole yesterday in a fantastic, I think, I don't know if it's his first ever pole position, but certainly first one 270s. So we look across the crowd there, all waving at their drivers and saying hello to everyone. It was a nice sunny day out there and a great time to be out there watching Caterham racing. You get a green flag, so everyone's lined up ready for this green flag lap. See heat haze shimmering across this Norfolk track. Brilliant weather. You can see that the flags are relatively still. There's not very much breeze at all, so it's absolutely perfect conditions to go racing. So all of the absolutely easy to set up choice. It's absolutely dry weather setup. It is possible to tweak the setup of these cars, even though the 270Rs run on the same tyres as they would in the dry and the wet. They don't change their tyres for that. They do tend to have a set that they prefer for the dry, where they're slightly more worn down, and then a set that have a slightly higher tread block. But let's go down and confirm the grid order for you for race number 2 for the 270R Championship. Taylor O'Flanagan takes that pole position. Philip Bianchi lines up alongside him in second place. Hugo Bush is in third alongside Gwyn Jones in fourth. Chris Ephraimidis, setting the fastest lap in yesterday's race, lines up fifth alongside Ryan Lovett, who had a great run through in sixth place. Dom Mansberger had an issue late on which cost him, and he moved down to seventh. He was right in that battle for the lead up until the last lap. Michael Chaplin he was in the sort of middle ground between the two fields. Bit of a lonely race towards the end, but he'll be looking to see whether he can move forward from that 8th place. Anthony Taylor back and racing again and doing well in that top 10 position yesterday with 9th place. Steve Lancaster lines up 10th. Peter Mott is 11th and Jonathan Ramsey is in 12th. We've got Ron Mounsey then in 13th, Kevin Turner 14th, Stefano Morara in 15th, and Simon Arnold 16th, Andrew Bergbaum in 17th, Richard Hoare 18th. 19th is Ryan Meager, and Marcus Eagles lines up 20th, and then James Hall, who we spoke to in the pit lane after his issue without losing his coolant, will start in 21st position. As we head on through on our green flag lap, there's an opportunity to say check the track conditions, check nothing's changed, see how your car feels, make sure there's no issues, check out all the marshals posts, as we were saying before this race. Thank you so much to all the marshals, the Orange Army out here. We cannot do motor racing and motorsport without them, and they volunteer week in, week out, and we like to give them a good show on the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and we generally do. Marshals tend to like working at the Caterham weekend, so they also have to go and stretch their legs to go and pick up wings quite often. We saw a few of them lying about at the end of yesterday's events. They stream down the Bentley Straight here. A great array of colours and sights and sounds of the Caterham Motorsport. If you've never been to a Caterham Motorsport weekend for real, I encourage you to do so. We've got another 5 events going on this year, so keep an eye out on the Caterham Motorsport website, or Caterham Cars website, to go and find out when those dates are. So, can Taylor O'Flanagan continue his good run at the start of this season? He didn't come in here leading the championship. He was actually second to Hugo Bush, but he had a good set of results from Brands Hatch. He got a second in the first race and took the win in the second race. So it was only the sort of fastest laps which actually took Hugo Bush into the lead of that championship. But there's nothing between them, 1 point between those two. And after yesterday's racing, I think that will move him ahead of Hugo Bush. Don Mansberger will be looking to recover back through. So we look at Simon Arnold there as he makes his way in his nice orange car. He's starting in 16th today. Yeah, certainly Don Mansberger will be looking to move back up there. We haven't got Ryan Errol with us this weekend. He will be back for Silverstone there. And Ryan Lovett is in that car that also looks quite similar to Dominic Mansberger's, but he had a great result yesterday, taking through, and he's sort of solidifying his championship season as well. As their drivers all make their way back up to the start-finish line there to re-find their grid spots that they were put in last time out. Had a couple of cars yesterday, they're called as starting out of position, so if you're not completely lined up where you should be, it is a 10-second penalty onto your race time. So it's certainly important to get back there, and the marshals do check that people are in the right place. And so a new skill that the drivers have to learn. By the time they get to this stage of their motorsport career, though, they should be well versed in remembering where they need to go. Seeing these last few rows of the grid coming in before we set off for race number 2 for them of this race weekend. James Hall in the black and white car there, just pulling up. So we should get the green flag. We do. So we're looking for the bright yellow signal for 5 seconds, which does appear. So it's not long till the lights come up. Who's going to make the best start? The lights are on, and we're waiting for them to go out, and they do so now. Away we go. Taylor O'Flanagan, a good start. Philip Bianchi, though not quite as good, but looks like he's going to maintain his position coming into the top of that. The rest of the field all through safely. A little bit of movement across the cars, but no one having any particular issue. Taylor O'Flanagan does sweep in the lead as they pile in through turn 1, heading down to the hairpin for the first time. You can see us all jinking and jiving in the background as they all sort out where they want to go. Don Mansberger, it looks like he's had an epic start to this season. He puts his all the way around the outside, so he started in 7th place, and he looks like he's trying to go to 5th already, so maybe even 4th. So Don Mansberger made a great start. He's up the inside of Ryan Lovett there in the 38 car, so brilliant from him. He's just behind Gwyn Jones, our pole sitter from yesterday, who is still in that 4th place at the moment. So it's as we were, except for Hugo Bush has made up from 3rd now into 2nd. So it is Taylor O'Flanagan. Hugo Bush is in that 2nd place. Gwyn Jones was on the inside. It looks like Mansberger has had his breakfast this morning, hasn't he? He's ready to get going around the outside currently of Hamilton. We said earlier that's not particularly sensible to go and do, but don't think sensible's in his vocabulary today, as he goes round the outside of Hamilton and now makes his way straight back to this group of cars which he's used to racing with. It's these 4 or 5 names that we see regularly at the top of this field. We lost Tom Cockrell to the 310R Championship, but what the loss is to the 270R, the 310s have gained Tom Cockrell, and he did a great performance yesterday. But he's the only other name from their road sports and their academy seasons that is missing from this trio at front here. So we've got Taylor O'Flanagan, Hugo Bush, Bianchi. He's definitely inserted himself a bit further back. Someone's having to take to the grass slightly. Is that Hugo Bush? Where has... Oh no, Hugo Bush is there. Sorry, I just got confused. I was looking down the field, but actually Hugo Bush is actually out front. So he's made it past Taylor O'Flanagan into the lead. Bianchi is in 3rd place. Then it's Mansberger, Gwyn Jones, and looks like Ephraimides, our fastest lap from yesterday, as we going 3 wide out through Nelson in its early stages. I think it was the number 14 that I was misidentified. That's Ramsey, who did a bit of grass tracking as he went down the long back straight. They all make it through Coram again. There is the number 14 of Ramsey, as he looked like he was trying for going through a manoeuvre through Coram. Again, it's not a place you regularly make a move, but we've got James Hall, someone down the inside. It gets so tight so quickly when you try and go too wide there. It was Horan and Hall, I believe, down right at the back there, trying to fight through Murray's on that final corner. But out front, we've still got Taylor Flanagan, with Hugo Bush now in 2nd place, and Bianchi still maintaining that excellent form in that 3rd place in the Caterham Gatwick run car. So all these drivers say part of that championship, and Mansberger, Gwyn Jones and Ephraimides now. So Lovett's dropped back a little bit into the clutches now. It looks like Anthony Taylor's going to be next up on the list to see whether they can get past Ryan Lovett. He finished 6th yesterday. We did have a bit of sort of confusion at the end of the race as cars spinning, so I think Ryan Lovett had a sort of moved up a bit later on in that race. And we've also got Chaplin, who would look to come through in the number 53, the blue car. You can just see behind Ephraimides in the background. He might also be one to watch out for, because he's got some pace, and he certainly was showing pace early on yesterday, but then did drift into sort of a bit of no man's land at the mid phases of the race. O'Flanagan and Hugo Bush were sort of absolute consistent features at the front of yesterday's race, and they have maintained that all through today. But we still have a front pack of roughly 8 to 10 cars here, maybe even more than that now, who are all still well within contention. Still plenty of race time left. As one of those cars, I think that was Chaplin out there, using every inch of this track and a little bit more to decide. So again, mention it most times, we have track limits in force in UK Motorsport, have done for a while, and this is one of the circuits that has automatic sensors. So if you happen to run over one of those sensors, it triggers a signal up at and prints out a nice pretty picture as it goes of your car exceeding track limits, and if you do that, you can do that once without any issue at all. If you do it a second time, you will get a warning issued, a black and white flag over the start-finish straight, so we'll keep an eye out for that, and we'll get a message on our timing screens that a warning's been issued. If they do it again, that is when they start getting penalties, and it starts with a 5-second penalty. So it's imagine in a Caterham race where we run nose to tail throughout pretty a vast majority of the field, 5 seconds is going to drop you all the way in many places. So it's certainly quite a severe punishment, 5 seconds of penalty for a track limits. And if you do it again beyond that, you get 10 seconds. But we are going side by side for the lead and side by side for second as well. So it looks like they're trying to reshuffle the order a little bit. We've had 5 minutes of the race, still 25 though to go. So still no time to panic or get worried just yet. But that side by side manoeuvre between Bianchi and Hugo Bush has allowed Mansberger to get up the inside of Bianchi. So Bianchi lost out in all of that. At that stage, sometimes when you do try for a move, if it doesn't come off, you do leave yourself open and susceptible to getting ambush from behind, where the driver behind was able to use the full circuit, use the full momentum, and carry himself all the way through. Bianchi looking back now down the inside of Mansberger as they go into Agostini, but Mansberger was late on the brakes there and was having none of it. So they will line back up again. Again, we're back into that sequence of corners where maybe it's not worthwhile trying for manoeuvre, but Mansberger proved last time out that it's worthwhile sometimes, because you've got the long Bentley straight coming up, so if you go side by side and lose the cars in front of you at this point, then you lose the tow, and immediately that costs you more time than you have gained by overtaking or not overtaking, as the case may be, as they flow through the Williams corner out onto the back Bentley straight. They start the Bentley straight at roughly about 70 miles an hour for these, so they're going all the way down this long Bentley straight, continuously gaining speed until they reach about 116, 120 miles an hour by the end of this, as they go under the bridge, and then they have to knock off that speed as they're going around this left-hand bend and then try and get it all hauled up for Nelson, which is a relatively tight 50-odd miles an hour corner for these cars. So again, trying to gain and lose speed as much as possible. There's just a slight lift around Bomb Hole as they go in. Hugo Busch leading us then through Coram, which they'll enter here absolutely flat out before having to ease off slightly to make sure the car tucks into the apex. Back on the power again briefly before then hammering on the anchors, whilst also making sure you don't lose the rear end as you're asking the car to turn all the way to the right and then go straight to the left-hand of a tight 50 mile an hour Murray's corner. So yeah, lots for the car to do, lots for the driver to do around there, and as the race goes on and their tyres get a little bit hotter in these nice warm ambient temperatures, you might see some rear ends breaking away there, and we saw a couple of cars spinning around Coram late on yesterday as those temperatures increased. Anthony Taylor, and that's Mott in the 96, and in the 49 car of Lancaster in the bright yellow machine. They're following on behind Mott in the lead. We're going everyone into the corner all at once. We've got Hugo Busch out front, but Mansberger's looking like he wants to take second, which he's done, away from Taylor O'Flanagan. And we've got Gwyn Jones now back up the inside of Bianchi, and it looks like, yep, fastest lap by Michael Chaplin. He was the person we said we might watch out for, and you can see he's got that novice cross, so from behind it's quite easy to spot him in that blue machine. He's ahead of Ephraimidis, so yesterday's lap record, or fastest lap holder, and then we've got Lovett just behind them. Bianchi does make it past Taylor O'Flanagan. It took him a couple of corners to get it done, but he is past, and that does manoeuvre O'Flanagan. He was in the lead a couple of laps ago for quite a period, so he's now shuffled himself back to 4th place, and he's got Gwyn Jones who he'll now want to protect himself from. Again, we do see that with our drivers. There is Ephraimidis in his yellow LFP run machine. We do see that from our drivers. Is that Marcus Eels spinning there? It looks like he's had an issue down at Agostini. That looked like the exit of Agostini. As we come down the Bentley straight once more, there is that significant gap behind Ryan Lovett, back to Anthony Taylor, who's leading that sort of chase pack, and it's a gap that's looking less recoverable. Still got 20 minutes of this race to go. Remember, the 420R race, or the 7th Championship UK race that we saw before, is 20 minutes in length, so you can see how much action you can still pack into that 20 minutes. Seeing these battles further down through the field. That's the Hall car. He started from the back of the field. He's currently 17th the last time he went across the line. We'll see whether he makes any other places up in the course of the remaining race, but certainly making some forward progress. He'll certainly look like to be making more as this race progresses. To the open air run car. So John Jarrett in the last race, and he is the team owner of that open air motorsport group. Got in the background there, a little bit of spin. Is that out of Coram? So the background car spinning out of Coram, but into the first turn we've got Hugo Busch. There is that recovering car, so it's the number 79, that's Meager. Ryan Meager carrying too much speed through Coram, ended up on the grass and wasn't able to get back to spinning across the grass as we caught him in the background as we were watching our leaders. Hugo Busch sliding beautifully round the hairpin, and now Ryan Lovett is ahead of Ephraimidis again. So they're still shuffling their order around, and a little bit of the boot cover flapping on Ryan Lovett's car there. But out front it's Hugo Busch and Dominic Mansberger, who have got a little bit of a gap back now to Bianchi, haven't they? And Bianchi's even got a little bit of a gap back to Taylor O'Flanagan. So this race is not going as well for Taylor O'Flanagan today, as Mansberger does take the lead of this race for the first time that I've seen on camera. He's come from 7th place on the grid. Remember, he had that issue late on in the race yesterday, but he is now in 7th. From 7th, he's got through to the lead of the race in the first 10 minutes. So now he's just got to figure out how does he manage the race for the next 20 minutes to maintain that. You see the rest of the field coming through, and Michael Chaplin is past a couple of those drivers now, so he is up into 6th place in this line of cars with Ryan Lovett behind him, and everybody has been shuffled to the back of that group. But it will shuffle again, no doubt, before the end of the race. Also, we'll keep an eye on that gap back to the chase group, because it still looks significant at this point. But we, can, if these front group go at it, as we see Dom Mansberger and Hugo Busch around the outside as they sweep through Brundles. He's got enough done. He's got enough grip and enough, got the speed off enough to get through Nelson well. Dom Mansberger does have the momentum into the bomb hole, but it's you need a bit more momentum than that to get through. And we've seen that if you aren't through, then you can cause all sorts of problems, as we saw Jake Swan and Henry Heaton in the last race. As we flow through Coram again. 270R is the 3rd step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. Very, very race-focused car. We've got uprated suspension and dampers, and we've got more. The car is stiffer. We've got a full rear anti-roll bar on the car. No windscreen as well, but no lights, so it's no longer a road legal car when we race it, although you can take them back on the road if they go 3 wide into turn 1. Mansberger is there. Taylor Flanagan is back into that 4. He was temporarily in that 3rd place, going for the lead, but he was right on the outside of the track, and it was very dusty out there. So he's actually looks like he's going to lose out another place to Chaplin, who is making it through. So Taylor Flanagan tried for that move for the lead into turn 1, but actually it's ended up costing him more than it's gained. So he's gone backwards again. Still enough time that he's not going to be particularly worried about it now, but he certainly wants to stop the rot and keep that movement forward. But Dom Mansberg has been at the front of this field for a number of laps now. Said you can turn these cars back into road legal, as Taylor Flanagan really late on the brakes. That's 3 wide into Agostini, between them and him, Chaplin and Bianchi, and that was well managed to get out of that and not lock a tyre. There was no room to manoeuvre for any of those drivers, but they managed it well and got out facing all the right way. So well done for that, and certainly they can continue their battles. What a sight this is, though, for the lead. We're coming up to halfway through this race, and these cars have been pretty much in every single order. They've shuffled themselves around a number of times, and no doubt they'll shuffle themselves again before the end. Their 3rd step of the motorsport ladder, so therefore these drivers would have been in the academy maybe a couple of years ago, gone through the road sport stage, and last year's road sport grid has now, most of them have moved up into this 270R grid. You can't do road sport twice, as we go 4 wide through Brundle into Nelson. Hugo Busch out front, a little bit of potential contact there. Bianchi to Mansberger certainly got close, and Taylor Flanagan's now having to defend from Gwyn Jones, so his rot has not stopped yet. He really does need to get that momentum back. I wonder whether his tyres are starting to get a bit tired. It can happen, and it will happen to different drivers at different times depending on their driving style, setup, and all those things. So he has not managed to fully get that all back under control at the moment, and there's a gap in front of him back to Chaplin, who we said was making that move, and he flung it through the left-hander, and the rear end sort of cried enough there for Chaplin as he sort of drifted through that final corner. Because we've taken the windscreen off, the tow is slightly less than it is in Road Sport. I think Road Sport's probably our most biggest tow-giving car, but the 270s still have a significant tow. They've got a little bit more power than the Road Sport cars. They gain another 10 horsepower to about 135, but they run on the same tyres as the Road Sport cars and the 310R cars. So they've all got similar equipment, but each step of the ladder takes about another 2 seconds off the lap times, and we've seen the moment they're running 2 minute 12 times is their best in the race so far. Chaplin around the outside there of Bianchi. Can he make that stick? He's on the inside of Palmer, so that may well be another position gained by Chaplin. He's come through well, hasn't he? He started in the 8th place, so Mansberger from 7th has come through the field, and Chaplin from 8th has also come through the field, defending now into Agostini. He made an impression last time out at Brands Hatch, involved in that race battle all the way through the race weekend. Just had a slight issue with the fact he lost all his wings, and that cost him the result, because of he was underweight. We run very strict regulations that are strictly adhered to in the Caterham Motorsport ladders to make sure these cars are absolutely identical. There's no benefit to be had by any. You have to have the same car, the same parts. Everything is identical between the cars. But the difference is really the driver. So one of those regulations says that they must be a certain weight when you finish the race. So again, this means that light drivers don't gain an advantage. And and unfortunately if you fail to meet that minimum race then you are excluded. But we've got to reshuffle again, so we have got Hugo Busch out front, Mansberger is in second, Bianchi is back ahead of Chaplin into third place. Hugo Busch using up one of his track limits lives there. There goes Bianchi in the white number 16 car, Caterham Gatwick run, chasing the 2DPR Motorsport cars down. As we go through. It's another factor of this 270R Championship. This is the first level of the championship where you are allowed to have professional team support. In the Academy and Roadsport, you are fully supported by Caterham. Caterham bring along a full team of support truck and mechanics, and they run all of the Academy and Roadsport cars on the grid. But when you get to 270, you're allowed to employ a team to run you and run your car. And some drivers choose to take up on that offer, and others choose to still do it themselves in the paddock, as we see Mansberger taking back in that lead ahead of Hugo Busch and Bianchi. It's all shuffling around. Taylor Flanagan does look like he's coming back to the battle, doesn't he? He looks more intent now. He's around the outside of the first Wilson hairpin, and he is going to make that overlap stick on Chaplin. Can he continue it off? He's got a bit of tow from Bianchi, but he has to slot back in line. Gwyn Jones, though, is still ready to pick up the pieces, and we saw last time a little bit of a lock-up there. They've also lost his rear wing, so in that close running, it's caused his wing. Where is that going to ping off? It will normally ping off, especially when they're at that angle. There it goes. It's hopefully to the outside and off the track it is. You can see there's a bit of debris across the track, but again, fingers crossed that's nothing to worry about. They should get blown away by the following pack of cars as they go through. But it's almost like the start of the race again for this lot, isn't it? They're absolutely nose to tail. No one's been able to make a break. No gaps appeared in the field. And in Snetterton, we often see packs of four kind of breaking away together. But over this race weekend, all the drivers have been doing a spectacular job in keeping it all nose to tail. If you've not joined us for watching Caterham racing in action before, this is what you could expect. It's absolutely nose to tail. The cars, like I say, are so identical that it really is down to the driver and their ability to manage the race situation. And with the tow that we get, it's all about the game of chess out there. We're going to go three wide into Brundle this time through. Bianchi looking right round the outside. Can he make that work? Hugo Busch is late enough on the brakes, but Bianchi will go round the outside of Mansberger, so Mansberger will drop to third. Taylor Flanagan looking up the inside of Chaplin. I think he's got that done this time. Ryan Lovett trying to get up the inside of Chaplin, who dives to the inside to protect it. Just got across in time to prevent him dropping any further down through the field, as Hugo Busch manages that situation very well. He was always going to get uncomfortable as he was a sandwich in between two cars, but he managed to leave his braking late enough that he stayed in that second place. Stayed in the lead, protecting himself from that overtaking Bianchi around the outside. Off up the start, finish straight again then, with 12 minutes of this race to go still. They've given us plenty of action so far. A little bit of breaking the order now, where Chaplin had to sort of chop across and protect from Lovett. We are now seeing a little bit of a break from this front four, and it's back to the front four that we expected at the beginning of the race. Still 11 minutes, plenty of time to catch back up, especially when they're going to go 3 and 4 wide into the hairpins. Mansberger currently out in front, ahead of ahead of Bianchi, who looks like he has got the momentum, and shuffled Hugo Busch down to third. So they will be making assessments about where they want to be at various different times of the race, but at the moment they just want to make sure they stay in this lead group. You can still see bits of Taylor's wing from the last time through, which gets slowly pinged off, bits of rubber seal and various bits of glass fibre there. But it is looking like it's coming back together. Chaplin's dragging the others through as the lead four fight between themselves. So we're back to that full bite back to 6th place, the top 6 cars coming through. So it's Mansberger back in front, and we've got Bianchi in 2nd place, and then we've got the Chaplin battle there with Taylor Flanagan in 3rd, Hugo Busch 4th. Chaplin trying to break the toe of Lovett sorry, I'm trying to remember Ephraimidis' name. There we go. It's Chris Ephraimidis, who's up the inside of Lovett as they go into the corner there. So it is a battle for the top 8 at the moment. Gwyn Jones still very much in that. Pole position from yesterday. He's drifted back again a little bit from yesterday. He finished 4th, and he's currently sort of sitting in that 8th place. So he will want to get back there. But out front, in the meantime, while I stumble over my words, we've got Taylor O'Flanagan has taken to that front. So he's he literally tried every single place out for size, didn't he, as he dropped back through the field and now has come back up to the top, and I think he prefers the feeling of this lead spot, and he'll be looking to see how he can maintain that through the rest of this race. So it was Bianchi over the line first last time, having made up a couple of spots, and this time it's going to be O'Flanagan having made up 3 spots on that lap. Mansberger crossed the line in second, although Mansberger has now taken that lead again, so the tow was great, but O'Flanagan has currently got the fastest lap of the race. That is worth an extra point. So can be important if you think each of these position changes you see is essentially a fight over a single point. You have single point gaps between each of these places. So the fastest laps can really become significant. It looks like Gwyn Jones missed a gear coming out of that hairpin. We saw that a couple of times yesterday as well. The second to third gear change in these Mazda boxes is a little bit awkward sometimes, and it's very easy to slot into 5th gear rather than 3rd gear if you're not exactly accurate. You see that debris just getting pushed slightly more and more off the line as the laps go on. We have got Mansberger currently in front ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan, Hugo Bush, Bianchi, so it's the same 4, just reshuffled slightly. Chaplin is nearly across that gap, and then it comes Lovett, Jones and Mott. And Ephraimidis is in there as well. So Ephraimidis is dropping slightly back from where he started the race. He started 5th, and he's in that sort of 8th position now. We'll be looking to hopefully protect that for the rest of the race. Certainly won't want to drop back any more than that, but he's got a big gap, a little gap now back down to Gwyn Jones, and behind them they've got a significant gap, so these guys should all be protected from that rear battle, and it's still looks like it's Anthony Taylor and Mott that are still going at it for that following battle. You can see there's a bit of a gap between them. There is that Anthony Taylor, the classic Lotus colours, and he looks like he is going to be, yeah, that is the Mott car. 96, they're side by side as they come through Brundle. So regardless of the fact they're not in the lead group, they're still having their battles. I'm sure they'd love to be in that lead group, but at the moment they're just having a great time between themselves, fighting it out. And then further back than that, we've got further battles that are sort of raging on. So great to see the 270R grid, all the learning they've done through their first 2 seasons, coming into the 270R grid, and we call it the coming of age championship for that very reason, that it really do start looking like race drivers. In Roadsport's all again another learning season, but the 270R, they've learned a lot of the lessons and are working out how do we manage this situation. There was Don Mansberger working out how do you manage a Bianchi who's up your inside, and he did manage to just chop across. There may be a little bit of contact. I can see it's a rear light cluster on his rear wing was slightly hanging loose there, so he's clearly had some brushes with the nose cones of others. These drivers get very used to the length of a Caterham, and they do race literally millimetre behind the panels of the cars in front. You can see there the rear light cluster just hanging slightly loose, but it looks like it's firmly enough attached that it doesn't look like it's going to come off at this stage. But Hugo Bush, at this 7 minutes to go of this race, he is in the lead. I'm wondering whether he has led most laps at the moment. Certainly will be in for contention of that. But O'Flanagan, the driver who's probably been in the most different positions over the course of this race, but he currently finds himself in 2nd place. And Mansberger, charged up through the field to get into that 3rd place quite early on, and he's sort of maintained that from now on. Everything's closing up again, isn't it? We had those slight gaps where Chaplin had to defend. Bianchi is now behind Chaplin, so a little bit of grass tracking in the background there, so those gaps look like they've opened up again. Just as I said, they were closing down. It does look like there's a gap opened up again, and Chaplin's going to have to do it all over again. He's done it 3 times already, so I'm sure he can do it again. Getting to the point where your tyres will be quite tired, and Chaplin has moved that fastest lap now into the 2 minutes 11 brackets with the 2 minutes 11.9, so he's certainly got the pace, hasn't he? And this time out he's still got all his wings intact as well, which is great. I think it's only Flanagan who's missing a wing so far. A little bit of indicator there flashing from the Mansberger car. That's not signalling at all. It's just when you get a bit over exuberant with a steering wheel, you can actually easily catch there's a little flick switch. See Hugo Bush working that wheel. What a great sight that was as he went through Coram. And if you want proof that they're right on the edge of the adhesion every single lap, that's a great illustration of that, as he was trying to balance the rear of that car as he tried to take all the speed around Coram whilst also trying to then remove that speed ahead of turning through Murray's. A little bit of debris, litter flicked up there. I don't think that was anything to worry about. So file on through. He's definitely broken into two groups there. He's up the inside of Gwyn Jones in the second group of three, and it was Lovett just off the front of those three. So I wonder whether Lovett's going to fall back towards them, or whether he's going to have the pace to keep up with this top 5 cars in front of him. And it is Chaplin in that 5th place, who did make it back across that small gap. Ephraimidas and Gwyn Jones still going at it. There's Bianchi following on behind Mansberger, who's currently chosen 3rd place as his resting spot. Bianchi's signalling left as well, isn't he? So they're both signalling to the left, to Mansberger and Bianchi, as it looks like Mansberger's having to go down the inside of Hugo Busch into Agostini. Makes it work, gets it all stopped, didn't lock a tyre, and makes that absolutely pristine move. And he wants to be in that 2nd place, so that he's got a chance to try and catch up with Taylor O'Flanagan down the long Bentley straights. So that certainly looks like it's going to happen at this point. He's a bit wide out of through Hamilton, though. That's we've seen drivers get out there and get on the dust and then lose the rear of the car, but he managed to pull it back onto the circuit as they head through Williams and out onto the Bentley straight. I think the longest straight in British motorsport, if not one of the longest, that's for sure, as they come around Williams about 70 miles an hour, and they're going to make it all the way up to about 120 miles an hour by the time they get towards the Brundle approach. The gap to O'Flanagan was not caught up there. The manoeuvring that Hugo and Mansberger were having through that early part has cost them a bit of time, and O'Flanagan will be quite keen to solidify that gap. And Chaplin missing a gear change, or just having an awkward and uncomfortable exit from Nelson, is lost out to Bianchi again. So he's new to this car racing game. He's inserted himself into this highly fought out championship around the outside of Corum's a complicated beast to handle, that one. But Flanagan has still got quite a tasty little gap at 3 minutes and a half to go. So they probably are coming onto their penultimate. Yeah, they're coming onto their penultimate lap this time through. And if I was O'Flanagan, I'd be pretty happy to see that gap, because I know that they're going to be starting to fight each other, and that will then cost them time between them. But if they can settle down now, they've still got enough time to catch that gap back up. But they really are going to have to pull the trigger and absolutely go for it. If they go side by side at all, as we see Gwyn Jones going back down the inside of Ephraimidas, that will scupper their chances of the win, and they will just have to fight it out for 2nd and 3rd on the podium. O'Flanagan a little bit wide into that, but he does bring it back for the apex. Both Hugo Busch and Mansberger made the apex well. I wonder whether they've got the pace now to cover that gap off. So over the line last time, that was 1.5 seconds. That's quite a lot of gap to try and get back, although a second of that can be caught if they get enough of the toe, and it's really going to be critical down this next couple of straights that they just line astern and make sure they use every single last mile an hour they can from the toe of O'Flanagan in front. Mansberger really does need to be patient at this point and not push on his teammate as he drifts wide out of Agostini. These gaps are coming. Is it coming down? Is it by imagination? Maybe I'm just willing it to. Hugo Busch is going around Hamilton. It's a great corner. Definitely Chaplin is now dropped back with Bianchi, so they look like they are coming away from this battle. They're still going to have another a lap beyond this one, though, to complete. So there is still opportunity, but it is interesting. This is a critical time of the race, whereas we've been really relaxed if you've fallen back at this point. If you're sitting in the driver's seat now, you definitely don't want to drop back at this point of the race. It's hard to recover. That gap is still looking a little bit ominous at the moment to O'Flanagan. Can he make that 4 from 4? Make it another win from, certainly 2 from 2 over this race weekend. It's certainly been a great performance in the early part of this race. He took 1 win at Brands, so it'll be his 3rd win if he manages to convert where he is now. Bianchi and Chaplin still disagreeing over that 4th and 5th place, which is therefore going to sort of make them unlikely to be contenders for the win and unlikely to be contenders for the podium at this point. But we have still got one more full circuit of the Snetterton 300 track. Let's have a look at that gap. I'm not convinced it's come down at all this time through, and that might mean that Flanagan has, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes, made it stick. We've got coming on to the final lap now. Let's watch for that lap gap as they come over. It was 1.4 last time through, and it's gone up to 1.9, so no, the gap has gone out rather than shrunk, and therefore it does look like it's going to be a battle for 2nd place. Mansberger says, right, we haven't made it up to the rear of his panel. I am going to now start fighting my teammate. There's a yellow flag going into the hairpin there. Wonder what that's for. That's one of the Marcus Eels. We saw him having an issue earlier. He's pulling to the inside, but that would have stopped Mansberger being able to overtake back again. We will get the green flag at the next marshal post. so he will be able to continue. There is the green flag, so he can now continue racing, but that has delayed him even further and left him behind Hugo Bush. I wonder whether he's going to now just sit behind Hugo Bush until they get to the long back straight. Still got a decision at that point as to whether he leaves it until the final straight. It's not an easy decision to make. We saw yesterday that you can overtake as you head up to the line. So is he going to leave it till that last second, or is he going to have a go down the back straight and see what happens? Taylor O'Flanagan, though, looks like he's pulled a great one there. That does look like it is Marcus Seals in the number 6 car. It is. So he is unfortunately a late retirement out of this race. Hugo Bush currently ahead of Mansberger, so they're going through Oggies now, and I'm back onto the out of the back straight. So Mansberger still happy to sit there, still not making that impression. No, Flanagan doesn't look like he's had any mistakes, so he's doing what he needs to do. Mansberger right out there using every single last bit of that red and white curb. Not tucked fully into that slipstream, which is expect him to be at this point. He's lost a bit of ground. I wonder whether it's just an awkward run onto the back straight there, or whether he's lining up that perfect distance. He wants to make sure that that Hugo Bush is ahead of him. In the following chase battle, it's Chaplin who's currently ahead of Bianchi, then Lovett, then Gwyn Jones, and then Ephraimidis. They come through, and it looks like Lovett's going to make it through past Bianchi. Bianchi had an awkward gear change or caught the curb as he went through the Nelson complex, but here is our current leader. Looks like he's going to be able to make that stick all the way to the end. He didn't look like it at the middle part of the race, though, did it? As he dropped back all the way to about 7th place, but he got composed again, got his car back on order. He lost a wing as part of that, but he is now heading all the way up to this start-finish straight, and he's going to take the second win of the weekend for him. A great Snetterton. He's going to remember this with pride, and in the battle for second and third, it's going to be Bush taking second with Mansberger third. He's recovered back from 7th in the race yesterday, and he's going to be pretty delighted with that, I'm sure, as we come back here to the Anthony Taylor battle, and that's Taylor and Ramsey and Lancaster who's dropped back in that lap. Unfortunately, he's lost a lot of places, and that was Mott, I think, as well. So it looks like it's going to be side by side over the line. Is Anthony Taylor going to be able to hold on? I think Taylor did make it in front of Ramsey, Mott, and then Lancaster. And then we see the rest of the field flowing on through. Here is the number 29 and that is Bergbaum. And he will be, I think, our final finisher today after we saw Marcus Eels going off onto the inside. Okay. As they go through Coram. Oh, he's lost. He's locked up. He's a perfect example of how unsettled the car is there. So, and unfortunate for Bergbaum that it was a demonstration of that, but it shows how unsettled the car is as they go at the end of the Coram and head into Murray's. It's a really difficult part of the track for the corners. But thank you for that illustration. Let's put it that way, as they go back through the cut through towards the Parc Ferme area. Let's have confirmation then of the provisional results. Taylor O'Flanagan taking the win then, 2 from 2 here at Snetterton. Also took the fastest lap of the race, 2:11.8, so another extra point there. Hugo Bush is in 2nd place, Mansberger 3rd, Chaplin is 4th, Ryan Lovett comes home 5th, Gwyn Jones 6th, Philip Bianchi 7th, Chris Ephraimidis 8th, Anthony Taylor was 19th, and Peter, I missed you was in 10th. We go to 11th, Peter Mott, Stephen Lancaster is 12th, Stefan O'Mara is 13th, Kevin Turner 14th, Ryan Meager 15th, Simon Arnold 16th, Ron Nancy 17th, James Hall 18th, 19th, Richard Hoare, Bergbaum was 20th, and it was Ramsey in that 10th, 21st with Marcus Seals, who we saw pulling off the inside of the track towards the end of that race. Well, another exciting race there. Taylor O'Flanagan delighted again with another win there for him, 2 from 2, and yeah, what a performance! And say what a start to his racing season. He's got 3 wins out of the 4 on offer, and I think Sam's down near ready for an interview. So let's go and hear from Taylor O'Flanagan.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Wow, what a race! Congratulations on the win. There was a moment where were you unsure if you were going to get on the podium, you know, halfway through that race?
Yeah, I got pushed right back again. I lost me a little bit of extra speed, but it was a long way to go. So, yeah, when I got back in front and the guys started battling, it was just qualifying laps until the end, and yeah, paid off. And you managed to pull out a little bit of a gap as well, which, you know, gave you a bit of breathing space, didn't it? Yeah, it's always nice, but you've got to try and look forward, not back. So it's quite easy to just watch the mirrors and then slow down, but yeah, amazing, super happy. Congratulations. Right, I was going to find Hugo. Where's Hugo Bush gone? Oh, he's just over there talking to someone. We'll see if we can have a quick word with Hugo, who got 2nd place.
Hi Hugo,
Hi.
Congratulations on second place. Started, well, didn't it for you?
Yeah, I was controlling it well in the middle of the race, leading for a sustained period, and then dropped back a bit, and then Taylor pulled a gap that unfortunately I couldn't close back in.
That's right. That's the problem, isn't it? You just got to stick with whoever's with you, and hopefully you don't get too far back, really.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I suspect the way we finished there, 1, 2, 3, is probably where we were in terms of pace. If I'm going to give Taylor a compliment, but yeah.
Excellent. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll have a word with Dominic Mansberger. What a great drive he had. Let's just move down here. Dominic, well done. Congratulations. What a drive for you. Did you expect to be on the podium this afternoon?
To be honest, yes. No, yesterday was a really bad day with the collision with my teammate. So, yeah, we tried to do it better this time. You see a few marks on my car, so they knocked on my rear door quite often. But anyway, it's on the podium. I'm I would be happier on the second place, but I missed the gear shift on the back straight for the final move, so Hugo could retain his gap, and that was it. And thankfully, I had a good gap to the fourth place, so I could secure the third place. And yes, it's good to be back on the podium.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. We'll hopefully get you to see the podium as well in a few minutes, but I'll hand back to Chris for a few highlights.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's what a race that was, and hard to pack that all into as highlights. That we're going to try. Here we go then. So Flanagan early doors with Bianchi alongside him made a good start as they all funneled through the first turn, making it an amazing colourful sight with all these 30 Caterhams heading through. Hugo Bush made, as he said, early progress, managed to maintain his position out front in the early part of the race. We saw him working hard at the steering wheel through the long right-hander of Coram. Often side by side through the hairpins as we went in through these early stages, working out who's going to go ahead of who, and they kind of continued to shuffle that all the way through. That was the first time we saw Marcus Eels with a little spin down Agostini. We did see him a bit later having to pull out of the race, didn't we? But Mansberger also came straight through from 7th place on the grid all the way into that lead quite early on, and Chaplin also made his way from 8th on the grid up to that lead group as well. And we said watch out for him. He's faded a little bit towards the end, but lots of little bits of contact. You saw Mansberger talking about that he'd been kissed on those rear mudguard a couple of times through that race, and his teammates, and he was frustrated by that second, wasn't he? But it's still tight as you like, and the following battles were equally as strong. We saw Anthony Taylor having back with Peter Mott a bit further back through the field as the race progressed. At this stage, Hugo Bush had dropped backwards a little bit into that third place, but still pretty comfortable. So towards the end, we saw O'Flanagan managed to spring a gap as Hugo Bush and Don Mansberger argued over second and third, and that gap would be fatal for them as far as getting on the top step. He managed the situation though all the way through, and as you heard from Mansberger, he got an awkward gear change onto the back straight, which just allowed Hugo Bush to maintain that. And a rare compliment for Hugo Bush in that interview, giving O'Flanagan he was the fastest guy today, but he went all the way back to 7th at one place and then all the way back up to the top. So a great job by him to manage that whole situation, and he'll be leaving Snetterton with a smile on his face. So we got the podium celebrations. It looks like Don Mansberger is going to be given his cup by his father. That's a nice little touch there. So third place trophy for Mansberger. Maybe he would have liked the second place trophy, but he managed to get it right. So Simon he's going to be also given the trophy to Hugo Bush there. So well done to Hugo Bush on second place in the race. Smiling there for the camera. I think he knows that it was a good result today. He's had a solid set of results over the race weekend, but our winner today and taking the first place trophy is Taylor O'Flanagan there. Absolutely delighted with that race. He managed it well after what looked like an awkward middle part of that race. And so he's also got his trophy now and his hat to wear. Plenty of action as we see the winner there just going for their photograph. I think Hugo probably asked to do up his top. But yeah, plenty of action still to come. We've got a little bit of a gap now as we wait for the champagne to be sprayed. Now that they're into the second part, Don Mansberg has done that before, hasn't he? Absolutely drenches Pedro Flanagan. It's always nice to get your own back. But we've got plenty of action to come still. Next up on the grid are going to be the 310Rs. They're in about 40 minutes, so get your cup of tea and we'll see you very shortly for more action here from Snetterton.
Welcome to Mallory Park near Leicester, where we're to witness the very first race for a young driver. Perhaps not a driver dreaming of being a Grand Prix star, and not that young either, because we're here to see the very first race start for Lovecars' very own Paul Woodman. Paul, what are you doing? It's qualifying. What? I thought it was one type of tyre only.
It is one type of tyre, but we've gone for a bit of a drier tyre because it's drying out a little bit now. So we're going for a dry tyre.
What is a drier tyre then?
Lower millimetre. We've gone for 3 mil. 1.6 mil is, you have to finish race 1.6 mil or more. So I'm going to go out qualifying with 3 millimetres on the tyres instead of a wet weather tyre, which I haven't got. Well, I've got the tyres, but I haven't got the wheels to put them on, so I've got no choice really.
Do you feel a bit tense now before this first qualifying session?
Not really. I'm quite relaxed, I've got to say. I did the cardinal sin yesterday. I listened to everybody saying, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this. So I've got a bit of a mishmash of wheels and tyres and brakes, but I'm all right. I'm quite relaxed.
Yeah.
As long as it's right.
Sounds perfect to me. I'm not quite so sure. Well, best of luck in qualifying then, Paul. Pole position for Lovecars, please. Pole position. Get your torque settings right. Mind you, Paul's not the only one making his debut today, because he's one of just 50 drivers contesting the Caterham Academy, exclusively for drivers who have never raced before. So they're all making their race debuts. The Academy is for drivers all driving the same road-legal 125 horsepower Caterhams on low-grip tyres. All for 30 grand. At the end of the season, you get to keep the car. The opening round was the Kerberos Sprint, one at a time against the clock over less than a minute. And our man Woodman, driving this year's media entry, was an impressive 4th overall. But today, they are split into two 25-car groups, the greens and the whites, for the 2 races, each group having their own championship. So the 25 cars of the green group head out for their 15-minute qualifying session, where getting a clear lap would be critical. Now, when I first started racing, all the timing was done manually. We had to wait till the end of the practice session till the list was posted on the board and we found out where we'd qualified. And the closest was like 0.2 of a second was the nearest they could time us to. So sometimes there were 6 of us on the same time, and it was the first that got the time that got the grid position. Nowadays, it's instant. We can find out how Paul's doing lap after lap. Well, it was a promising start with Paul getting up to P4 early on, but with heavy traffic and Paul waiting around for a tow, he dropped back to 10th. And then things got even worse. Rather frustrated, just it looked like Paul was on a clear lap. Red flags have come out. They're all coming into the pit lane. There's 7 minutes of the session left, but whether they restart or not, we'll have to wait and see. Well, luckily the flags went green. They got 7 more minutes. And on his first lap out, Paul leapt up to 4th. And it's getting so close. And in the blink of an eye, qualifying was over. Paul, you've qualified for a motor race for the first time of your life, but not on pole position. What's the matter?
They're fast. They're quick, aren't they? I blew it the first time out. I couldn't get a tow, and of course it's so important to get a tow here, but second time out I got a little bit of a tow, so scraped in 4th place, I think.
4th place, yeah, brilliant. Fraser 54.5, Newman 54.7, Kendall 54.7, and you were 54.8, so a 10th of a second would have been in the front row.
Very close. You know 4th is the best place to start on Mallory Park, don't you?
Obviously, yeah. But what happened? What happened mid-session? You suddenly slowed right down.
I couldn't get a tow. I was on my own, and it's so important on qualifying to get a tow. So I slowed right down to try and somebody fast go past, and it just doesn't work like that. If you try and orchestrate it, it's so difficult.
So your first lesson was, it wasn't quicker with the tow because you didn't have a tow. So if you just kept going, you might have got pole.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, that's fast. That's quick. There's some quick guys out there. It's going to be so fun this afternoon.
Well done. So far, so good. Chris Fraser, pole position at the first Academy. I mean, only 9th at Kerbera. Where's all the speed suddenly come from?
You know, the car. No, just, I don't know. Kerbera had a bad day. This place, I like the high speed stuff. It's so good fun.
Did you get a slipstream required to get the time just on your own?
On my own, just clear track.
I'm told Paul's obsessed with these. Watched too much Formula One. We get a tow, you know, but just on your own. That's the way to go.
Ben Klukas told me basically just sort of the tow's good for one thing, but then they get in your way. So balance them out.
Well done. Congratulations. Pole it is. Jeff.
Hello there, Tiff. How you doing?
You got pipped at the end. You were like on pole for half the session, and then you couldn't go any quicker.
Yeah, what it was, I just couldn't get the front end into Gerrard's. I was overdriving, which meant by the time I came out of Gerrard's, I was around about half a second down. I was able to make up the time, find later braking into the hairpin, but it just wasn't enough. So a 1/10 of a second. It's not quite as bad, though, as I lost out to first place by 100th of a second at the sprint. So, you know, a 10th
But
of a second.
I mean, you are the pre-season favourite. You're aware of that, because you were going to do last year with this very car, but because of COVID, you didn't race. But you've been testing. You're doing track days with this car all last year. Is this true?
Yeah, very much like Paul, I'm always in a car and I've done lots of track days. I feel very privileged to have had the time. But a lot of the people here, you know, there's one guy that drives 4 Radicals and BAC Monos, some people that have had Caterhams before, some people that have purchased practice cars off Caterham. So, you know, we're all in it together, and it's going to count for nothing because it looks like it's just about to rain. And of course, let's see what happens when the red mist comes over and we're racing.
We look forward to red mist. Anyway, well done for the front row anyway. Cheers. Mark, 3rd on the grid for your very first motor race. You're fairly pleased with that?
Yeah, very pleased. Yeah, totally unexpected, but had some good tows. So there you go. Lost the wing, caused the red flag, but there you go.
Oh, I think people that cause red flags get disqualified, don't they?
Yeah, I hope not.
I hate to tell you this, but if you look over your shoulder, that is the human being that is alongside you on the grid. Does that cause you any concern?
The only concern it gives me is all the knowledge that you have given him.
Yeah, that's actually quite concerning. He has very good reason. Anyway, the very best of luck in the race.
All right, thanks very much, Tiff. Thank you.
But it's fair to say not everyone was quite as happy with their qualifying.
Joe, a couple of instances in qualifying. We're just looking at Paul's number plate, and he's thinking that you perhaps ought to be wearing that plate.
Yeah, he's borrowed mine. Yeah, not a fantastic demonstration, but it looked good. It looked good. And something for us to talk about.
Yeah, so, I mean, are you keen on the race that you move up through the field? Where did you end up on the grid?
Oh, I don't know. I actually don't know.
That's what you do. When you have a bad practice, you quickly don't know. I don't know.
That's what you told me to do last night. Yeah. So, yeah, we're all good.
Wherever you're on the grid, there's only one way to move, and that's forwards.
Exactly.
And don't...
I'm not very happy.
I'll leave you then, Joe.
Leave you because it was lunchtime. And then, with the race only moments away, we had time to catch up one final time with a quite relaxed looking Paul.
So, Paul, the clock is ticking. How have you been feeling since the end of qualifying and waiting for your first race?
Pretty chilled, actually. A bit full from the lasagna. but other than that, I'm feeling chilled.
I told him not to eat anything before the race. I tell him all these things. That will be working against you now.
The good thing is there's a lot of grumpy people around that thought they were going to be a bit higher, that are walking around the strop, so it's easy to relax and look at them and just smile. Be happy.
So what have you got any sort of plan for the start? Or are you just going to go with the flow?
Well, my plan is to tuck in behind Jeff, who is one of the favourites. He's right in front of me in second position, but I've got a strong field behind me. It's just going to be trying to get around the first corner in one piece and then put some pressure on. You know, I want to win this. I want to win this.
Highly unlikely.
You're not wrong there as well. My plan was, if you could just put my helmet and overalls on, no one will notice, hopefully, and then you could do this for me. How about that?
Highly unlikely. Paul, just enjoy. You're a racing driver in about half an hour's time. Just enjoy being a racing driver instead of a TV presenter.
Oh, thank you. I will. I'm going to enjoy every moment. Cheers, Tim.
Your first race is something you never, ever forget. And mine was just 50 years ago this month. Lining up in the middle of a pack of Formula Fords. I remember the second corner was a car cartwheeling alongside me, and I thought, this is it, I'm alive, I'm racing. And it's just so exciting. And I know all these 25 on the grid are going to be pulses coming out to 150, 200 beats per minute. And it's that thing about motorsport, when you enter that first corner for the first time, you just know you want to do this for the rest of your life. On the grid with 25 other cars for that all-important start, with hundreds of drag races under his belt for Lovecars, I was confident Paul would get away well. And it's Woodman into second place. What a start!
A little tester around the hairpin on the first lap, right up Jeff's tailpipe. And Paul's pace was looking good. These cars are flat through Devil's Elbow, and that exit speed is all important to keep your nose in front all the way down the straight into Gerrard's, a never-ending 156-metre long corner.
Challenging for the lead down the back straight. Go on, Paul. Come on. He's in the slipstream.
Challenging is one thing, getting past is another. A dive down the outside, a box full of neutrals, locks brakes, and he's gone straight on. A brilliant recovery and he's back on, giving Ollie Hardick in car number 3 a bit of a surprise as he did so.
He was trying for the lead, and whatever he did obviously didn't work, and he's now about 15th.
It was now time for damage limitation.
Well, I guess it's now all about recovery. Paul's down in 14th. Let's just see how far back up the field he can get, but he's going to be so upset.
Now, some 9 seconds off the lead, it was simply a case of trying to claw his way back and see how many places he could make up. The standard was so good it was hard to make quick progress, but he was now hot on the heels of Rob Bain, who was probably watching his mirrors a little bit too much and ended up on the dreaded grass on the outside of Gerrard's. A good exit from Gerrard's into the slipstream and neatly past Mark Williams into the S's. By this time, Paul had gained another place when Kerber sprint winner Ian Harris, running in 3rd, spun off. So now it was all about reeling in the next group, who, luckily for Paul, seemed preoccupied fighting each other. Isla Low, a lap down, did exactly the right thing and left plenty of room to pass. But the pack of 4 now ahead of him were a different matter. John Vincent in 28 was another being lapped, and he dutifully stayed out of the way. Up to the hairpin, and Paul took a late lunge down the inside of Rob Bain in 76 and was now brilliantly back in the top 10. A lap later and he went for an even more audacious move. Luckily, Philip Clark saw him coming and took evading action, but contact was made. Sorry, Philip, but Paul was now 9th.
He's up to 9th. His little pack ahead of him, if he can get them and finish 6th, I think he should be dead chuffed, but he's got to get them first.
The thing was, everyone had such good pace, so it was incredibly difficult not just to catch, but to overtake. Paul tried what seemed to be his favourite move on Fred Chiddicks, but he must have seen what happened to Philip, so gave him a wide berth and escaped to begin a battle that would last to the very end. Time was running out fast. Paul needed to get in front of this tough group if he wanted any chance of catching the race leaders, and having closed the gap from 9 seconds to just under 4, they were tantalisingly close. Fortunately, this time his move on Fred stuck and he was up to P8. Theo Theato in 72 was another who wasn't going to make life easy for Paul. But with all of them now pushing right to the limit, he became another to go grass cutting at Gerrard's. Despite a nasty shunt in qualifying, the next target, Paul Carson in 48, was full of confidence, so our Paul had to try and get past him as quickly as he could. However, for the first time since the opening laps, he had to now think about defending, as he had Fred right on his tail. The lunge at the hairpin had been working all race, so Paul went for his favourite move once more, only this time, with no other car in his path to help slow him down, he simply outbraked himself and instead of gaining a place, almost lost one. But another great exit from Gerrard's and 6th was his. The leading bunch of 5 were in his sights, tantalisingly close, but time was running out fast and Fred was hot on his heels. Losing time scrapping it out, Paul was getting oh so close, but got too carried away and properly outbraked himself at the hairpin, and Fred was past in a flash. Side by side, they were now the ones slowing each other down. The battle would now be all about who would be 6th. The youngest competitor in the green group knows how to drive and was making his little Caterham as wide as possible. Expecting another lunge up the inside of the hairpin, Fred kept right, so Paul went left. Braked impossibly late, but somehow made it to the apex and almost into the back of another lapped car, who didn't appear to see him as they went into Devil's Elbow. But Fred wasn't giving up easily. Outbraking himself yet again at the hairpin, it looked like Paul had given the place away. But having the inside line through the elbow, he gradually clawed his way back to cross the line 0.003 of a second in front.
So after 20 minutes of simply brilliant classic Caterham racing, it was Jeff Newman who took that win by a fraction from Chris Fraser, with our Caterham lottery winner, Mark Jones, in third. A hell of a battle for 6th place between you and Paul at the end. It looked quite tight at times. Was it all fair and square?
That was, yeah, that was good fun. Pretty close. Maybe a few small touches, but coming over the line next to each other like that was brilliant. Brilliant first race, yeah.
So you'll never forget your first race?
No, I won't. I think I'll remember that one.
Paul, awesome start. Trying to take the lead. Yeah, I know, yeah, but then what happened?
I span at the hairpin. The dreaded hairpin I span, giving it a bit too much beans, trying to go for first place too early on the second lap. Span, and I think I went down to 15th place or something, and then getting through the pack was hard work, but it was fun.
You'll never forget that. It wasn't fun, it was a tremendous drive. I mean, you actually had that amazing, I thought you finished 7th, but about you just got 6th, did you, at the post?
6 by 0.0003 of a second to Freddie, who is a brilliant competitor as well. Yeah, I think it was so hard to get through because everyone's a very similar standard and everybody's making themselves so big on that track.
Well, I thought if you and Freddie had slightly worked together, you might actually have caught the front 5. You got so close to the back.
Yeah, we ran out of laps, so I think, Tiff. But it was brilliant. What a buzz. What adrenaline. Big respect to these people that race every week, because it's not quite as easy as it looks on the TV, is it?
Well, you might. Paul Woodman, racing driver.
And although they are in a completely different championship, there was of course the White Group race. Unfortunately for them, the heavens opened and they had the most atrocious weather conditions. But congratulations to William James on a brilliant drive, with the White Group Championship leader Charlie Lower in 2nd and Benja Headley in 3rd. Huge congratulations to each and every Caterham competitor. You're now all officially racing drivers.
there's a real allure to the idea of being a racing driver. On the what do I want to be when I grow up list, it's right up there with astronaut. It's associated with excitement, glamour and expense. The thing is, you don't need all this fancy stuff to show off the Academy car. It's proper grassroots racing, but it's also probably the most affordable, cost-effective racing that money can buy for a proper racing series. And believe it or not, we've had this for 2 months now. Before we go any further, I wanted to have a deeper dive into the car and tell you what you need to participate in the Caterham Academy series. But first up, a quick history lesson. In 1957, English automotive design engineer and inventor Colin Chapman built a lively little two-seater sports car. He wanted owners to be able to experience the pride of building their own cars and then take it on track, and came up with the mantra, simplify, then add lightness. And the 7 was born. Over 60 years later, Caterham still adheres to the original philosophy and turns out variants of the 7 with a lineup of models that range in power from 127 horsepower to 314 horsepower, with each car weighing just over half a tonne. The Academy is in its 26th year now, and with over 1,000 drivers taking part, it's considered one of Europe's most successful novice driver series. And in terms of your car, for £30,000, which you can spread over finance for a couple of £100 a month, you get your very own road legal race car, which is yours to keep at the end of the series. And on paper, it doesn't sound like it packs the biggest of punches, but this is a Caterham. The Academy car has a tuned 4 Sigma 1600 4-cylinder naturally aspirated engine. It has a maximum power output of 127 horsepower at 6,800 RPM, and it's not particularly earth-shattering in terms of torque with 150 Newton meters. However, its secret weapon is its weight, or lack of, topping the scales at around 550 kilograms. All this means a power-to-weight ratio of 230 horsepower per tonne. Now here's where it gets a little bit confusing, because this car, when it's fully loaded with the roll bar and everything that you see here, weighs about 550 kilograms. The minimum weight that you can race in, that you must finish a race in, is 635 kilograms. So if, like me, you've got a paunch after the lockdown, you need to really consider your weight, because if you want to be super competitive and be at the top, weight, as we know in racing, means everything. And you have to finish your race 635 kilograms minimum, otherwise that's it. You don't get any points. And what that means with your power-to-weight ratio, 230 horsepower per tonne, is you've got a car that will take you from 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds and have a top speed of 116 miles an hour. And believe me, in that thing, anything over 100 miles an hour, you certainly know you're doing it. Caterham fits special Academy tyres which are designed by Avon with low grip in mind. This is done to help teach car control. We all know it's easy to go in a straight line, however, corners are where most people tend to lose their speed. By having less power, less grip and a weighty roll cage, you'll learn the art of carrying speed through a corner without losing control. It also makes for some pretty dramatic racing. You see, less power doesn't necessarily mean less speed. So for your £30,000, you get pretty much everything you need to race your car. You've got your roll bar, your harnesses, your fire extinguisher, you've got your rear rain light, which sadly we're going to need that in the UK. And everything is ready to race under the compliance of the BRSCC series. But like all manufacturers, there are optional extras such as tonneau covers, half doors, paint options. But the option I would tick before any other will be some sort of V-box, which essentially gives you racing data analysis on where you're going right, or sadly, more often than not, in my case, where I'm going wrong. So you can at least analyze it and study your data to try and get a little bit better. Now don't forget, this is a Caterham and you can choose to build your car yourself. Believe it or not, 40 to 50% of people, Caterham say, build their own Academy car, which I find quite astonishing, but it's a great way to know all about your car and how it operates and how all the nuts and bolts go together. And I've got to say, I've learned more in this last couple of months about mechanics of a car than I think I've learned in the last 30 or 40 odd years. And even though I didn't build my own car, I still felt part of the process from a very early stage because I was involved in the design of the car. And Caterham were brilliant. I fired through a few different design ideas, and so did they, and we agreed on a livery that I thought was absolutely fantastic. And when the cover first came off with Simon Lambert at their headquarters, it was a real wow moment. There's been a bit of a curveball since then, and that was from me, because subsequently our TV show On the Road has been sold internationally, which you'll see more about soon, and we're planning a Series 2, which will come out hopefully towards the end of the series. So we had to juggle things around a little bit to get the logos on the road. So you might have noticed, for those observant ones about you, it's changed a little bit from the day we picked it up. There's a little bit of a spanner in the works, because although Caterham and MFX Wraps, who did the original wrap, were so helpful and would do anything for us to put the new logos on, we're based in the southwest, they're based in Gatwick. It's about a 360, 370 mile round trip. So we went to our local dealer to help us out. And there's 5 dealerships around the UK, so there's probably one fairly close to you. You've got Gatwick, Oakmere, Silverstone, Crazy Horse, and our local dealerships near Bristol is Williams Automobiles, who I've known for many, many years. And they put us in touch with a designer called Ikin from ICM Designs, who has the funkiest Caterham designs I've ever seen. He also does helmets and all sorts of really cool designs. I'm definitely going to use him for some other stuff as well. We agreed in the end that we wanted to keep with the original ethos that MFX Wraps and Caterham and I agreed in the beginning with the black, red and white. So we just changed things around just a little bit to accommodate the new logos and to make sure that we're still on brand. But he's a very talented guy, and I think I can get a helmet done from him in the future as well. So with the design in the bag, we went to another local company through Williams, who they use for their Caterham specialist wrapping, called Shades Wraps. They're also in Bristol, and they put this together and took it apart, like, I think with their eyes closed. But we have before us the final design, the final Caterham car that you'll see for the rest of the season, hopefully all in one piece. And you might have noticed that we've stuck with black wheel arches and a black nose cone. In fact, loads of the Academy cars have done the same thing, and that's because it's real bumper-to-bumper, wheel-to-wheel racing, and you'll often finish a race without some of your body panels on the car. And the good news for me is Caterham are looking after my car, so they're going to replace any items I break. So I got nothing to lose. Those 50-50 situations, I'm going to have my elbows right out and try and muscle the little Caterham through any space I can possibly find. But having said that, I do love this car, and I'm probably, I would say, going to be the first media driver ever to want to buy their car at the end of the season. I've really become attached to it already. I'm hooked. I'm hooked on this Caterham experience, and hope to go from the Academy to the next level up, which will follow in another video.
Of course, safety in motor racing is super important these days, and as such, you're required to have some fairly extensive gear, plus a few other bits thrown into the mix that may come in handy. This includes a big warm jacket and a bobble hat, fireproof underwear, often referred to as Nomex, a 770-piece Caterham Lego set, optional, a full-face crash helmet, this one's painted by Piers Dow, which should knock a second off my lap times, a snazzy set of fireproof overalls, some kind of FHR front head restraint, which is typically either a hands device or a hybrid FHR with body straps, and a nice pair of gloves.
So there you have it. Your £30,000 gets you your very own road legal race car. It also gets you a racing license, tech support from Caterham, and lots of other guidance from Caterham as well. It gets you, of course, the racing, but I think most importantly, you become a racing driver.
Welcome back to Snetterton again for continued coverage of our race weekend here. Second motorsport weekend for the Caterham Motorsport 2022 season. You can see the breeze has picked up a little bit since you were last with us. We've had a couple of races already this morning. Excellent stuff as ever. But we're heading into the 310R racing now. The second of their 2 races for this weekend with the Motul. And Sam is down in assembly area with Lars Hoffman.
Yes, welcome back everyone. Yes, thank you, Chris. Yes, Lars yesterday started 21st on the grid, and here he is 4th. I mean, what a drive. Lars, congratulations on your race yesterday. 21st to 4th, that is quite something in this big grid, isn't it?
It was a great effort. Hope to continue this pace, and yeah, hope to get a good start here.
Excellent. Well, it was podium out at Brands. You know, you had a podium there, didn't you? So hopefully there'll be another podium for you today.
Hopefully too.
Good luck for the race. Right, I'm just going to have a quick chat with Blair McConaughey, because yesterday, obviously, he started on pole. So let's find out what happened from him. Afternoon, Blair. Obviously, pole position yesterday. Talk us through what happened in the race.
Got a reasonably good start. I think I led for about half the lap, and then got taken by Pete at Agostini, and then I was looking to work with him to try and get away from the pack, but he certainly wasn't for that. So with all the kind of defensive moves, the pack kind of joined up, and I got I think I lost about 3 places in the next flying lap round turn 1. So after that it was just a bit of a scrap, and I just wasn't aggressive enough. Need to maybe watch more touring car races, get my elbows out, so I'm going to try and dial it up a little bit more, and hopefully not too much, but go out and try and get a better result and move forward.
So like you say, elbows out for this one then.
hopefully yes.
Okay, all the best, good luck. Right, yes, there's lots of, this is such a huge grid, it's so impressive to see. I'll hand back to you, Chris, and I'll see if I can find some more drivers to talk to.
Sam, great. Yeah, nice to hear from Blair there, making his intentions known going into this race. It's it's a new grid for him. He's new into the 310R grid, and there's lots of experienced racers around him who do know that level of elbows that you have to get out. Again, looking across these spectator banks, great to see everyone out there enjoying the sun out today, and the breeze is probably quite welcome. It's quite warm once I've left my commentary box. It's quite cool in here, but outside it's definitely, you can see the heat haze, and it's not an effect that's really happening in Norfolk. So welcome to here for more action in the 310Rs, as you'd always expect. Yesterday's racing was pretty spectacular. It looked like Pete Walters was going to win out to that race, but he missed a gear coming out the final corner, and he had just enough to hold on and stick to the second place. But James Wingfield inherited a late win there. Lyle was also involved in that battle, and I believe that Sam's got him down in the pit lane as well. So over to you, Sam. Let's have a...
Yes, thank you, Chris. Yes, I'm here with Stephen Lyle. So a bit of a penalty yesterday. Must be quite frustrating for you.
Yeah, we're not having things go our way this year. Obviously, we won race 1 at Brennan's, got a penalty. Race 2, I messed up, finished 2nd. Here, 3rd, got another penalty. No, I don't know. We're making it hard, but I think that I can understand we got the penalty, but it was harsh. It was harsh. 10 seconds for something we didn't gain an advantage, but hey, that's the rules.
But you've got the pace, so you can prove to yourself that you can be up on the podium. So it's just a case of a nice, clean, tidy race for you, and hopefully you will be on the podium.
We'll see. I mean, we started 6th on yesterday. We got through to the lead in a couple of laps, so I don't know. 10th might be a different aspect, but we'll see. We'll see.
I wish you all the best. Thanks for chatting to us. There's some lovely liveries in this on this grid. Right, I'll hand back to you, Chris.
These do look spectacular across the whole grid. It's really nice to see all the colourful sights and sounds as we see the course car just going out, checking that the track is ready for our next set of races. Make sure all the marshals are in place. Thanks once again to all the volunteers, the marshals, the organising club, BRSCC, Caterham Motorsport, everyone that makes this event possible and lets us go racing and doing what we love to do. So yeah, good to hear from both Blair McConaughey and Stephen Lyle there. Both not quite getting the results they wanted yesterday, but they have another 30 minutes now upcoming to recover some of that. Stephen Lyle there got a out of position start. I think a marshal called him for not being exactly in his spot as he restarted the race yesterday, and that's an automatic 10-second penalty to your race time. So whilst he was involved in that battle for the whole race through, once the finish lights had the checkered flag had run out, he found himself back in 10th place. But he's shown that he has got that pace. He will be up there fighting back through. So he finished 6th in qualifying, as he was mentioning. So he's already recovered to the top of the field once, and as he said, he's looking to do that again. But plenty of other cars. Here is that colourful grid of cars that you can see all lined up there. Really nice for a commentator to be able to differentiate between all these cars. And yeah, as we go along through all this, you can see how large the grid is. They really do have to use the entire assembly area to line everyone up. This is what all the drivers come in and are placed into their grid order, so that when they leave assembly, they all can then go and get filtered straight onto their grid spots by the marshals on the start line. As we look at the top end of this field, I'd say lots of spectators, friends, family on the banks around, as well as you see all the cars starting to leave and head towards that grid. The marshals will show them the way onto the grid, and they will show them where their starting positions is. And I'm hoping that all the drivers, including Stephen Lowe, will take good, careful attention of where they're placed so that they can come back to that same spot. But as I said yesterday, Pete Walters missed that gear coming out the final corner. He looked like he had it all done, but that gear change scuppered him. We've seen that as well with Don Magsberger today already. The second to third gear change can be quite awkward, and if you're under duress and in the race conditions, it can be easy to muck that up. So James Wilfield did take that win. A great win for him yesterday. I'm very pleased with it. I'm sure he was. Pete Walters coming through in second. Tom Cockrell skipping out the 270R, and we've just seen his friends racing in the previous race that we just covered, and he's now out in the 310. So he got his podium position yesterday. What a great result for him. Hoffman, as we heard, came all the way through the field, recently back from doing some Lotus Cup Europe racing in torrential conditions. I think it's at the Nürburgring, but he's done some spectacular work out there, getting on podiums. So he's back and in Caterhams and enjoying life, and with I think, overtaking nearly 20 cars yesterday. That's no mean feat. David Yates, we saw getting his elbows out a few times during the race yesterday. He has inserted himself in that 5th place after they've fixed their car issues that they were sort of suffering from a little bit. Harry George was one of last year's Academy drivers, runner-up in last year's Academy. He's skipped all the way up to 310R for this season and finds himself in 6th place in the race yesterday, but he was involved right for the battle for the podiums sort of throughout there. You can see the marshals still lining up this grid. Such are the numbers that it takes a little while to get through everyone. We've got about 34 cars on the grid today, ready to take part in the second of the 310R races that we have this weekend. 30-minute racing for this category, just like the 270. So there's time for the race to develop, and it's important not to get too excited in the early laps. There's the crowd all there waiting for the cars to come out. See, the flags are still relatively calm. They're crosswind across the start-finish straight, but definitely a bit more breeze than we had for the first 2 races. Everyone's in position, so they should get their minute and then the 30-second warning before we set off on our green flag lap to make sure that the cars are all ready to go. All fueled up, all nice and tidy, and neat and tidy after the escapades of the first race, and all the wings firmly reattached, and cars polished, ready to give another performance for us. 30-second board is given, and then we should soon see the green flag to let them go off on their green flag lap. Opportunity for them to check the conditions, check their tyres, check everything's coming up to temperature well, and make sure they're happy with everything, looking out for all the marshal points and checking what the track's like now that we've had some racing today. So it's been a few hours of track time since they were last out, and they've been making sure that everything looks good. But you can see from the pictures here that we are in a glorious sunshine, and the track is looking in perfect condition as they all filter around this. What a sight that is, all those Caterham 310Rs. This is the 4th level of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, so these are all very experienced drivers. But let's just run you down through the grid for this first race. James Wingfield starts on pole position, lining up alongside Pete Walters in 2nd, Tom Cockrell 3rd, Hoffman is in 4th, and then David Yates is in 5th, Harry George 6th. 7th place is Blair McConaughey with Alan Cooper alongside him. Harry Cook is in 9th, and 10th is Stephen Lyle. Carl Jones 11th. Wes Payne 12th. Alan Curtis starts 13th today. Jack Sells a little bit disappointed with his race yesterday, finishing in 14th and starts there today. Did some work on his car last night, so he's hoping that that's fixed some straight line speed issues that he was suffering. Harry Landy starts in 15th, and Fraser Jones is in 16th. Steve Metcalf 17th. Harry Ayre lines up 18th. Henry Williams 19th. Chris Fraser is in the 20th spot. 21st is Oliver Smith. Darryl Cresswell in his pink and blue machine is in 22nd. Angus McLean 23rd. Duncan Cook 24th. Chris Welch will start 25th. 26th will be Gary Curtis. Dan Clayfan 27th. 28th will be Kevin Cooper. Tim Steele 29th. Michael Curley 30th. Roger Gaunt will start 31st. And then it will be Jeff Price and Martin Gleish bringing up the rear of the field today. Harry George set the fastest lap yesterday, so he starts all the way up in 6th place, but he did get the extra point for fastest lap. So in the points table, that would be equivalent to getting a 5th place position. So it shows how important that fastest lap point can be towards your championship. And as for the championship, when we came in this weekend, Pete Walters was leading it ahead of David Yates. And given that he got 2nd place in the first race, I think that will still be solid. And we will see that, just looking where Wingfield came. Wingfield actually dropped quite low down in the order as he had a non-finish in the 2nd race at Brands Hatch, so that win today will certainly bump him up in the proceedings. We have 2 drop scores available to the drivers, so they only count their top 12 scores for the championship total. So Wingfield will be dropping that 0 score. So we're watching Wes Payne there, number 50 car going through. It's a kind of pearlescent car, which is why you'll see it sort of shimmering and changing colour as it goes past. Sometimes it looks white, sometimes it looks pink, sometimes purple, and then sometimes a combination of all of them. And there's James Wingfield, the pole position sitter in his red and yellow machine. James Wingfield Racing is a little paddock enterprise he's got going on. There's 3 drivers sort of running all next to each other in those orders, including, I think, Taylor O'Flanagan, who we saw doing well and winning that 270R race, both 270R races this weekend, so really good for that little area of the paddock. Pete Walters, been in this paddock for a long time, and he's back for more of the same. He's ready to, he's definitely going for the championship, leading currently, and he just got pipped to the post with Lewis Thompson last year, who had a spectacular year. He's looking to get into the 7 Championship UK cars, Lewis Thompson, but yet to get out on the grid for the first opening 2 rounds, but hopefully we'll see him a little bit later in the season. The cars then come up here. We're looking at Jeff Price, I think that is, in the number 38. Yes, indeed. Jeff didn't have the race of his dreams yesterday, didn't his LFP run alongside Pete Walters, so friends in the paddock, and he had an issue, and he wasn't able to finish that race yesterday. It was a DNF. But he will be looking to improve. He's got the pace for the top 10, and so he will be looking to come through the field, and we've seen that is possible. As all the cars now lining up then on the grid spots that they were allocated previously. You'll see the yellow flags start getting withdrawn as the cars do line up across all the way down this field from turn 1, looking across the heat haze and down into where they're getting all the cars lined up for us. Crosswind across this start-finish straight means that still plenty of tow on offer, and they will, you'd have to count for crosswinds at Snetterton. It's traditionally quite a windy circuit, but if it's a headwind, it can affect the cars a little bit more. We'll come and talk about the tow and the aerodynamics of these cars as we go on. But it looks like Jeff Price is there. We've got the green flag at the back of the field, so we're just looking for the 5-second board. Before there we go, the 5-second board is presented to the drivers, so they'll be looking for those lights, which are soon to come out. Who's going to make the best start then for the second 310R race of the weekend? The lights are on. They go out now, and we get a good start. Pete Walters got an absolute jump on that, but Wingfield certainly picked up in that second phase of the race as the rest of the field all flow on through. Hoffman looking out to the outside, so maybe Wingfield made a slight gear change issue a little bit further, but Walters is going to make it into that first place. Hoffman continues his progress forward through the field into that second as the rest of the field flow on through. There's a little bit of grass tracking there, but one of the cars at the inside, but Walters has made a clean start, hasn't he? Wingfield initially made that good jump, but he wasn't able to make it completely stick, and Hoffman had an absolute flyer to get there as we go 4 abreast around the first hairpin, and that's the number 10 car of Chris Fraser, just getting a little bit bumped out there in car. We're looking at Harry George in the blue Alpha sponsored car, and they all head down towards Agostini for the first time. They're still trying to shuffle the order. Jack Sale's making a good start there, it looks like, after he's changed the changes later on yesterday. We go 4 wide. Blair McConaughey a little bit up the inside there. He said he was going to get his elbows out. Certainly was. It was the inside, locked up his front tyre, and he's not going to gain that position. Stephen Lyle now manoeuvring him back across the circuit. So yeah, that's it's going to be a bit of one of those races, I think. A little bit draw wide for Harry George, I think that was, through Hamilton as they feed on through Oggies. There's still side by side Lyle versus Cockrell there, and that's Chris Fraser and Harry Eyre a little bit further back. We've got a car off onto the grass. Is that Cockrell? So that side by side was not working, and he's still got a bit of dirt on his tyres as he goes through Williams. That's dropped him right down the order now. That's dropping in probably back into about 20th position. So as soon as he gets shuffled out, these cars are absolutely nose to tail right now, and he's lost out quite a lot therefore in that battle. But out front it's still Walters ahead of Hoffman, and then we've got looks like Harry George Wingfield's got down to 4th. More locking of tyres. Was that Blair McConaughey again? It's either that or it was Jack Sales in the 35 white machine there, but Lyle is ahead of McConaughey still, then Jack Sales, looks like the Cook, and then Wes Payne as they flow on through. So they complete quite an action-packed first lap so far, isn't it? David Yates still in that battle, so he's maintaining his good performance from yesterday. He has got his elbows out a little bit at times. As Fraser Jones there. Chris Jones. As they go on through Murray's and on up through to finish their opening lap. And what an opening lap that was, very good. More of the same, please. Lars absolutely jinxed out of the slipstream. He was worried to say qualifying, he was worried about his car and his straight line performance, but it certainly doesn't look like he's suffering right now. He's absolutely hounding the rear end as he hangs it to the absolute limit of the track there. He just clipped the dirt as he exited. That would have been a little bit uncomfortable manoeuvre, but we've got Harry George in that 3rd place. He's done some really good performances both at Brands Hatch and here. Unfortunately, Brands Hatch ended with him making contact into Paddock Hill and getting left in the gravel trap, but so he wasn't able to fulfill his points performance total that he could have achieved, but he's certainly making good performances. All the work and effort he's put in to try and get himself ready for the season has certainly seems to be paying off, and James Wingfield is continuing to lose places to drivers around him. Looks like Alan Cooper is now back up into that sort of 4th place, so he's made another place up above James Wingfield, crossed the line of 4th. It looks like Jeff Price back in the pits. Looks like his car from this angle, so clearly still having an issue. They were changing a tyre there. I wonder whether he picked up a puncture on that opening lap. That'd be very unfortunate. It's quite a rare thing in a Caterham race to have that. Stan Clayfan also not having a weekend to remember. He retired yesterday, or he was low down the order yesterday, having been off a couple of times. Saw him across the track, and it looks like he's got car problems now as well, as the front 3 have a little gap across to Alan Cooper and then James Wingfield, yesterday's winner, already down in 5th place, so he'll be looking to recover that. 3 wide into Brundle, and it's coming out in favour of Lars Hoffman, so he takes to that lead. He is not bored of going forward through this field as he currently takes that lead. They should be mindful of that gap and see whether they can protect it. David Yates and Stephen Lyle going side by side. David Yates has made his way through a couple of those cars, so it's also Blair McConaughey, and I think that's going to be Cook. He's made some good progress through. Here is the 34 Blair McConaughey, the current reigning 270R champion, so he's made the step up into 310R this year. These are still the original Academy cars, just with lots of different parts added and some taken away, but they are still the same car that they would have raced through their season so far. You can race for 4 years with your Academy car whilst making upgrades, and you don't actually have to move out of the 310 or the 270R. You can race those for multiple seasons if you choose, and many drivers do, such as get a lot of enjoyment out of these series, and the racing is excellent, as you can see. So they do it. Stephen Lyle doing an impression of Lars Hoffman from before, absolutely using every single last inch of the track on the exit there. David Yates a little bit late on the brakes there, and that pushes Alan Cooper out just slightly. Stephen Lyle's got an opportunity to try and make it back through. They're all tripping up each other at the moment, aren't they? They're still trying to settle into an order. There's that Clayfan car still struggling to get himself back to the pits. But he's got his hand up in there, signalling to everyone that he is fine, as he does then go down into that pits area. Walters still leading this group. Blair Mahoney again looking down the inside. That's 3 wide. That's going to get pretty uncomfortable with Alan Cooper, a sandwich in the middle between David Yates on the outside. They do sort it out, but there goes a wing, the first wing that we've seen this race so far. So Alan Cooper is slightly lighter now, and he's got a bit more air cooling to his his right rear tyre now. And yeah, it looked like he was a sandwich there, and he managed to make it work, but he locked up his right rear there, which is an unusual thing to do as you go into Oggies, and he lost some speed. So maybe he's got a puncture. He could have picked up a puncture from those manoeuvrings. Let's see whether this is the second puncture potentially we've got in this race. So back up to speed now, I think, though. The car's still jinking around a little bit in an unusual way. Walters hits Hoffman as we go down the Bentley Straight now. We can see a long train of cars. There's still lots of people involved in this battling as they go on through. David Yates is still ahead of Cook there, and then Alan Cooper's dropped behind Cook, and next up is Wes Payne looking threatening, and behind Wes Payne we've got Jack Sales. So his top 10 is still shuffling around, especially in this sort of rear of the top 10 with these cars here. The front of the field seems fairly stable. They're fairly strung out as this battle rages. And you see there's the Tom Cockrell car trying to recover back. He was 13th across the line last time, and looks like he's going to be in around that kind of silver place, but dropping quite heavily down. So a disappointed driver there in the pits. So I wonder if that was the Clay fan. He's certainly not happy with his weekend. It's a shame when the weekend doesn't go well. It can't always go your way, and you have to sometimes take the rough with the smooth. But as we see the leaders now, it is a battle of 5 for the lead, and looking like it's going to grow quite considerably in the next few laps. So it does look like Cooper's back up to speed. You can see the little markings on the rear of his car. He's got a little bit of contact. James Wingfield going for the outside line around the hairpin. He's not got the momentum this time to make that stick, so Harry George should be able to protect quite nicely into Palmer. And you've got Blair McConney, they're catching up with that, so he's made a good sequence of corners for him, and he's now right back in that, so he's in that 5th place. And then it's Yates and Lyle who are behind them. Wingfield deciding whether he wants to decide whether he can go down the inside there for Wingfield. And I'm just hearing in my ear that it was the clutch on Dan Clayfan's car that went, so he would have been stuck in a gear and unable to continue. Not a weekend he will remember with fondness. But Walters out front. Can he redeem himself from yesterday, where he looked like he had it all sewn up and had it all done until the exit of the last corner, where he missed a gear and he lost out to James Wingfield. Wingfield looked like he was slipping down through the field, but has recovered back, and you can see there's Blair McConney setting the fastest lap at 2:09. We might see slightly lower times than that by the end of this race, depending on how the race pans out. But yeah, 2:09 is the fastest lap so far, and that is worth an extra point to the driver who gets that fastest time as we're fanning out across. Harry George, is he going to push that? He's not at this stage. With 21 minutes of this race still to go, it's not worth pushing that. You can see that it cost him some time though. If you try and make for a move, it can cost you a little bit of time as well, so you must sort of balance off that fact whenever you're looking to make your next step across. And he didn't, at this point he decided not to push Lars too much, but if we get into the last 5 minutes I imagine that will change. A little bit of grass tracking for Stephen Lyle that time, sort of cutting it a little bit fine as he went into the Murray's complex after the corner right sweeper. Come on across the start-finish line again. With just over 21 minutes of this race still to go, Hoffman takes his place at the front of the field, and Wingfield now looking at Harry George to see whether he can get that podium position. We've got Alan Cooper, Harry Cook, and then Cockrell car following along. Side by side again for the lead, so they really are shuffling at every single corner at the moment, aren't they? And these two potentially have a little gap now back to Harry George, who was having to defend as he went through the opening complex between them. You see, as soon as you have to start defending, as soon as you go side by side through a corner, you can no longer use the full width of the corner to generate more speed. It does drop you back quite quickly, but the straights here are so long that it doesn't take many of those. It takes a couple more corners, so you can often catch up. Blair again looking down the inside of James Wingfield this time. He's going for that move. It's not going to come off for him yet, but it is a way of making sure and ensuring you do not lose the position to the person behind you. So Blair's having to manage James Wingfield ahead. He drifts through Hamilton. He's a bit wider than he would have expected, but also trying to defend. You can see the perfect illustration there. As soon as Blair had to get out the throttle because Wingfield had a bit of a drift, he had to manage that. We've got more grass tracking for one car. Not sure who that was, maybe a Wingfield. But yeah, Blair had to capitulate and let Lyle take that position. Looks like he's keen to get it straight back, and it's going to be Lyle in the middle of a sandwich between Blair on his right hand side and David on his left as they go 3 wide into Brundle. We've got 2 wide for second place as well. I think that Harry George might well pick that up as we watch the rest of this 310R field flowing down the Bentley Straight here. Again, some drivers having better luck than others. I think that's Tim Steele in his yellow-nosed car, being followed by another, I think that's the other Cooper and Chris Welch. Looks like side by side, probably that's Gaunt as well in that battle with Curly as well. So all the battles, even right at the rear of the field as it is right now, they've still got plenty of people around them all to have their battles, and they'll have, I'm sure, lots to talk about when they get back to Parc Fermé at the end of this race in about 20 minutes time as the group flow on through Coram and out here. So Tim Steele in that yellow's car is expected. We've seen him right at the front of the field in the 270s last year, so I'm not sure why he's not quite up to speed in this, but he's currently just being chased down there by Chris Welch in the red DPR Motorsport car. Harry George is into second place now. He is ahead of Lars Hoffmann, and if you notice that Pete Walters isn't in our shot, and that's because he's got maybe a half-second gap. In fact, it's probably more like a second at this point, so we'll keep an eye on the gap for when they come across the line the next time. But it's definitely shuffled to now be a battle for second place, and they will have to work together slightly to bring that back. Hoffmann going diving down the inside again, although he can't make it stick. A little bit of a squirm at the rear as he turns it into Agostini. Wingfield, you can see his hands chopping away. He's got bright yellow gloves on, sort of colour schemed with his car, and it's nice to, you can see his hands chopping as he balances the car through the middle of Agostini and around with these other fast sweepers. Pete Walters hanging the rear of his car out there in the lead of the race, clearly pushing on, seeing the opportunity to potentially break the toe here. The toe in these cars is so strong, the aerodynamics are sufficiently poor that you can actually pick up a toe even from over a second back. So Harry George will certainly be wanting to chase that toe as he goes down here, although the toe given to Hoffmann behind him is going to be greater, so he's soon going to have to be checking his mirrors. Wingfield looked like he had a run as well as they sort of fan themselves across, going at Bentley. Hoffmann a little bit out of control there. You can see his car squirming as he tried to get it slowed up, ready for Nelson. You've got a car that looks off at the exit of Williams. It looks like maybe the number 16, which would be Metcalf, so that's potentially Metcalf spinning as he went onto the Bentley Straight. So it looks similar to that. As we see Lyle there just ahead of Blair McConaughey, behind him James Wingfield. That's also Harry Eyre that's off. I wonder whether those two things are unrelated or related. You've got to imagine they're probably tied together. I think they were roughly similar places on track. But anyway, there's 2 cars off there, keeping an eye on whether they're in dangerous spots or whether they're considered to be in safe spots. Hopefully the racing will continue. We do like it to continue. It's always up when we have safety cars interfering. It does upset the flow of the race, but it is part of UK motorsport. If a car's in a dangerous spot, we do move it out that way, and we do that covered under the safety car. I heard one person going past the pit. Oh, we've got Blair McConaughey out the inside. He said he was going to get his elbows out. It looked like he's a little bit too much there. I think he might have locked up and carried a bit too much speed, and that speared 3 people out. I was just about to say I'd heard a car with an exhaust problem going across the line the last time through, and I already saw Lars Hoffmann had got a squashed silencer on his car, and certainly that extra contact is not going to help that, and that's why he is now further back through the field. Yeah, maybe that one's one that will be looked at. All contact in a race is always looked at by the stewards, so I wonder whether that will go up to them after the race for discussion, and they can look at their cameras. You can see there's quite a few wings now angled wrongly and happening. This is a little bit of replay. It's gone 3 wide, and it does look like, unfortunately, Blair just had a little bit too much speed coming down the right and the absolute inside of that corner, and it speared. There were 2 cars on his outside, and both of them were affected. That was Lyle and Hoffmann as they went into that turn 1. So certainly when you're locked up, it's not a good thing. You lose your speed and you lose the ability to slow down. I'm also seeing some track limits infringements to number 14 and number 30. So let's have a look down the order to see who they are. But here 14 is Fraser Jones, and the other one was the number 30. Trying to find that's Roger Gaunt. More locking up there by Cockrell into Brundle as he went through. So those drivers will have to be careful and wary of exceeding track limits anymore. You can see sensors at the exit corners of various corners. Jack Sales just on the tail end of Carl Jones there. So it's all sort of mixing itself up in the mid-order as well. This is the Cockrell on his recovery drive, and he's now got Alan Cooper behind him, as well as the recovering Lars Hoffmann after the contact down into the but race control, so it is black and white flags, so number 14 and number 13 for track limits there, so confirmed that they've used up all their lives now, and they will if they do it again, they will have to start getting penalties. Again, I heard the car going past my window here with an awful sounding exhaust note, and it did look like Lars Hoffmann's exhaust was squashed, and that would therefore cause that to happen. You'll also be losing power because of that, so it's not a piece of the car you can expect to have squashed and get away with it. There is the Wingfield car then, currently sat in that third place, but David Yates is next up on the list of people to join the battle for the lead. Pete Walters, although he has kept that A gap, it's certainly reduced now, isn't it? And it's reduced to the extent that actually it doesn't look like it's going to survive. But Cockrell is now behind Lars Hoffmann, ailing Lars Hoffmann, and Cooper's going alongside maybe Alan Curtis in the 43 car. It is indeed Alan Curtis. Behind them is Carl Jones, Adrian Gatwick car there. Jack Sales heading off as well. Jack Sales initially looked like he was making some really good forward progress, but as the race has developed, he's sort of maintained stationary, so he was looking for some extra speed down the straights that time. There's Carl Jones with Jack Sales on his tail, and I wonder if he's just not quite solved those issues just yet. Hoffman and Cockrell, two red cars. We saw them battling quite heavily at Brands Hatch, so they continued the battle of the red and white machines. This time it looks like Cockrell's going to quite easily slipstream past, although Hoffmann will then get the secondary slipstream. It's long enough this straight to get two slipstreams all the way down, but a little bit of a lock-up as we go front left from Cockrell. I think we saw that last time through as well, so he's really at the edge of that performance envelope. He's pushing it as hard as he can while still getting the car slowed up, and we see the rest of the field. Harry Landy there is the green car we haven't mentioned, with the tail just behind Jack Sales, so he's getting involved in that battle. We see the continued battle between the red and white Cockrell and Hoffmann, with Curtis just behind them. This following pack. That was a pearlescent machine. Jack Sales and Harry Landy following along. As they go through Murray's with 12 minutes of this race to go. We have a side-by-side now for the lead. The gap has gone. Harry George is looking around the outside, but it doesn't look like Walters wants to let that go easily. He keeps his nose on the inside, says, you're going to have to work hard to get around me, and he's not going to protect the inside, Harry George, so I think Pete Walters will go for this move back up the inside again. He's definitely not willing to work with the drivers around him this weekend. He is just concentrating on his own race. You can see his hands fighting to keep the rear of that car as he asked it to get out of the corner as quickly as possible. And say when it's quite easy to see from the outside when two drivers are working together, the leapfrog happens pretty seamlessly, and normally the leading driver will just let the person who's passing go with by lifting the throttle slightly. But at the moment, when Walter's just saying, nope, I want to take the win by leading from all the race. Blair McConney again down the inside of Agostinian, making that work. That's Cooper off. I think that's at the exit of Palmer's, so he's gone all the way to the barrier and come back on. Didn't lose too much speed, does he? He kept his foot in to try and maintain momentum, but that's not going to help his race, and he was involved in that sort of lead pack for a bit, and I think he's now in that following pack, although he'll be at the rear of it now that he's gone across the grass. There is the David Yates and Harry Cook battle, and David Yates, a long-standing Caterham driver, joined with me back in 2013 and has done many seasons of racing since then, and across different championships. Have got all sorts of experience in cars. Pete Walters, though, and Harry George continue their side-by-side battle. Harry George managed to get through before they even get to that zone. I wonder whether that is the first sign that Pete Walters did capitulate and let him have that position. Harry George now leads that field. They've still got a little bit of a gap, haven't they? A threatening gap above Wingfield, who I'm going to say inherited. He worked very hard and was in the battle all the way through to the end of that race, but it did look like Pete Walters had done enough to win the race, but he would be very happy to take that win, and I know he was out there, so he's right there still in the battle this time through, and our leaders are definitely this is back to a sort of following pack, and it looks like that's the two Frasers together, Williams then following on from them. So there's still battles. I think this is going to be around about 12th place or maybe the 17th place battle. So there's battles up and down this field. So that's the number 14. That is Fraser Jones. So it is the battle for 15th and 16th. But another fastest lap there from Blair McConney. 2:08 now, 0.6. So we are getting faster as the race goes on. Fuel loads come down, tyres come up with temperature, and we get those lucky laps as we go to the inside. So Harry George has managed to pull away. Pete Walters is now having to defend from the whole field, and that's side by side for Wingfield and Yates as they went through the the hairpin. Blair McConaughey, you've just seen getting that fastest lap, is right there, as well as Harry Cook, who's been involved all the time, although he's been happy-ish or needed to sit at the back of this and just wait and watch and play that watching game. But Harry George has now got a little bit of a gap back to Walters. Still 10 minutes to go though, so I don't think it's a final gap. Wingfield having a speculative look, but again maybe more of a defensive manoeuvre to prevent David Yates from being able to overtake him rather than a real overtake attempt. There goes Blair McConaughey and Harry Cook as well in this very fast group at the front of the field, working their way through Hamilton again and through the right-hander of Oggies. The early apex carries on turning. Keep that wheel ranked over while you can keep powering on. Don't go onto the grass, or they can see a bit of dust there. You must have a smooth run through Williams and carry as much speed as he can out onto the Bentley Straight. They kind of come through Williams at about 70 miles an hour, and they'll be looking to get to about 120 by the time they get to the end of here, maybe even more than that in the tow. Caterham, so when you're in the tow, you can often gain miles an hour difference, maybe 3 or 4 by the end of this long back straight. David Yates though does take over third place ahead of Wingfield that time through. Wingfield's got a bit of an overlap. Until that didn't work in the 420 hours earlier with Henry and Jake Swan, so luckily they all filter back into a single file. They did use a bit of track limits on the exit of that corner there, which they'll have to be cautious of. We'll see those warnings coming up for other drivers, and they will be using up their lives of that as they go through this race. A little bit of dust on the exit or just on the entry to Murray's there. Clip the grass coming through Coram, that endless right-hander. Gap's disappeared again, hasn't it? Walters came across that gap like nothing. He was a Scalded Cat coming across right up to his rear. He was probably about a second behind at one point. That's absolutely evaporated. So clearly did some good work on that lap, and maybe Harry made a little bit of a mistake. Wingfield out wide with now David Yates up his inside. So Walters has gone straight back to that lead. He's not happy to, as we said before, he's not happy to sit second or third. Wants to get back to that lead, and he fights hard to get there, and he's done it. They've still got that little gap now back to what will be David Yates, I think, and there is David Yates in his blue and white machine, although he is side by side with Blair as they go through Palmer, and that's not an unusual manoeuvre. We saw Don Mansberger do that in the Roadsports yesterday, so Blair's proving that it also can work in the 310R machines with enough momentum, and Wingfield's now shoved it right back up the inside. A little puff of smoke as his front left cries foul, but he got it stopped. He got to the apex, a nicely controlled manoeuvre there, and that pushes David Yates from third back to fifth. That's the Roger Gaunt there in the number 16 car. That's Metcalf and Roger Gaunt. We saw them earlier, and that Metcalf shoved, or a little bit of a shove there to Gaunt to push him onto the grass, and he wasn't able to stop, and more contact as he rejoined. A little bit desperate, that one. So yeah, Roger's been shuffled back a couple of places, and you can see that he was a bit annoyed by that. Look back down to this lead group. We've got quite a significant gap now, haven't they? Back to the Lyle, who with having to fight through from Cockrell and Lars Hoffman, he's lost the impetus, and he's a bit of stuck in that mid-ground 7th last time he went across the line, and he's going to struggle to get to this lead group. Such is their pace at the moment, and there's only 6 minutes of this race left to go. So yeah, the order remains the same as we last saw it. Wingfield ahead of Blair McConaughey, ahead of David Yates and Harry Cook, and for the lead, Harry George is back out there ahead of Pete Walters. They are swapping that lead regularly at the moment, and again, whilst they have been swapping the lead, they have also managed to pull a bit more of a gap again, haven't they, since we last saw. So let's check that gap as we go across the line. This time looks like Blair might have missed a gear, or certainly didn't have as good an exit as David Yates, who's jinking this way and that to try and make his way through, but Blair's got the tow from James Wingfield, so that allows him to go up the inside of turn 1 and does swoop through. Wingfield's got the cut under though. Can he keep it tucked down onto the apex? Can he get the inside line into the hairpin? No, Blair McConaughey blocks that off. We've seen Blair going up the inside. He's willing to go late on the brakes there. Can he get it stopped for the apex? He can, so Blair McConaughey does take that third place finally, and James Wingfield has to be shuffled back, and David Yates is looking to see whether he can make a move. David Yates got shuffled back a couple of places 2 laps ago, and it looks like Wingfield's faced that exact same manoeuvre almost, so he is back a couple of places, and Harry Cook meanwhile just maintains his watching stance. So he is watching the lead group go off the front, but he's still in a battle heavily for third place, and he is not working his car and his tyres anywhere near as hard. He may well have something in the bag for the end of this race, and certainly coming down into this last 5 minutes, he will want to start moving forward to see whether there is anything left for him to take forward with. Walters ahead of George in the front. Then we've got Blair McConaughey in his white machine, David Yates in the blue and black Matt Blythe machine. Then we've got James Wingfield racing red and yellow colours, and Harry Cook following on as well. Great to see the numbers. We've already talked about how good looking all these cars are. It's nice to have different coloured cars. And just following on there, though, we do have the battle for the red and white still going on. I'm guessing Lyle is still in that intermediate ground between the two of them, as Harry George again swaps to the lead in the following pack, though, that didn't swap that time down across the Bentley Straight, which is unusual not to see the cars getting overtaken done there. So clearly Blair McConaughey has got some speed in that car to allow him to hold and maintain those positions down those long straights, and the gap's still in his favour as they head through Corham and into Murray's. But the gap to the leaders last time, it was 2 seconds back, sorry, 1.7 seconds back to the chasing group. So let's see what that gap is back at this time as they go across the line. It looks like Harry, Stevie Walters does take that take across. It's 1.9 seconds now, the difference. So they've lost another 0.2 of a second in that last lap for this chasing group of 4 cars, and that's obviously the wrong direction when you've only got 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go of the race. We are going to get, this will be the penultimate lap. Harry George shoves it down the inside, though. Walters saw it coming, let it happen, let him drift off wide because he couldn't stop the speed. David Yates is going to lose a place as he to James Wingfield. Blair McConaughey is going to go round and can maintain that third, but Pete Walters saw that coming. He's seen it all before. He's a wise head, and he let him go down the inside, carried too much speed, and he just tucked back under on the exit, again proving that he is not happy to relinquish this lead. But that gap in that one manoeuvre has cost them time, and you can see that it's already reduced as compared to last time through. And they're going to take a couple more of those moves, and then all the benefit and the advantage they have right now will be lost. So they really do have to work out when they want to make their move and how they want to make their move. David Yates again hounding the rear of James Wingfield as they go into Oggies again, the right-hander that leads then into Williams and then back onto the back straight. He's got a bit of a gap, hasn't he, over Wingfield now, so Wingfield's having to look in his mirrors far more than he's able to look forward. That's the 14 and the 97 cars, so that is Fraser Jones and Smith going side by side, and we've got plenty of action there in the got Metcalf and the other Fraser, Chris Fraser in the Dutch Barn Vodka car as well there, joining in this battle. We've got Williams in between, Williams race team, and battles everywhere you look down this 3-turn grid. They've spread out maybe a touch more than they did yesterday in yesterday's race, but that is normally a sign that they have been all racing hard. And as we rejoin this lead battle, you can see that Blair has still maintained a little tiny gap, and whether we'll have that 1.9 the difference between him and Harry George, who was second last time through, is that going to have come down? It looks like it might have come down halfway through the lap, so let's follow as they go over the line. And yes, it's down to 1.2 seconds now, so they have chopped 0.7 off of the time from the previous lap. So it is possible within this last lap they can get it, although the gap was 1.2 seconds, so they're going to have to chop more than 0.7 off. As Harry George currently leads, Pete Walters happy to leave him there right now, but he's not going to be happy too much longer because Blair McConaughey was absolutely on the edge of his braking there, and he's lost the edge of the track. But we are on the final lap. You're going to see these cars and these drivers pushing for everything they've got now to try and maintain or produce a good result. Currently Wingfield just off the podium, so he's going to want to try and get that back, but it does look like Blair McConaughey's put a clean pair of heels to him in the last couple of laps, and David Yates and Harry Cook left there sort of ready to pick up the pieces if anything goes wrong. Wingfield making his way through Agostini. David Yates says Roger Gaunt, we saw him a bit earlier having a little tit for tat, and now he's off out on the grass as well. Going out there. Harry George out front though as we come into that. I think this has been a managed solution by Pete Walters to let him have a little gap so he can get the super toe down this Bentley straight, but in doing so Blair McConaughey has come across to him, and Blair's just got as much of a toe on Pete Walters as Walters has on Harry George. How is this all going to pan out then as we come into this last quarter of the race? So Pete Walters absolutely diving out of the slipstream, not letting anyone take his slipstream, doesn't want Blair getting any closer. He's going for the final corner charge to get through Harry George. You can see come into it. Blair looking like a late move, but couldn't make it happen. They are going to come nose to tail through Coram for this time through as they exit Nelson, and they'll go through Bomb Hole on the right hand. It's just a quick lift here. Pete Walters, though, is closing up all the time. He's got a little drift as he goes through the middle of Bomb Hole. You can see how hard he's pushing, and he's right up on the rear tail of Harry George. Can Harry George make the gap work for him? Will they all get their gear changes done? Blair McConaughey's the one that looks like he's caught up most, and he could still get to the lead of this race. It's hard to do. Pete Walters gets a good exit. He gets a good bit of momentum. This could be a good sign. Is Harry George going to be able to resist him as they come up to the line for the last time? The second race in the 310R Championship. Who's going to win it? Walters goes to the outside of the track and across the line. Did Walters get it? He did, over the line by 52 one-thousandths of a second. He managed that very, very well. Harry George will be annoyed, and you can see him a little bit annoyed punching the steering wheel. He lost out there. He got a bit played, but that's a little bit of experience potentially. And ultimately, if you're out in the lead, what do you do? As we're watching this battle, we covered off a bit earlier with this as it's Cooper, Fraser, and Jones, Smith and Williams there, all in the line, all going down. Got an exclamation mark next to Lyle. He's now cleared itself. So anyway, as we're watching this, Fraser Jones going to expect it across the line. So it's Smith ahead of Jones, then it comes McLean, Fraser and Williams. So Williams losing out a little bit on that last lap, got himself shuffled down as Darrell Cresswell just comes across the line in there. Here's a little replay here of what happened to Lyle and Cockrell. So it's Lyle, again, kind of a manoeuvre like we saw with like we saw with the 420s earlier. He got a bit collected. There was an overlap which wasn't allowed for, and his car was ended up stationary on the inside. So a shame for Lyle, not all the result he wants, but here's the provisional results before we get all the stewards' inquiries done. Pete Walters takes that win with a very well judged final straight overtake of Harry George. Disappointed, I'm sure, to take second. He looked like he had it all worked out, but a great result nonetheless for Harry George. Blair McConaughey is in third, James Wingfield fourth, David Yates fifth, Harry Cook sixth. Tom Cockrell ended up seventh, Carl Jones 8th, Lars Hoffman is 9th, Alan Curtis rounds out the top 10, Wes Payne comes through 11th, Jack Sales 12th, Alan Cooper 13th, Harry Landy 14th, Lyle ends up 15th after the grass, and Oliver Smith 16th, Fraser Jones 17th, Angus McLean 18th, Chris Fraser 19th, and Henry Williams rounds out the top 20. Darrell Cresswell came across 21st, Michael Curley 22nd, Gary Curtis 23rd, Steve Metcalf was 24th, Duncan Cook 25th, Chris Welch 26th, Kevin Cooper 27th, Tim Steele 28th, Martin Glacier was 29th, and Jeff Price was at 30th. 31st, Roger Corn, Harry Eyre and Dan Clayfan, all we saw having problems as they went through that race. We have got Sam down in the winners podium, so let's hear from our winners, and I'm sure Pete Walters will be delighted. So over to you, Sam.
Lovely, yes, thank you very much. Well, congratulations on the win. You weren't going to let Harry get that, were you?
No. These guys are so good to race against. Still missed a gear. I did it in the mid-race this time, not on the last lap, so that was fine. Yeah, it was good. I mean, he's a young guy, he's a phenomenal driver. It's a tactical track. It's a long game. And it's kind of really down to those last few laps. And then I saw Blair catching us up, and I'm like, hang on, he's going to get in the way of my plan. But it just about played out.
It did. It was quite close on that last lap, last few corners. I was thinking, hang on a minute, we don't know who's going to cross the line first at the moment.
It was all in the plan.
Oh, good. Yeah. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's have a quick word with Harry. Congratulations, Harry. That was a great drive. Obviously, nearly got the win, but second is still fantastic.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Pete nipped in the end with the toe. I was sort of testing the waters the lap before to see if there was enough of it, because I think I was in front. I didn't quite think there was, so I quite fancied my chances going around the last section that I was in front. But no, he managed to nip me, but I can't complain with second place after yesterday's showing. So yeah, very happy.
Excellent, yes, and you've got all your wings on the car, which is good news.
Back in one piece as well, so that's pleased.
Yes, well, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And let's go and have a word with Blair McConaughey. So Blair was definitely elbows out there, weren't you? Well done.
Yeah, I'm not sure what got caught on camera, but I was elbows out for most of the race, or where I could make it stick, or nearly stick. I would. Definitely 10 out of 10 for effort, and yeah, glad to get a podium. Just had a
he's a wise fox. This one. He did a wee fake brake blip on the final corner. I lost some momentum, so I never had to run the line. So I'll need to log that one up there and do that next time we're at Snet. So
it's all learning, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But overall, very happy.
Excellent. Well, congratulations.
Cheers. Thank you.
We'll head back to Chris now, so I think we've got some highlights to show you of that very exciting race.
Thank you, Sam. Yep, let's have a look at what happened throughout the course of that race then. James Wingfield made an all right start, didn't he? He got off the line well alongside Pete Walters, but Pete Walters was an absolute stalwart at the front of this grid. We saw early on Hoffman up the inside, who took it into that second place, with Cockrell and others making good progress as they all swept through. A little bit of bumping and barging there, wasn't there? That was Alan Curtis versus another car up the inside, and we had Chris Welch there, and it looks like Gary Curtis off wide out of turn one. Oh, that was where we lost Tom Cockrell from the lead group, where he dropped back after going onto the grass. Don't know whether he was helped out there, but nevertheless, Hoffman early on was a regular contender out front. Harry George also out there. Hoffman giving it absolutely everything out that turn one. Blair McConaughey made his way through. He was trying a few times up the inside of the Agostini. He made it work a couple of times, but this one wasn't the most successful. Wingfield still had that momentum around the outside. And this was where we saw a little bit of a 3 wide, and Blair locked up that tyre and pushed the other 2 wide, and that was the end of Hoffman's race, although he already seemed to have damage on his exhaust when that happened. We saw Jeff Price struggling around, a bit of a spin there at Agostini, and I think we saw him a bit later back in the pits. So not the best result for Jeff Price after he started near the back. This was the battle for red and white, Cockrell locking up as they all went through. This was a battle sort of around the 10th place mark. Just behind that, and see Steve Lyle just ahead at this point, but his race wasn't to end as he would have wanted. More locking up here in the figure with Roger Gaunt and a little bit of bargy, and as Roger came back on the pit on the surface, he also had a bit more contact, and we saw him spinning a bit later as well. But the battle for the lead was never dull. They always swapped it around. Harry George and was ahead, but this is the final bit of the corner where Lyle was manoeuvred out of the way there rather. But it looks like Harry George just lost out to Pete Walters as they went over the line. But here we go with the podiums then for the drivers. This time out it looks like still waiting to get that ready, but yeah, you heard that it was all within the plan of Pete Walters at the end there, and you heard that Blair was saying he's still learning stuff. We're at the 4th level of Caterham Motorsport, the 4th stage of their careers, and many of them been 4 years of racing, or even more in the case of someone like Pete Walters, and you learn something every time you go out on track. And the sort of brake fake is one of the ones that Blair's now logged away at Snetterton, which is quite a traditional move that you get there. Snappy John just on our screen briefly there. He follows our championship season around and takes photos and takes some memories for all of these drivers, and it's really good. There's Simon Lambert, the motorsport officer. In fact, I might be underselling that. I'm not sure if he's the officer or director. I can't remember what he's given now, but we again haven't got the audio on this, so we are going to be giving the trophies out. Third place then, trophy being given to Blair McConaughey there. Congratulations from Laura. Given to Blair in his third place trophy. There's his hat, and he's got his bottle of fizz as well that I'm sure he'll free from the bottle soon. Harry George taking that second place, just losing out, but I think he should be pretty happy with that as he's say early on in his career and doing a great job. But the winner taken the wise head of Pete Walters with his trophy taken there, and a great win for him. So that's a win and a second place, coming in with the lead of the championship. I think that's a great way to end for him. Congratulations to Pete Walters on his victory, and everyone else on surviving their second 310R race of the season, of the weekend. We have more racing though coming up for you. So still to come today, we've got the second race for the 7 Championship UK cars, and the second race then for the, as the champagne comes out, second race for the Roadsport cars. Blair McConaughey absolutely teaching the lessons back about how do you spray the champagne to Pete Walters there. And second the second road sport race. So we've got a gap of about an hour now before our next race, but do keep the stream on, go get a cup of tea, get do whatever else you need to do, and we'll see you in about an hour's time for the second Seven Championship UK race of the weekend. So we look forward to seeing you then, and for more Caterham action.
What's happening? Brands Hatch. I always love coming to Brands Hatch, but Paul, what have you brought me here for?
I brought you here today for the Caterham driving experience with these wonderful looking cars. I like this in orange.
And what does it entail?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because first up, a bit of drifting, good fun, and then a couple of mystery challenges, which you're going to love.
And have you driven a Caterham before?
Get on to that in a minute. Come on, listen.
You haven't, have you?
No, I've never driven a Caterham.
I knew that you're going to go drifter. You've got no chance.
This is what we've got to do now.
Looks easy, doesn't it?
I'm glad you think so.
Kick the clutch, get the wheels spinning, lift off, catch him with a throw, lift, catch, power, drift. And you've never driven a Caterham ever before?
Let's box, baby. Very good.
Well, you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Well, where's your silly helmet, your Union Jack one?
The moped's in for a service.
The moped's in for a... Get in.
Well, it'd been a while since I last went drifting, and let's be fair, he was always going to be annoyingly difficult to beat, but I still wanted to give him a bit of a run for his money.
He's going for it straight away. Not a good idea. It's a blur of hands with Paul. It's just... Helmet's on, ruins your hair.
Mate, he wants to get out. I don't know why. Oh, very good control. He's annoyingly good at this.
So that was a that was a lot of fun. The tyres were overheating.
The tyres were wrecked, and I blame Tiff, so the Caterham crew sorted out a fresh set of rubber, and I headed back out for a second run.
But those new tyres, they're gripping a bit better. He's better. That's good now. That's good, Paul. That was good. Now, not too mad. Now, ease off, ease off. That's good. Yeah, good. Right, okay. Yeah, now half throttle. Good. Now full throttle. Now off the throttle. Yeah, good. Now more throttle. No, oh, you had it. Then you had it.
Champion-elect.
Good, Paul. You're looking better. He's not really. I just said that to make him feel happy. He's got the slalom bit quite good. Now, this is it. Right, now more throttle. Now more. Off. Good. Yes. Yes. He can drift. He can drift. He can drift.
Before the car needed another pair of tyres, we moved on from drifting to see what else the Caterham driving experience could throw at us.
So here's the first of our mystery challenges, this 7310R. Nice colour.
Lovely. So what's the challenge?
Well, all you got to do is drive through the slalom. Simple as that.
Just drive through a slalom.
That's it.
After we've done all that drifting.
You go first. Come on, it'll be a lot of fun. Trust me, it's a mystery challenge.
But just to drive through a slalom.
Focus on that word mystery, Tiff. It's all about the start. Go as fast as you can at the start, okay?
Well, round the end.
Round the end. Are you going left or right to this cone?
I'm going left the first cone, obviously.
Okay. I forgot to tell you, the steering rack is upside down. Your left, your right, your right.
You thought that was funny, didn't you? You thought that was funny?
3, 2, 1, go. They've detuned this, I'm so delighted to say, because you imagine if it had all the power. That's better.
Concentrating.
That's better.
I've got a bit tight.
Southampton, any new signings for the summer?
Stop talking to me.
Any new signings for the summer? Get the back end out. Oh, look, that's a nice tree over there, look. Oh, some nice people.
Oh, wrong, I went the wrong way again.
Oh, Tiff, oh, that's a shame. I want you to concentrate. Yeah, that's it. Do you always make that face when you concentrate?
Yes.
Yeah, nice, very nice.
Now, this is the hardest bit, it's lining up at the finish.
Right, left, left, right, left.
Stop the clock!
Oh, that was good.
34.44. Go and show the camera, 30, so you can't cheat. 34.44.
That was very good. Okay, get out.
Get off. You imagine that people drive these to the Nürburgring and back.
Well, you want to know someone well, wouldn't you? It might work better if you steer, actually. Right, are we going to have a practice first, or are you going to just
No,
let us
I
go?
didn't have a practice at all.
So
you get 3 runs.
That's right, that's left.
Yeah.
Did you stay in first gear?
Yeah, God, wasn't going to try. That was complicated enough. Ready, up, ready, steady, go! Whoa, wrong way. Wait. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, no. No way.
Which way am I going? Oh, that way.
You're doing rather well. I'm very disappointed. You're obviously good, but it's all good now. Try and
Stop the clock! Yes! First go, 10 seconds. Get in there. Boom, shakalaka. Yeah. Well, what's so difficult about that, Tiff? Once Tiff came to terms with his crushing defeat, it was time for our third and final challenge. I've got to say, I don't think I've ever enjoyed a discipline so much as that one.
You got lucky. Anyway, what have we got now? Don't tell me now it's the steering wheel's connected to the rear wheels or something.
Bog standard 360i. It's longer and wider, so a bit more comfortable as well.
A bit more room for me. You were helped by that being short.
Come on, you go first.
No. I've learned now your tricks. You learnt a lot from me. You're going first on this one.
No problem at all.
Because there'll be some catch.
I'm going to have to take my shades off for this, even though it's very sunny.
Very unlike you.
Because
what?
You've got to wear these upside down goggles. Oh, that is horrendous. I feel sick already.
Oh, look, this is the long wheelbase, wide one.
Wider as well. Beautiful, isn't it? Inside.
No, we can go to the Nürburgring in this without being on top of each other.
You might be on your own there, son.
What can you see?
I can see. Oh, this is horrendous. Where's the wheel? Oh, you're not going to like this.
Are you ready?
Am I in gear?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
You're doing quite well.
Oh, I've lost
round the barrel.
This
no,
way
other
round.
side, other side.
When can I turn? When can I turn?
Well, I can't. That's your job. I'm not being a
Come on,
navigator.
tell me.
No, that's cheating.
I can't see a single
That's
thing.
your problem. Can't you turn your head left and look where you're going?
No, it doesn't work that way. But it's going to be quick. Oh yes. Oh yes,
close.
Baby. Oh yeah. You get ready to stop that clock, Tiff. Get ready. Stop the clock. Stop it.
No, you've got to stop the car.
Yes.
31.03.
Yes. You are not going to beat that.
How do you know where you're supposed to go? I can't do this. Oh, I've hit something now. What's happening now? Something's hooting.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Steady, go. Oh, flying start. Very good start. Okay, keep it tidy. That's good. That's very good. Keep it going. That's it. Well done. Very, very good. Getting a bit confident. Ooh, getting very confident indeed.
I've lost it. I've lost it. Where are they? There they are. I've lost them for a while. Am I on the right track?
You were doing so. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not allowed to navigate. Oh, where are you going?
Where's the next lot? I've lost them. I've lost them. I don't know where I am. And stop the clock.
Oh, well, that was a fun day, wasn't it? As harder than it looks. Much harder than it looks. You've got to have a super intelligent brain. It's got to be wired up so incredibly accurately to be able to take these tasks on. No mere mortal can do these tasks, Tiff. Don't be upset with yourself.
Your brain's not wired
You need
right.
to be superhuman, Tiff.
I'm going back to proper driving.
I'm just going to relax in the sun, bask in my glory.
Welcome to a distinctly blustery Brands Hatch for round 6 of the Caterham Academy, where the cars headed out for qualifying on a rather slippery surface after some early morning rain.
It actually started quite well, even setting the early pace for a very, very short time. And as the track started to dry, almost everybody got faster, but my provisional pole position slipped down to 3rd, and from there on in I never really managed to link anything up and finished a modest P6 ready for the race.
And so to our very own Paul Woodman, on pole position after lap 1, 3rd on the grid after 5 laps, 6th on the grid at the end of qualifying. Paul, it was all there, it faded.
I don't think I faded. I didn't change at all. Everyone just got a little bit better, and I just stayed where I was. But it was nice when it was really wet, but there's not much grip out there.
We're all waiting for the Lovecars Podium, and surely, Theo's not usually up the front pack. You could just get to the left of him up to paddock. One of those demon starts. Can you produce another one?
I think if it's dry, it looks like it's going to be dry this afternoon now. I'm hoping we get another good start. Round the outside, don't tell the boys. Round the outside, slot it into second behind Fred, and see where we go.
Nice trouble-free race. Oh, I can't wait. Podium. Can I come on the podium with you if you get there?
Let's not jinx it, but we've got to be due a podium, surely. We've got to be due a Lovecars podium at some time. Sometime.
We'll be there. Me and him. Champione, champione. Pole position at Brands Hatch was a bit of a surprise because 8th in the championship out the blue. Boom, Ian Harris on pole.
Yep, very happy with that. This is my local track, so I've done plenty of dry track days here, but never in the wet before. And yeah, I was very surprised. As I came in, everyone was doing the finger to me, and I thought they were being rude maybe, but no, apparently I was on pole position. So on the last lap as well, so really happy with that.
It literally was. You jumped from nowhere to the pole. Were you using these wet lines where you go around the outside of the corner?
I was ignoring everyone because everyone was trying to do your typical wet lines, and I was just trying to find grip on the track. And slowly by slowly, I worked out each corner where I had more grip and less grip. And then on the last two, I linked it together. Thought, I've only got a few minutes to go. You've got nothing to lose if you come off. You might as well go for it. It paid off. Now I've got to do well this afternoon when I was going to have a relaxing race, I thought.
Crazy Horse, a motorbike dealership that also sells Caterhams, and it's where our championship leader, Fred Chiddicks, got his. Fred, championship lead, a bit of pressure, but with the points dropping, you need wins, don't you? Because Jeff's got 3 wins to your 1, so very important today's race.
Yeah, it's a really important race. It's a shame that we're dropping 2 rounds out of 9. I could really do with only dropping 1, but quite like in the mixed conditions. Definitely a better qualifying than Silverstone, starting higher up, so looking forward to the race.
And possibly, if you know the Brands Hatch grid, happy that you're not on pole.
It's worked in my favour, apparently. I don't know, but I've been told. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, the pole is the famous hole here at Brands Hatch, where the pole man's stuck on the inside in a bit of a dip. So every chance of leading into Brands and then getting your head down and disappearing, Fred.
That will be the plan.
Cat Motorsport. No idea what that's about, really. A complete office layout in the trailer. Must be a big businessman or something. Brought his office with him. But surprisingly, 3rd on the grid, from nowhere, still putting on his sponsor's jacket. Theo Theatis. Theo, what's with the Macat?
What, the name? Yes. A blend of McLaren and Caterham.
You have a McLaren?
I do, yes. 5
What colour it's going to be? Do you think it's orange, perhaps?
It's bright orange.
Oh, brilliant.
Ventura orange, with orange sparkles. Very nice.
So quite a different car, an orange McLaren as an orange Caterham. How do you find comparing the two?
Do you know what? I prefer this. I prefer this. This is far more fun. You know, you can put this at full chat and not kill yourself.
I say this to so many people. When they go on track days, you know, they get a radical or something that's glued to the track and they don't slide around. With these, you have so much fun, don't you, without risking killing yourself?
Fantastic fun. And, you know, with the McLaren, 15 grand to replace the rotors and the brakes, 50 quid. So, you know.
Anyway, let's get back to the racing, because, you know, you've been, you know, we've seen you doing well-ish occasionally in the Academy race, but then boom, 3rd on the grid. Where's that come from?
It's the luck of the weather gods. The rain fell, and I'm not afraid of the rain. I don't mean that to sound arrogant, but I quite like it. So I just put my foot down, found the grip on edges where clearly others didn't, and managed to eke out 3rd place. But I didn't know I was 3rd until I came in and somebody went like that. It's usually 1 finger salute when I come in, so it was nice to have a bonus of 2.
Mark, 4th on the grid today, 2nd in the championship. You had loads of podiums, but you're still waiting for that win.
Yeah, always the bridesmaid, unfortunately. So hopefully today, home circuit. I've been here since I was walking, so fingers crossed for a podium or even a win. So
you've got a fan club here cheering you on.
Mum and Dad in there. My niece is here. All my friends are here. So yeah. They've got banners, hopefully, cheerleaders.
Now, whilst the Caterham Academy brings fierce racing on track, it's also brought together people who become friends. Almost a bromance here. 12th and 13th in the championship. Joe and Paul. See, you can't stop them talking. Joe, Paul, I understand, you know, there's a bit of friendship developing here. You know, you've never met before, but now you're just best buddies.
Well, yeah, let's hang on. We'll see how it ends up later.
Oh, I know you're putting your racing hats on, are you? But you found you live just 20 miles apart. I mean, this could be a huge friendship.
10 miles, really close. Yeah. Never met before, and now it's like a family, isn't it?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
48 and 84.
Yeah, exactly.
That's when Paul
Look
was
at it.
born, and that's when I was born.
I hadn't seen you, even the numbers. He was destined to be, wasn't it? This is, you know. But now, you're 12th and 13th in the championship. You're lining up today, 12th and 13th. I mean, the friendship has to disappear, does it, when the lights go out?
Maybe on the last race. It's all still a laugh at the moment.
He's a gimme. He's got to give you the position by the sounds of it. You're going to just take place?
Well, I think Paul's whole thing, Paul's got a lot of time on his hands, so he spends a lot of time on track, a lot of practicing. I'm a very busy man. I turn up, I do my thing, and so it's quite interesting, the dynamic. So yeah.
So you've done a lot of track days preparing?
No, I'd never been on a circuit until April.
So Paul, when were you here this week? Wednesday. I thought it was Tuesday.
Wednesday and Thursday.
As you can see, these two have become friends for life. Probably forever.
We all know motorsport can be dangerous, but for the thousands of marshals up and down the country and all over the world, mostly volunteering to make sure we can race, sadly, the unthinkable happened exactly 1 week ago to a beloved Brands Hatch marshal, Robert Foote. Robert sadly lost his life during a race event on the 31st of August 2021, which was honoured by the Orange Army and race fans from across the UK. It was an honour to have been part of this, and our deepest condolences go to Robert's friends, colleagues and family.
Lining up then for 20 minutes of frantic Caterham Academy. The big question is, can Paul make one of his legendary demon starts from the outside of row 3?
The answer was no. A positively average start, in fact a completely rubbish start, opening the door for all sorts of challenges going into the first corner. But somehow managed to make up a place going around the outside and slot into 5th behind Theo, who I have to say was the bane of my life at the beginning of this race, making his little orange Caterham the widest car in the world.
The demon start didn't quite happen. Paul dropped back to about 7th or 8th, but he's now fighting for 5th. No, he's lost 5th to 6th. He's going to be unhappy, but he's got the championship favourite behind him.
And with Caterham Racing, you try and gain a position, leave an inch, and the people behind you will take a mile. And Mark Kendall didn't need any invitation to move up into 5th place. Trying to defend and also attack is an art in itself, but I managed to hold off Jeff down the main straight and took enough speed out of paddock to get P5 back with a nice move up the inside of Market Druids, the hairpin. I'm thinking is to try and get a move ready on Theo to ditch the pack behind, but that wasn't as easy as it sounds, and I had to catch him first. But I was fast through paddock again and took the speed up the hill to Druids, where another tight undertake managed to get me into P4 and past the widest man on the track, Theo Theato.
He's up the inside of Druids. A great line round Paddock Hill Bend, got the momentum. He's through to 4th. He needs now to catch up with Mark Jones and who is it, Ian Harris battling over 2nd. But he's gone very wide.
Yeah, thanks Tiff. I was worried about the contact at the inside on Graham Hill Corner, so I made sure there's plenty of room. Now, I wanted to get a good exit around clearways so I could protect the inevitable onslaught at the end of the main straight, which would mean I could then start to make some headway. Easy as that. But then the most incredible, crazy, brave, call it what you want move from Theo going into paddock. Just when I think I've kept the position, he gets a massive tank slapper on, almost loses control. I back off for the inevitable crash, but he pulls off the most miraculous move I think so far of this championship. But I still had the momentum going up the hill, though this time he defended well and put me back into the dreaded chasing pack again.
Chinnix is escaping. There's a great battle for 2nd, but they're pulling away from this frantic battle for 4th. And Paul's back behind Teo, which isn't what he wanted to do, because now he's back in the crazy pack.
Have you ever seen the movie I Am Legend with Will Smith and all those zombies, where he leaves the door open an inch and he's swamped with all these zombies coming in? That's what Caterham Racing is in a nutshell. lost a few places, managed to get a couple back, and with Jeff pushing hard to catch the lead pack, I thought to slot in behind him and things would start to look up a little bit. Flipping Theo and what seemed to be a Caterham twice as wide as anyone else's was really causing me problems.
Twice Paul got past Teo into 4th place, but now he's back to 6th, and it's Jeff Newman, the championship favourite, trying to get past Teo, but Paul's ready to pounce if either of them make a mistake. Newman's now inside Teo, Paul's queuing up, it's the huge battle for 4th while the 3 out front are well ahead.
And then, like Jeff at Knock Hill, it was my turn to suffer from an innocent backmarker. Completely out of shape and a big slide at the foot of the hill meant the zombies, I mean my fellow competitors, rushed through and punished my error.
Another wild ride through paddock, almost in the gravel, and Paul's lost a 1, 2, no, 3 more places. Ah! No! Desperate to make that ground into Graham Hill, Paul's had to get out of it, went sideways, and he's now back in 188th place.
It certainly felt like 188th place. I couldn't believe it. I bottled it going into Graham Hill corner as I was desperate to keep my nose clean, and I didn't want to touch big Chris Fraser on what would have been quite an aggressive move. So again, it was just another case of damage limitations and trying to get some places back.
He's 14th. 14th from 4th. Today was going to be the day. We were going to be on the podium, but... Oh, he's going for 13th, up at Druids. This is good, back to 13th. Paul loves recovering, I think. This is what he loves doing.
I'll be honest, I'd love a podium more than getting through this pack, but I knew I had more chance of getting a pint out of Joe Priday than getting my elusive podium now. Then, just as I thought I'd get the move on Paul Castle, his bromance buddy Joe seemed to get a mystical tap from behind and span off the track, scuppering my chance of getting past his new BFF. Paul then proceeded to do a Theo and planted himself in the middle of the track, making it super difficult to overtake, plus of course with his sensational ninja-like driving skills. I've had 2 crashes this season, neither of which have been my fault, but all I could think was to avoid crashing at any price, which is probably not the best mentality to have as a racing driver. But time was running out and I had to try and get in front of Paul Castle, and to make matters worse, Phil Clark was all over the back of me. Finally, Paul ran wide, and next up to try and pass was Rob Domain, who surprisingly very politely let me through with very little challenge.
Paul battling back. He's hoping to get to the top 10. He gets up the inside at Paddock Hill, can't quite make it. Looking to at least get to 9th, but he could get to 6th or 7th if there's much time left. Meanwhile, Chinix is doing a masterclass out front.
Then, I'll be honest, possibly the scariest moment of my short racing career, fully committed down the inside of Surtees when I thought John Vincent was going to turn in on me. A real heart in my mouth moment, but thanks John for being so aware. And next up was Mark Williams. Well, at least that was the original plan. I went for the same move up the inside of Druids that had been so successful all race, but realised Mark was not going to yield and he turned in, which he had every right to do as it was his corner. 2 wheels on the grass, and the thing I wanted to avoid the most happened. I didn't care about my race, let's be fair, that ended several laps earlier. All I could think about was Mark and how gutted he must now be. I'll be honest with you, I was very close to driving in the pits, out of sheer despair for spinning Mark around, but I knew that really was not the right thing to do. So for the remainder of the race, I just sat 100 yards or so behind Mark, gutted that I made contact, but there was no way I was going to challenge his position. So huge congratulations to Fast Freddy with a brilliant recovery drive from Jeff in second place and another podium for Mark Vin Jones. And so much for my podium, my worst result of the season, way down in 13th place. But I did manage to get third fastest lap overall for the second race running behind the 2 leaders. Seems I've got the pace, just not the brains.
Oh, it seems like you get to 4th like you did at Silverstone and then your world falls apart. You got through the 4th twice. How did you lose the places?
It was so competitive. I didn't like those tyres. Look, no excuses. No, absolutely no excuses, but I wish I put some different tyres on. It's just all over the place. I was sliding all over the place, and the boys are fast now. There's hardly anything between anybody. It's brilliant racing. Poor old Mark Williams. I went up Druids quite aggressively and tapped into Mark, span him around. That's the thing I feel worse for. I don't care about my position because I feel so sorry for him, but he took it so humbly and said, look, that's racing. Stuff happens. But what a brilliant race. It looked exciting. But
it was fabulous. It's just you got through the 4th. We thought, right, if you could get away from Teo. Teo was sort of holding you back, and you got Teo, and then you lost it straight away with, just trying too hard at the next corner.
No, he did the most unbelievable move I've ever seen going into paddock. I can't believe he carried it off, and he ended up going sideways into paddock, pulled the move off, and then because I kind of thought if I kept it from paddock, I would get with that breakaway pack, but it just didn't. It wasn't to be. It wasn't my day. I didn't drive very well. I didn't really enjoy it for the first time. I enjoyed the racing, but not my position. And I certainly didn't.
Come to the pub.
Come
down to the pub.
Come
over the pub. I'll give the microphone back to the cameraman, and we'll go in now. We'll just go.
I wanted to drive the car to at least one race, and given I'm least likely to bin it with only me on track in a sprint race, it seemed Kerbera, the opening race of the season, was the perfect choice.
Now, with all best laid plans in a Caterham, I had planned on talking you through this journey all the way there, all 3.5 hours of it, but I just dropped my microphone down the side of the seat getting in the car. So if you think I'm going to take all this out to find the microphone, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I've already had to psych myself up for this whole journey. So hopefully you can hear this, and I'll do something maybe a bit later, or voiceover.
So voiceover it is. After a quick stop, kind of en route to Pearsdow, the helmet sprayers, to pick up my new lid, it was a perfect time to remember that old phrase, all the gear and no idea. And 190 miles later, the car was well and truly warmed up and ready. So here we are, the first race of the 2021 Caterham Academy season, albeit this one's against the clock and not with 25 or so other Caterhams together on track. There are 7 races in total. This one, the Kerbera Sprint, then May is at Mallory Park, June is at Knock Hill, July at Silverstone GP, August at Brands Hatch Indy, September at Croft, and it finishes in October at Snetterton. There was a really brilliant vibe in the pits, helped in part that it was a beautiful spring day with just perfect weather conditions. I'm not quite sure I'll be saying the same about Snetterton in October. First up was the track walk, where everyone seemed quite chilled, even though the figure of 8 needed some sort of concentration level to work out which way to go. Cobra, by the way, is a sprint track located near Lichfield, which is in the centre of England. It's got this real charm, it's sort of small and quaint and run by passionate people who clearly love all sorts of motorsport. The track is relatively tight and most of which will be taken in second gear. The Academy car record is 65.34, set by Blair McConaughey in 2019. The only difference to this year over Blair's record-setting time was competitors can't now warm their tyres up. So I hope you noticed the racing driver excuses are coming out already. So it was time for each car to head out for a couple of practice laps, where for many people, including my pit neighbour John, it was literally the first time they'd ever set foot in their own cars. And John makes a mean cup of coffee, by the way, just in case you're wondering. Practice didn't end great for me as I had a puncture, meaning I had to swap my rear offside tyre with an old front tyre. Now this typically wouldn't matter, but given the camber on the front wheels of a Caterham, things were not looking good. Enter racing driver excuse number 2. But after a hearty lunch, it was down to business and to see who had what in the locker. I was up on the early pace in practice, but exceeded track limits on both of my runs, so I went out for a bit of a banker on my first time run and came in with a solid 67.42, putting me into third place overall. The early pace was set by Jeff Newman, who's definitely going to be one of the star drivers of this series. Round 2 was super tight and most drivers were improving on their previous times. And one of the great things about this series is it doesn't matter what standard you are, and watching people coming back into the pits with big smiles on their faces after beating their first runs was brilliant. Just before me and on the other side of my pits was young Freddie Chiddix, who together with many others was quietly putting in some quick times, so the pressure was mounting. With my banker in the bag, I went a bit more gung-ho in round 2 and took over a second off with a time of 66.5 seconds, keeping me in third place overall. I was really happy with my time, but I felt I had another 4 or 5 tenths as I kept getting massively out of shape on the big left-hander midway through the run. Interestingly, after 2 runs, only 4 100ths of a second separated Freddie and myself from third place overall, so it was all to play for in the third and final run. My closest 3 rivals all went out before me and all improved on their previous times, with the leader in the clubhouse, Ian Harris, setting a sensational 66.14, with Jeff just 100th of a second behind him and Freddie smashing a 66.25. I knew I had a sub 66.14 in me, so it's time to bring home the gravy. It felt brilliant. I was smooth, calculated, left foot braking, squeezing the gas. I even managed to nail my nemesis corner. Everything was going so well until the final sprint down to the line. So near yet so far. Sadly, I can't even blame the lack of tyre warming or my very unlucky puncture, and I finished 4th place overall based on my inability to change from second gear to third. Massive congratulations to Ian and to everybody who raced. I met some lovely people and I really enjoyed every single minute of it. Huge thanks also to the marshals and to the team at Caterham for making it such a lovely environment to be around. So that was it, race 1. Just pipped a podium place. I blame the tyres, of course, and the sun and the moon and everything else. But luckily for me, my old mate Lucky Supercars has offered me a lift back in the height of luxury, and the Caterham boys have taken my car back to Gatwick. So I'm going to celebrate with a Magnus. I don't even like cider, but I'll celebrate with a nice cold Magnus, sit back and enjoy the journey. Cheers.
Welcome back to Snetterton. As you can see from the screen here, we've got all the 7 Championship UK cars out on the grid ready for their second race. And I know that we've also got Sam Parker down there on the grid with us and ready to hopefully talk to some drivers, and maybe we can touch on what's happened in the racing so far. So Sam is down there, and I think she's going to ready to talk to us. So over to you, Sam.
For him to what he's used to. James, what happened in that last race?
We had a chassis issue from the start, broken chassis from the start, and it was
a bit on lesser pace, but then eventually it caused another mechanical issue which put us out. Team have done a fantastic job as usual. DPR done an amazing job to put it all back together, and here we are with a whole grid of Caterhams in front of me. It looks appetising.
And what do you think you can do from here? What's your aim?
The thing is, there is a tow here. It is loads of great overtaking opportunities. The problem is it's a grid that's deep full of great drivers, so it's going to be hard. But yeah, pressure's off a bit from back here. Looking forward to it. Let's have some fun and see what happens.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best. Thanks for chatting to us. Yeah, Chris, you've raced these cars. You know, in the heat as it is today, I'd imagine the tyres work amazingly well.
Yeah, we're into our third race though, Sir Sam, this time out. So the tyres have already had to work twice, haven't they, and through qualifying. So they're certainly getting towards the end of their operating envelope that you'd want to do in the racing. But the heat helps you get it all up to temperature. And I know I could tell from James Murphy as he's talking there, he's ready to make his move through the field, isn't he? He looked quite determined as it was there. And then we saw Jake Swan, didn't we, before coming through? So there's no reason why not.
Well, that's right, exactly. So I think we were talking about elbows out in the last race. I think James Murphy might have his elbows out in this one. But I'm going to go and have a quick chat with Lee. I'm just walking up there now because Lee's done really well this weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah, what a you know, got second place in that last race. A little bit of contact wasn't there at the end, but he sort of benefited from. But he's second place in this race. What a result for him. And first time into this championship this year. I know he's practiced with these cars, but nevertheless, that's pretty impressive in his big orange machine that he's got down there.
Yes, it's looking very shiny. Let's see. Hi, Lee.
Hiya.
How are you doing?
I'm alright, just trying to stay cool at the moment, really. But look forward to it.
It is very warm out here, isn't it? So you're just cooking here on the grid at the moment. So obviously you've had a really good weekend so far.
Yeah, I mean, so second weekend in the championship, you know, I couldn't have dreamt for much more, really. So, you know, it's just pleasing to be fighting with the guys at the front. You know, it's obviously a really tough grid. So to come away with the results I've had, you know, is mega. And I just want to, it'd be lovely to make that last little jump. So we'll try our best.
Oh, well, I wish you all the best. Thank you, Lee. Good luck. So next to Lee is Aaron Head, someone who's usually at the front. He's just getting strapped in, actually, so we won't interrupt him just yet. Maybe we can have a quick word with Henry, although Henry's being interviewed by someone else.
He's over the live circuit comms at the moment, isn't he? So yeah, all these drivers in demand as the sun's out there. But yeah, Henry Heaton obviously having a good race weekend, although he had that little contact at the end, didn't he? So I'm sure he'll be looking to make a move back through. Got a little bit of a signal there. I don't know if that's the sign to clear the grid, but
it is. It's the 5-minute board, so that will be all of us to move off the grid now.
All right, so I mean, the temperature looks hot. I mean, I'm guessing it feels hot out there on the grid at the moment.
It certainly does. That sun's really intense. So yes, it's going to be very hot for these guys.
And compared to this morning, is it even hotter than that? I guess from their second race, it was about 10 o'clock, wasn't it? So I guess it has ramped up a bit.
Yeah, this morning there was a cooler breeze, I think. Like now, that breeze just isn't there at all. They're going to be very warm.
All right, so we'll look out for hot and angry drivers and hot and angry cars. The tyres, like I say, have been through quite a lot of heavy work so far already, so they will be coming to the end of their envelope. And what generally happens at that point is that we see a lot more oversteer. As you can see, all the grid now sort of gently, everyone's leaving the grid area. There's Lee Green there from Caterham Motorsport, and DPR drivers wishing Lee Bristow there well. So DPR mechanics at the front there. Henry Heaton in his just saying goodbye to Tom Grensinger. He was another one. Grensinger was one of my championship rivals back in 2018. So now in the paddock and working mechanicking on the cars. I think he's working openly in Motorsport at the moment as we take a wander down through this grid of the 420R machines, which make up the 7 Championship UK, all going for Caterham National Champion, so British Champion of Caterham Racing. So yeah, it's a prestigious title to get, and they're all aiming for that. And some people have had good weekends, and others have had less so far. Aaron Head certainly shown that consistency this weekend, hasn't he? Able to bring home that win last time out in second place, just to James Murphy, but Murphy's obviously had that incident or issue with the chassis causing a mechanical as we've heard from Sam earlier, there's very little wind out there, and you can see the heat haze still out on the banks as the spectators are out there. And again, I'd just like to say many thanks to the marshals who are all out in this sun as well. They've only had their sort of 40-50 minutes to scoff some food down, getting ready for the next bit of action as we look down across this grid of the cars. And yeah, for those who are here, it's been a real treat of racing so far. We've got a couple more races to go, including this 7 Championship UK race, and then we have the final race of the afternoon will be the second race for the Roadsport group, and that will be about 3:25 today, but we'd like to run a bit early, so make sure you do tune in early if you want to catch the Roadsports. Looking across that paddock, it's an impressive sight with all the transporters and vehicles and all the paraphernalia that goes to make up a race meeting, and the BRCC Caterham Motorsport, everyone who takes part in all this, Motorsport UK and all the marshals. Really is quite the spectacle, and as a club race, you can come down and you can mingle in that paddock. You can come along, talk to the drivers, see the cars right up close and personal. We don't lock ourselves away behind barriers and tickets, so please do come along to circuits. We've got the rest of the season coming up with Silverstone Grand Prix track up next on the 18th and 19th of June, so do keep that in your diary. We've got all of the Caterham Motorsport ladder there again with us later in the year. So as you can see, the fields being watered in the background in this temperature as they get waved away onto their green flag lap. So let's run through the grid then for race number 3 for the 7 UK cars. Aaron Head starts on pole position. Lee Bristow lines up alongside him. Henry Heaton in 3rd place on the grid alongside Chris Moore. Tom Eden comes up next in the light yellow machine alongside Jake Swan, who we saw have that contact with Heaton towards the end of the last race, which is what he's sort of slipped out of the lead and towards the front of the grid, back down to 6th, so he's got work to do again. And then we've got Dale Head up next. Gary Lapidus is alongside him. Chris Kirby and Ian Sparshot. Johnny Jarrett, Barry Benham, Andy Lees, and then comes James Murphy and Timothy Dickens. So I'm not sure if Timothy Dickens was another drive shaft. I think we said in the race that it was, and James Murphy, obviously, like I said, had a chassis which caused a mechanical. We saw that smoke, didn't we, coming off of his car, and it looked like it was something to do with the right rear of that the car that was causing the smoke to appear, and eventually something failed. As they weave their cars, like we said, these tyres have already had to do the opening 2 rounds and qualifying, so they've already worked quite hard, the slick tyres. They're able to use these tyres for the rest of the season whenever they like, but generally speaking, most drivers will choose to use the same the set of new tyres all throughout the race weekend, and then they'll use them again following for testing at the next event. And so therefore they can optimise the money, because these, whilst they are slicks, they do last well for the race weekend, and then they are still very effective as testing tyres as the next events come up. So it's a really cost-effective way of running on slicks, actually. Really, we get a discounted rate from Avon. Avon here, as ever, supporting all the Caterham Championships, supplying all the rubber here today, and they work extremely hard to make sure everyone's always got access to and can change tyres whenever they need and want. As the cars stream down over this Snetterton 300 circuit, down the long Bentley back straight, and approaching this Brundle left-hander here, the sweeper. It's more of a left-handed approach to the right-hander at Nelson. It looks like a bend all to itself, and if you've ever been on a track day or driven around this track, it looks a lot tighter than it actually is. So it's a bit of a psychological battle you have with your brain to try and make sure you carry all the momentum through that track as you try and get it stopped for the Nelson. Here is Gary Lapidus in his very attractive-looking machine. He's loving driving this car and the challenge that it's bringing to his driving. So he's out there enjoying life, and he finished in 8th place in that last race. So I think that'll be his highest starting position so far. So well done to Gary on that, and see whether he can solidify that during the course of this 3rd race. 20 minutes on offer for all the drivers. We split for the 7 UK cars. We split down into 3 20-minute races rather than the more traditional 2 30 minutes that the 270s and the 310s have. But since we're going to this format, we've enjoyed the action it brings. We get 3 starts, we get 3 epic finishes to races, and the drivers never fail. They always put on a good show for us. So it's really good as you see Tim Dickens there right in the background, just bringing his car around, I'm sure, treating those drive shafts with the utmost respect as Aaron Head pulls up onto that pole position and Lee Bristow alongside him. So they will shuffle themselves back into that order, and we'll see whether they can make that good start again. We saw sort of throughout the whole race weekend, we've seen some really good starts from the front row of the grid, so no one sort of succumbing to the pressure of starting from that pole position so far, and I'm sure he'll be looking for more of the same. But how much grip have they got as the final cars come through to fill the final blocks on the grid? So you can see the breeze is just there, very gently, but it's a crosswind, so nothing that's going to affect their speed down either of the two long straights. We've got a green flag at the back, so we're going to be looking for the 5-second board to be shown. We'll see the big yellow light. There it comes, 5 seconds on the gantry. That means that we're going to be looking for the red lights to come on, which they do now. And who's going to make that best shot? Aaron gets a little way off the line. He's got a good start. Bristow was alongside him. Further back, there was a little bit of jostling as cars got better and worse starts. Like I say, the grip of these tyres is reducing, but Aaron Head does make it into turn 1 first, and then the rest of the field all flow through Riches on that turn 1. James Murphy already up 4 places from the back there. Henry Heaton going from the outside line. Has that carried in too much? A little bit too much speed, but he's got the overlap on Chris Moore, so he's got it done. The outside line around the hairpin can work, especially when someone's a bit cautious on the inside. It looks like Chris Moore maybe had a bit more to give there. So Henry Heaton making a good early progress. He's often strong at the beginning of these races. He's right on the tail of Lee Bristow. His intent is there, as is James Murphy, who's already through about 6 cars, and Tim Dickens is following him as they go. So James Murphy already passed Andy Lees, and Tim Dickens following him. We've got here that Dale Head following Chris Moore, although he had a little bit of a jink in the middle of that corner, didn't he? The rear end just slid a little bit. Gary has slipped backwards where we said he was in 8th place. He's one of the drivers that's actually suffered from that start a little bit, but Aaron Head certainly solidified and made good of his initial getaway. The rest of the field there. There's Jake Swan. We saw having that tangle with Henry Heaton in that second race, but he's now in sort of about 8th or 7th or 8th place. So he's sort of solidified there. Andy Lee's following behind Tim Dickens as these drivers sort of recover to where they want to be on the grid. James Murphy got a little bit of a gap now up to Jake Swan, but out front, a little bit of ducking and diving, and Lee Bristow this time comes out on top. Henry Heaton squeezes down the inside of Aaron Head, who lets him go, and Aaron Head then slots back up just in front of Chris Moore. Chris Moore having a really solid start to this season, isn't he? He's always there or thereabouts, especially at the beginning of the races, so I'm sure he will want to maintain that. And 4th place by the end of last race after lose a couple of corners, a couple of cars just late on. Henry using every inch of the track and a little bit of the grass there around Coram to make sure he did. That's not good for a slick tyre to get that dirt on there, but it doesn't seem to have affected his speed. One person who is showing an early bout of speed is Lee Bristow. He's absolutely shot off the front here after that opening lap. What an opening lap we just had. And Bristow is clear of Heaton, then Head, then Moore, and then there's Dale Head, his brother, so obviously made up places as well. So Dale Head's made up 2 places in the tail end of that lap. He clearly managed the Bentley Straight very well. They flow on through down to the hairpin for the second time. Henry Heaton still managing to defend, sort of kept Aaron Head on his outside, didn't he? He never looked at the apex, and I think that was more to keep Aaron on his outside and compromise his line more than anything else. They do sort of slot back into single file as they flow on round through the left-hander of Palmer's and down towards Agostini. Still nicely line abreast, and there is the Murphy train. He's up to 8th last time he came across the line, but I think that's he's 7th now and looking for 6th maybe with Jake Swan there ahead of him. So let's count the cars through. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Currently is in that 7th place. And yeah, Murphy looking like he is the man on the move. And he was saying before he didn't know whether he could get through to the lead battle. Well, within 16, 17 minutes still to go. He's up the inside now of Jake Swan into Oggie's. Not tend to be a common overtaking move, but he was making it work for him, although he's had to slip back behind Jake there. Jake Warner try and recover some of his weekend after the losing what looked like a very strong result in the last race. The rest of the field, bit of a gap back, and it's like it's Barry Benham there in just off this tail, so he is learning the craft of Caterham racing very quickly, isn't he? That is the number 33 black car in this as he makes his way through. He's ahead of a bunch of cars there, and indeed it is. Andy Lee's right on his tail, so really starting to make good progress. Remember, this was his first time his first weekend with us, and driving these cars is not easy to learn, and he's doing it on the job and in front of everybody, which is a very public way to do it, but he's getting it all sorted and learning his way around the Snetterton 300 circuit on this slick shod 180 horsepower car. There he is, balancing that throttle as the trail goes through. One of the markers on the edge of the track just being clipped there, but over the line this time we've got the two cars fanning out. We've got Bristow on the outside line. Still looks like he has got the pace to sweep that through. Henry Heaton was a little bit wide and Aaron Head was looking down the inside. And then we've got Chris Moore now losing out to Dale Head. James Murphy looking up the inside. Can he go 3 wide? He's late on the brakes. Can he get it stopped? It's very, very close to the rear end of Dale's car there, but he does manage to make it stop, although Chris Moore still got the momentum around the outside. And now James will have to be careful of Swan, who was always willing to shove his nose down the inside of Palmer, but he did at this stage of the race, with 15 minutes still to go, decided better to and withdrew from that manoeuvre at this time. Bristow has been solid out front, hasn't he, for the last couple of laps. Henry now on sort of defending down the inside from Aaron, who's got his brother right up behind him. The two heads line astern, and then they've got Chris Moore and then the Murphy car driving through. As Chris Moore out wide there out of Hamilton. Looks like he's going to lose out now to Jake Swan. He's trying the outside of Oggies. That didn't work, but now he have got Murphy there ahead of both those cars. So Murphy moving again forward and is now sitting behind Dale Head. Dale Head kicks up a little bit of dirt and gravel as he went onto the back straight that time. Henry Heaton now has caught up with Lee Bristow and has moved out that slipstream to the outside. It looks like he's got the full slingshot, so he will be ahead by the time they get into that braking zone, although we've got Head going around the outside of Bristow. Can he make that stick into the right-hander at Nelson? Yes, he can, and he avoids that curb. Bristow had to get out of the throttle a little bit there, and that's giving that's giving Dale Head the opportunity to try and fight back, and he's also losing the rear end of that car. You saw it sort of swaying in the wind as he went through the bomb hole, which is going to lose him a bit of pace. So clearly he's having to look at his mirrors as well as forward right now. Tom Eaton still clinging on there. There's Tim Dickens behind Chris Moore, so Tim Dickens having a much better run this time, isn't he? So don't want to put the commentator's curse on him for sure, but he is now behind Chris Moore as he approaches, well, what will be about a 5th lap, I think. 3 laps, yep, I'm getting overexcited. Of course, this is Snetterton. This isn't Brands Hatch anymore, is it? James Murphy, though, sets the fastest lap of the race with a 2 minutes 2. And remember, I said these slick tyres are going to start getting beyond their best operating envelope. And so to be that fast, and he's going for the outside line around this. We said it works when you get cars that are compromised. He's got the speed around the outside. How many places can he work out? It's 3 wide on the exit. That's pretty uncomfortable. Lee Bristow is there. And unfortunately, that looks like it's Barry Benham, who was in the lead of that chase pack, who's gone off onto the grass. So he's lost some time and places, still learning his craft as he goes. But as out front, that was getting very tight, wasn't it, between Murphy and Bristow. And now we've got Dale Head looking like he's up into 3rd place, although Bristow is going to try and deny him around the outside of Agostini. Can he hold on? He's got the momentum out of that corner, so it should work, but Murphy's also straight away looking up the inside. This is quite non-stop at the moment, isn't it? It's They are still trying to shuffle the order every single corner. Dale looking down the inside at Oggies, maybe more to protect his inside actually from the attack from Murphy, the number 3 orange and black car behind. As they sweep around, more dust kicked up. Considering we had so much rain on Friday, it's a sign of how hot it is out there that it's baked everything dry and it's dusty again. Henry Heaton pulling to the inside now of Aaron Head. So Bristow, who was looking clear and gone at one point, has been drawn back in, and unfortunately now he sees himself in 3rd place with a couple of really quick cars ahead behind. James Murphy is just ahead. Little hand signal there, not sure, but Dale Head, they are both teammates on DPR, but he's obviously moving forward as quickly as he can. Tim Dickens also looking like he's going to make his way through, and there's another DPR car coming out of the pits. That's Andy Lees. He's not had the best weekend for him, has he? He's not had the results he wanted, and he was a bit compromised with Friday testing being so wet, and has had to learn on the job as well. So unfortunate for Andy Lees, is how his weekend's going. But nevertheless, he's learning this car as the season goes on. Aaron Head jostling with Lee Bristow and Henry Heaton. Looks like the right-hand side of our screen has got the momentum. Indeed, Henry gets shuffled back to 3rd place. Aaron Head takes that lead. Lee Bristow comes into to 2nd place in between the two. And James Murphy is in that middle ground. And with the attitude of his car, I think we'll see him catch up relatively quickly to the rear of Henry's car here. Was that a wing or something I saw in the background? I'm not sure whether it's just a figment of my imagination. It's late on, getting later on the day, and I've just had my lunch, so maybe I'm imagining things now. But Bristow in that second place, I could definitely see that, with Henry Heaton behind him and James Murphy right on his tail. Jake Swan also continuing that good progress, but he's got Tim Dickens for company. So whilst we concentrated on James Murphy and the progress he's made forward, Tim Dickens has made equal progress from the rear of the field, hasn't he? He's just taken a couple more corners while he's getting himself sorted through that mid-pack. So Chris Moore, there is a wing missing from Chris Moore's car, so maybe I wasn't imagining things. There was definitely some fiberglass missing from the rear. Relatively common sight in Caterham Motorsport. If you've followed Caterham Motorsport for a while, you'll know that it's not that uncommon for cars to come and lose lost wings. These 7 Championship UK cars are mentioned on the grid there. So we talked about the slick tyres, but they also have Team Sport is allowed in this championship, as it is in 310 and 270, but they have a 6-speed sequential box, as we see Bristow going down through that sequential box and taking that second place, or maintaining that second place. And it's an absolute seamless shift box, so you literally pull for a gear as you're going up through the gears, and you do use the clutch then on the way back down. And they also have their limited slip diff and various other upgraded and uprated suspension components to cope with this slick tyre. So the De Dion tube at the rear suspension is uprated, and we have a Watts linkage assembly to allow the geometry to be just a little bit more racy, gives them a little bit more flexibility in the setup of the car, and also they have a wider sort of envelopes of camber that they can run, and caster and things like that. So they have a bit more setup option, and they certainly make use of that as they need to, as you can see the cars leaning on those slick tyres as they go through all the corners. As we go back to this lead group, Henry Heaton bouncing over the curb on the inside, but the car maintained its posture, and Lee Bristow has to give way, and there's that third place, and it's going to make it fourth place by the time James Murphy's finished with him. Murphy, little kiss there at the inside, and Tim Dickens, got a little bit of contact there, so unfortunately all that kind of concertina effect gave Lee Bristow nowhere to go. He's had quite a clout of his front of his car there, and he'd be worried about his radiator, I'm sure, although he's got back up to speed. That would have been a bit of a shock. He has to get his car. You can see the disappointed hand signal there. And Henry Heaton's also, after that little bit of contact from James Murphy, he's got a little bit of tyre rub on that rear wheel arch, so that will be, it can cause a little bit of to cut through the tyre, so he has to be a bit careful. Hopefully it will start to ping off, but nevertheless he's in that second place. Here's the replay of that. James Murphy just slightly out on the brakes, tucked on the inside. Henry came across his nose, and just as James Murphy just clipped the rear of Tim, as well as Tim sort of snuck up the inside, and that left nowhere to go for Lee Bristow. Really sad way he was right up there in that second place, which Henry Heaton is now there, but it's not looking absolutely for sure, given that he's got a tyre rub with that rear wheel arch. Sometimes you just get a lot of smoke and it doesn't mean anything, but it certainly will be affecting his straight line speed, as Aaron Head is really snaking them down here, down the long straight. It looks like they're on a warm-up lap, doesn't it? But no, all he's trying to do is shake the toe of the cars following, so that they don't get the added benefit, the extra miles per hour that you get from following the other car. He's pushing all the wind out the way, and he wants to make sure that they don't benefit from him moving all that air. And it can be worth, quite a few miles an hour at the end of that straight. Potentially at the end of Snetterton straight, you're probably talking somewhere between 5 and 10 miles an hour straight line speed advantage by following another car. There is that rear wing. It's sort of tucked up in an awkward way, isn't it? You would have thought if it was going to ping off, it would have pinged off by now. Normally we only attach these wings via nylon bolts so that they do ping off. That smoke, I think, is getting worse. You might have to consider going over things like, we've got James Murphy with a puncture, so that rear contact that he had from Bristow looks like it has now caused him to have a puncture. So what started off as the brilliant weekend with that win in race number 1 has become a bit of a nightmare for James Murphy, with a mechanical in race number 2 and now extra contact and a puncture out of in the rear left-hand side of his car. So the tail end of this weekend has been one to forget. We do run drop scores in this championship though, so he can remove that. He has 3 scores he can drop from his championship total, and no doubt a couple of these are going to be in that mix today. Aaron Heads continues to make that good progress. Henry's now fallen back behind the following 2 cars, with locking for that front left again, where we saw him locking up before. There's Tim Dickens now, who made his way all the way up through. So where we were talking about James making all that progress, well, Tim Dickens is now the person who's come from the back of the grid all the way to second. Can he rescue his weekend with a spectacular result? Let's all keep our fingers crossed for that for Tim Dickens, as Jake Swan follows him and Henry Heaton. Those 2 had that contact in the race before, but they are back out on track and circulating around. And there is Chris Moore is following on there as well. And Andy Lees, I'm hearing, actually had a fuel pressure issue. So the gauge he was seeing was showing no fuel pressure, so he had to come in and get it checked. But as soon as they released him, I'm guessing that means that all was well. Maybe a sensor issue. A little bit of an issue there for Chris Kirby on the grass. So what made that happen? I guess there was a little bit of lead up to that manoeuvre, but he's back onto the circuit. Aaron Head hits that sausage curb as he goes round the Nelson into the bomb hole. Henry Heaton's back up to speed, and that smoke's relented, hasn't it? So whether something sort of pinged off or it's whatever it was touching is now worn away, hopefully not down to the carcass, but the tyre certainly from the camera that I can see looks in good nick. It's not got a band on it. That is both Chris Kirby and Gary Lapidus going wide out of Hamilton. They kind of followed each other wide, didn't they? And Johnny Jarrett just ahead. So there's Lapidus also coming back onto the circuit. So they kind of just did it in sympathy. They both carried too much speed out there as we watch the leaders coming together again, aren't they? So where it was spreading out a little bit and Aaron Head looked like he was going to break away, it's not happening now. Tom Eden stuck in a little bit of middle ground. There's Chris Moore, lost his left rear, and you can see his rear panel of his car has also got a little bit of a dent, sort of, and suspiciously there, right where the wing's missing. So clearly there was a little bit of contact into the hairpin here a few laps ago. So we've completed 7 laps, we're on to our 8th lap. Fastest lap so far is James Murphy, but obviously if he doesn't record a score here, then that will go wanting, because that point will go missing with this race. Here comes Aaron Head then down to the Agostini hairpin. Still got that small gap. It's there, but it's not big, is it? It's certainly nothing comfortable. Tim Dickens happy to lead everyone else in there, following along behind. Aaron continues to weave and adjust so that they can't make full use of that toe. And Tim will have to be driving in his mirrors to protect from the attack from behind, from Henry and from Jake Swan and from Chris Moore. So they can find sight again. Dickens onto the grass there. Ideal preparation to get onto one of the most important tracks, corners, onto the Bentley straight. And you can see again the weaving starts. The ducks and drakes, and it's where one goes, the others will all follow up until the point they think they're going to get overtaken, and then they have to adjust their line to start defending rather than actually doing the weaving manoeuvre. Henry Heaton trying to go all the way around the outside of Tim Dickens. They're going to go sideways through contact, and their wheels interlocked as soon as and even more contact afterwards. So as soon as you go side by side, as soon as you make that contact, I think he might have broken the steering arm there, Henry, or he's hurt his arm. It could be I know he's susceptible to dislocating his arm, so we'll keep an eye out for that. But once you have wheel-to-wheel contact, they can often interlock, and then they lock together and they will not separate. And it's what looked like it happened there. Side by side through Brundle is never, and then into Nelson is never a good place to be. Tim wanted to hang on around the outside. Henry did drift out a little bit into Tim's line there, but that was always likely. And I'd say that secondary contact, you see that from the angle that those tyres of Henry's went to, certainly either the steering arm's broken or the wheel will have rotated quite quickly in his hand. So he's pulling back onto the circuit now, so whatever he was having to do to recover that car back, he's back up and running, but he's going to be far further down the order. And Tim Dickens obviously also not in a good position anymore. So some of those dreams are being fading as we've gone through this race. And with this 3 minutes to go, it was starting to come to a head, and I guess that's the reason. But it does mean that Aaron Head is out front now, and ahead of Chris Moore and then Jake Swan, who have inherited those podium spots after Tim Dickens and Henry have sort of helped themselves off of that track. And Tim Dickens is still there or thereabouts, but with only 3 minutes to go, we might get a couple of laps. In fact, no, I think that's Agostini we're going around, so I'm imagining we're on our penultimate lap. I didn't catch the time line, so we're on to penultimate lap now. So yeah, there's not a lot of time for Tim Dickens to come back to that podium. I'm sure he'll try, but it looks at the moment like Aaron Head's got quite a comfortable gap out front. Certainly we've had a bit of action in this race, haven't we? Aaron Head out front, Lee Bristow, Chris Moore and Jake Swan following along behind them. And they're all kind of separated. There's still enough time for them to catch up, but at the moment it looks rather like they're settled into that top three, doesn't it? But with a lap to go, and we've seen how much action we had in the last couple of laps, that could all change once more. And yeah, Tim Dickens still finding himself in that fourth place with his championship rivals all having awkward races. I think that could help. Aaron Head's still not slowing down, is he? He's absolutely hanging everything out there as he went through the bomb hole into Cora this time. Remember, they're at their third race of the weekend. They're tired. Their tyres are certainly going to be tired, and they're going to get 3 wide still between Johnny Jarrett, Gary Lapidus, and then front there that looks like that's a spar shot. And Chris Kirby follows on behind. So yeah, the races continue all the way through this midfield. See the eyes of Lapidus' car there. Johnny Jarrett following along. Chris Kirby just behind there, who we saw having those issues onto the grass. So their battle continues after they've all sort of regrouped from that. Sparshot just ahead. It is that lead battle. So the most intense battle on this final lap that we've got onto now is Chris Moore versus Jake Swan. Jake Swan will be very keen to take silverware home with him, I'm sure, but as will Chris Moore. He's been there or thereabouts for all these races, even leading in race 1 for quite a number of laps early on, and with great performance, but he has not got silverware, I don't think, taken away from this weekend yet, so this will be a nice thing for him to put on his mantelpiece once he gets home. So presuming they can get through this lap, but there's no guarantees there. There's only 3/10 between them when they went over the line, and you can see that's definitely not 3/10 between them at this point. So Jake Swan is on that move. He's right in the tow, looking for how he can make it. Where does he want to be though? So we've got that age-old question in Caterham. Does he want to lead on the end of this Bentley straight going out onto the last corner, or does he want to be in second place so that he can benefit from that tow? Again, it's a really difficult decision to make, and he's now only got a few corners left before he has to make that decision. Come down the Bentley straight, but you see now in head there, he's sort of rode the wave of all those issues, and he's managed to keep himself relatively clear of everybody, and has stuck out there out front, and Aaron Head's doing a great job, and still Jake Swan does take that lead in that second place battle, so he is willing to go through the last corner first. Can Chris Moore get that draft? He's going to be concentrating everything he's got now on making sure he gets through Coram, gets on the brakes well into Murray's, make sure he's right on the tail of Jake Swan so that he can make the best exit. Jake Swan gets a good exit though, that gives him a little bit of a run. Chris Moore is closing that gap. Has he got enough time before we get to the line? Aaron Head is the winner, no doubt about that. What's the second place going to be? Well, we're coming up side by side. Looks like Moore took it, although I don't think Jake Swan's come through on so his transponder didn't fire over the line that time. We're going to have to wait. Timing screen gives Swan third place, gives Chris Moore second, but I think there was no timing transponder as Jake went over, so we might see that correct itself as we then focus back on this battle here. Chris Kirby, and that's Jarrett, and then there's James Murphy. He's had a tyre change and he's right back out on the circuit, so that puncture he came in, had it changed, so I'm guessing that's so he can get a result, and he will still probably get some points. Whether that's points for a race, I'm not sure, but anyway, he's finished the race and crossed the line as a finisher. There's Barry Benham also coming through. He got lost in the middle ground, didn't he, after those early laps where he was leading that sort of chasing group, which must feel very good in your first ever race weekend, especially at this level in this top flight of Caterham Motorsport. So yes, quite an epic race, but let's have a look at the provisional results, and we will call them provisional. Aaron Head takes the win. We had Jake Swan, according to this now, has been put into second place, so they've had a review. Jake Swan did take second place over Chris Moore in third, Timothy Dickens fourth, Lee Bristow fifth, Tom Eden sixth, Dale Head seventh, Ian Sparshot eighth, Gary Lapidus ninth, and Chris Kirby took out the top 10. And then further on to the 11th was Johnny Jarrett. Barry Benham was 12th. Henry Heaton classified 13th here. Andy Lee's 14th. James Murphy classified in 15th. And breathe. You can see the drivers over in our Parc Ferme area lined up next to their slot. So yeah, it looks like Jake Swan was given that second place. As I said, his transponder didn't fire, so there's Aaron Head looking no doubt happy with himself after what was a fantastic, well managed race, wasn't it? He was never far away from the lead, but Sam is down there in the Parc Ferme, and she will be able to talk to our drivers, and we'll get their feedback now. Over to you, Sam.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Goodness me, that was an eventful race. I'm here with Aaron Head, our winner of race 3 at Snetterton. Congratulations, Aaron. Was it rather hot in that car?
Yeah, it seems to be going well. The pace was good. It was just hard to obviously break the pack as per usual, you know. Thankfully, Henry and I've forgotten who the other person was, but Henry ended up having a collision in the S's, and that was lovely. That was so well for me anyway. So and then managed to just keep the lead. Thankfully, I think it was like 5 minutes to go, just over. So yeah, it was a good race.
It was definitely good for us to watch, and you did start to break that toe at the end, didn't you, which hopefully gave you a bit of breathing space.
Yeah, it did. I had the 5 minute board, and then I saw that a couple of the boys were pretty close still, enough to catch up with each other, turn off of one another, but Yeah, thankfully we managed to. They were battling in between themselves. I was still trying to break toe a little bit on the last lap, just had enough to keep it nice and easy round and take the win.
Excellent. Well, congratulations.
Lovely, thank you.
Let's find Jake Swan. Here he is. I'm good, thank you. How are you, Jake?
I'm exhausted, but it was absolutely brilliant.
Looked like you were having a great battle there.
It was one of them where sometimes I was like, I'm just going to wait it out a little bit and see how it pans out. And yeah, no, it panned out in the end for us, you know, really happy. I think it was 1/100th we beat them by, so we'll take that, considering the start of the weekend we were 16th. So
Yeah, that's a great performance, isn't it?
I'm really happy, so yeah, chuffed. Gonna have a nice drink and a chill for a bit now, though. I'm knackered.
It is, especially with the heat, it's very exhausting.
Very warm. But yeah, no, good weekend all round, all things considered, and roll on the next one.
Excellent. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's go and have a word with Chris Moore. He's gone into the shade. Let's just go and see if he's all right. A few of the drivers in here having chats about the race. Congratulations, hello, on third place. Just needed to sit down and a bottle of water.
I had a bit of a whack and it just knocked my head, but I'm fine. I just thought I'd have a little sit down, see if it's all right.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, glad to hear it.
Thank you. Yeah, manic race though, so I think my plan when it was all kicking off was stay out of trouble, and it seemed to work. I was reining in Aaron at the end, but I needed a few more laps. So.
Yeah, it just wasn't quite long enough, was it? And how were the tyres in that third race?
Yeah, they started to really fall off at the beginning when we were all in a pack, and then when it spread out again, they came back down. So yeah, wasn't the end of the world. Not too bad.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, I think we've got some highlights to show you now, which has been quite a few highlights from that race. Over to you, Chris.
I think there certainly will be, yes. We've got a lot to cover, but the start was relatively calm, wasn't it? I think that was about the only bit of calm racing we had. But Lee Bristow out there early on, looked like he might make a break for it, but it didn't happen for him in the end. Henry Heaton was there up in the battle, and as well as Aaron Head throughout the whole race was up there, as was Chris Moore as well. So Chris Moore could be pretty happy with that, I would think. We were heading 3 wide into the turn 1 early as things settled in, but that was Aaron Head taking that lead. Henry Heaton riding over the bumps on the inside of that curb, and you can see all the other cars absolutely on the edge of the grid. Barry Benham there having a moment, looks like out of a car, maybe Murray's out of that, so that would have been an uncomfortable place to spin that car, but at this point Aaron Head broke away a little bit, but Lee Bristow was able to draw him back in alongside that, and at this point we had James Murphy up there as well, didn't we? With a little bit of a touch though from James Murphy, which then clipped the back of Tim Dickens, and then we saw Lee Bristow then pile into the back of it. He had nowhere to go. The concertina effect really did affect his race, and he got back up to speed, didn't he, after a little bit of delay while he got the gears all right. So a bit of tyre smoke from Henry Heaton's car, but there was still more drama for Henry Heaton and Tim Dickens a little bit later on in the race, but he did manage the tyre rub, but did solve itself. You can see there we had another tyre deflating on James Murphy. He went in to the pits and had that changed and went out to go and get a classified result. We had Chris Kirby and Gary Lapidus grass tracking, finding the absolute limit of those tyres, and you can see the amount of dirt they brought back on with them, as we then had this side-by-side moment, side-by-side with Henry Heaton and Tim Dickens. A little bit of contact, which then drew the cars together, and they had a bit of follow-on contact, and you saw Henry Heaton's tyres move left and right there, but Aaron Head out front and clear of the chasing group, which was then, it was Jake Swan and Chris Moore were left to pick up the pieces of who was going to be second and third. We didn't really know until after they crossed the line, because we weren't sure because the transponder went there. But anyway, they got the top 3, so Aaron Head and then Chris Moore was third with Jake Swan. And here we have the podiums, so Simon Lambert there getting ready to call out the winners. So, in third place we have Chris Moore. He said he had a little knock to the head. He walked away from his trophy and then had to walk back to it. A nice hug from Kirsty. It's a great performance by Chris Moore there to get third place with his trophies. We're going to be well happy with that. Skipping across to second place driver, and that is Jake Swan. What a recovery from a broken drive shaft. Another hug from Kirsty. A broken drive shaft after qualifying. He fought his way all the way through and has had some great results. And our winner today, Aaron Head, second win this weekend. So great result for him in his winner's trophy. Aaron looking very happy with himself there, and making sure he's looking nice and smart for the photographs. But that's certainly going to solidify Aaron's results. And coming into the weekend, he was in the lead of the championship, so that's definitely going to help him out there, isn't it? And as they go for their champagne shower, that's the second or third race for them, so they can actually get themselves drenched and not worry about smelling of horrible champagne after this race. And Chris Moore getting absolutely drenched there. Nice to see them enjoying the podium between themselves. That is not the end of the Caterham action, though. We still have another race to go, and that is the Caterham Roadsport Racing. They are due out in about 40 minutes, so go away, have your cup of tea, keep the stream on, though, keep us going, and in about 40 minutes' time, we'll be ready to go with the Roadsports. We look forward to seeing you back then.
There's a real allure to the idea of being a racing driver. On the what do I want to be when I grow up list, it's right up there with astronaut. It's associated with excitement, glamour and expense.
The thing is, you don't need all this fancy stuff to show off the Academy car. It's proper grassroots racing, but it's also probably the most affordable, cost-effective racing that money can buy for a proper racing series. And believe it or not, we've had this for 2 months now. Before we go any further, I wanted to have a deeper dive into the car and tell you what you need to participate in the Caterham Academy series. But first up, a quick history lesson.
In 1957, English automotive design engineer and inventor Colin Chapman built a lively little two-seater sports car. He wanted owners to be able to experience the pride of building their own cars and then take it on track, and came up with the mantra, simplify, then add lightness. And the 7 was born. Over 60 years later, Caterham still adheres to the original philosophy and turns out variants of the 7 with a lineup of models that range in power from 127 horsepower to 314 horsepower, with each car weighing just over half a tonne. The Academy is in its 26th year now, and with over 1,000 drivers taking part, it's considered one of Europe's most successful novice driver series.
And in terms of your car, for £30,000, which you can spread over finance for a couple of £100 a month, you get your very own road legal race car, which is yours to keep at the end of the series. And on paper, it doesn't sound like it packs the biggest of punches, but this is a Caterham.
The Academy car has a tuned 4 Sigma 1600 4-cylinder naturally aspirated engine. It has a maximum power output of 127 horsepower at 6,800 RPM, and it's not particularly earth-shattering in terms of torque with 150 Newton meters. However, its secret weapon is its weight, or lack of, topping the scales at around 550 kilograms.
All this means a power-to-weight ratio of 230 horsepower per tonne. Now here's where it gets a little bit confusing, because this car, when it's fully loaded with the roll bar and everything that you see here, weighs about 550 kilograms. The minimum weight that you can race in, that you must finish a race in, is 635 kilograms. So if, like me, you've got a paunch after the lockdown, you need to really consider your weight, because if you want to be super competitive and be at the top, weight, as we know in racing, means everything. And you have to finish your race 635 kilograms minimum, otherwise that's it. You don't get any points. And what that means with your power-to-weight ratio of 230 horsepower per tonne is you've got a car that will take you from 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds and have a top speed of 116 miles an hour. And believe me, in that thing, anything over 100 miles an hour, you certainly know you're doing it.
Caterham fits special Academy tyres which are designed by Avon with low grip in mind. This is done to help teach car control. We all know it's easy to go in a straight line, however, corners are where most people tend to lose their speed. By having less power, less grip and a weighty roll cage, you'll learn the art of carrying speed through a corner without losing control. It also makes for some pretty dramatic racing. You see, less power doesn't necessarily mean less speed. So for your £30,000, you get pretty much everything you need to race your car. You've got your roll bar, your harnesses, your fire extinguisher, you've got your rear rain light, which sadly we're going to need that in the UK. And everything is ready to race under the compliance of the BRSCC series. But like all manufacturers, there are optional extras such as tonneau covers, half doors, paint options. But the option I would tick before any other will be some sort of V-box, which essentially gives you racing data analysis on where you're going right, or sadly, more often than not, in my case, where I'm going wrong. So you can at least analyze it and study your data to try and get a little bit better. Now don't forget, this is a Caterham and you can choose to build your car yourself. Believe it or not, 40 to 50% of people, Caterham say, build their own Academy car, which I find quite astonishing, but it's a great way to know all about your car and how it operates and how all the nuts and bolts go together. And I've got to say, I've learned more in this last couple of months about mechanics of a car than I think I've learned in the last 30 or 40 odd years. And even though I didn't build my own car, I still felt part of the process from a very early stage because I was involved in the design of the car. And Caterham were brilliant. I fired through a few different design ideas and so did they, and we agreed on a livery that I thought was absolutely fantastic. And when the cover first came off with Simon Lambert at their headquarters, it was a real wow moment. There's been a bit of a curveball since then, and that was from me because subsequently our TV show On the Road has been sold internationally, which you'll see more about soon, and we're planning a Series 2 which will come out hopefully towards the end of the series. So we had to juggle things around a little bit to get the logos on the road. So you might have noticed for those observant ones about you, it's changed a little bit from the day we picked it up. There's a little bit of a spanner in the works because although Caterham and MFX Wraps, who did the original wrap, were so helpful and would do anything for us to put the new logos on, we're based in the southwest, they're based in Gatwick. It's about a 360, 370 mile round trip. So we went to our local dealer to help us out. And there's 5 dealerships around the UK, so there's probably one fairly close to you. You've got Gatwick, Oakmere, Silverstone, Crazy Horse, and our local dealerships near Bristol is Williams Automobiles, who I've known for many, many years. And they put us in touch with a designer called Ikin from ICM Designs, who has the funkiest Caterham designs I've ever seen. He also does helmets and all sorts of really cool designs. I'm definitely going to use him for some other stuff as well. We agreed in the end that we wanted to keep with the original ethos that MFX Wraps and Caterham and I agreed in the beginning with the black, red and white. So we just changed things around just a little bit to accommodate the new logos and to make sure that we're still on brand. But he's a very talented guy, and I think I can get a helmet done from him in the future as well. So with the design in the bag, we went to another local company through Williams, who they use for their Caterham specialist wrapping called Shades Wraps. They're also in Bristol, and they put this together and took it apart, like I think with their eyes closed. But we have before us the final design, the final Caterham car that you'll see for the rest of the season, hopefully all in one piece. And you might have noticed that we've stuck with black wheel arches and a black nose cone. In fact, loads of the Academy cars have done the same thing, and that's because it's real bumper-to-bumper, wheel-to-wheel racing, and you'll often finish a race without some of your body panels on the car. And the good news for me is Caterham are looking after my car, so they're going to replace any items I break, so I've got nothing to lose. Those 50-50 situations, I'm going to have my elbows right out and try and muscle the little Caterham through any space I can possibly find. But having said that, I do love this car, and I'm probably, I would say, going to be the first media driver ever to want to buy their car at the end of the season. I've really become attached to it already. I'm hooked. I'm hooked on this Caterham experience and hope to go from the Academy to the next level up, which will follow in another video. Of course, safety in motor racing is super important these days, and as such, you're required to have some fairly extensive gear, plus a few other bits thrown into the mix that may come in handy. This includes a big warm jacket and a bobble hat, fireproof underwear, often referred to as Nomex, a 770-piece Caterham Lego set, optional, a full-face crash helmet, this one's painted by Piers Dow, which should knock a second off my lap times, a snazzy set of fireproof overalls, some kind of FHR front head restraint, which is typically either a hands device or a hybrid FHR with body straps, and a nice pair of gloves. So there you have it, your £30,000 gets you your very own road legal race car. It also gets you a racing license, tech support from Caterham, and lots of other guidance from Caterham as well. It gets you, of course, the racing, but I think most importantly, you become a racing driver.
What's happening? Brands Hatch. I always love coming to Brands Hatch, but Paul, what have you brought me here for?
I brought you here today for the Caterham driving experience with these wonderful looking cars. I like this in orange.
And what does it entail?
Oh, I'm glad you asked, because first up, a bit of drifting, good fun, and then a couple of mystery challenges, which you're going to love.
And have you driven a Caterham before?
Get on to that in a minute. Come on, listen.
You haven't, have you?
No, I've never driven a Caterham.
I knew that you're going to go drifter. You've got no chance.
This is what we've got to do now.
Looks easy, doesn't it?
I'm glad you think so.
Kick the clutch, get the wheels spinning, lift off, catch him with a throw, lift, catch, power, drift. And you've never driven a Caterham ever before?
Let's box, baby. Very good.
Well, you ready for it?
I'm ready.
Well, where's your silly helmet, your Union Jack one?
The moped's in for a service.
The moped's in for... Get in.
Well, it'd been a while since I last went drifting, and let's be fair, he was always going to be annoyingly difficult to beat, but I still wanted to give him a bit of a run for his money.
He's going for it straight away. Not a good idea. It's a blur of hands with Paul. It's just... Helmet's on, ruins my hair.
Mate, he wants to get out. I don't know why. Oh, very good control. He's annoyingly good at this.
So that was that was a lot of fun. The tyres were overheating.
The tyres were wrecked, and I blame Tiff, so the Caterham crew sorted out a fresh set of rubber, and I headed back out for a second run.
But those new tyres, they're gripping a bit better. He's better. That's good now. That's good, Paul. That was good. Now, not too mad. Now ease off, ease off. That's good. Yeah, good. Right, okay. Yeah. Now half throttle. Good. Now full throttle. Now off the throttle. Yeah, good. Now more throttle. No, oh, you had it. Then you had it. You had it.
Champion-elect.
Good, Paul. You're looking better. He's not really. I just said that to make him feel happy. He's got the slalom bit quite good. Now, this is it. Right, now more throttle. Now more. Off. Good. Yes. Yes. He can drift. He can drift. He can drift.
Before the car needed another pair of tyres, we moved on from drifting to see what else the Caterham driving experience could throw at us. So here's the first of our mystery challenges, this 7310R. Nice colour.
Lovely. So what's the challenge?
Well, all you got to do is drive through the slalom. Simple as that.
Just drive through a slalom.
That's it.
After we've done all that drifting.
You go first. Come on, it'll be a lot of fun. Trust me, it's a mystery challenge.
But just to drive through a slalom.
Focus on that word mystery, Tiff. It's all about the start. Go as fast as you can at the start, okay?
Well, round the end.
Round the end. Are you going left or right to this cone?
I'm going left the first cone, obviously.
Okay. I forgot to tell you, the steering rack is upside down. Your left, your right, your right.
So that was funny, didn't you? You thought that was funny?
3, 2, 1, go. Ooh. They've detuned this, I'm so delighted to say, because you imagine if that had all the power. That's better.
Concentrating.
That's better.
I've got a bit tight.
Southampton, any new signings for the summer?
Stop talking to me.
Any new signings for the summer? Get the back end out. Oh, look, that's a nice tree over there. Look. Oh, some nice people.
Oh, wrong. I nearly went the wrong way again.
Oh, Tiff, Oh, that's a shame. I want you to concentrate. Yeah, that's it. Do you always make that face when you concentrate?
Yes.
Yeah, nice, very nice.
Now, this is the hardest bit, is lining up at the finish.
Right, left, no, right, left.
Stop the clock!
Oh, that was good.
34.44. Go and show the camera, 30, so you can't cheat. 34.44.
That was very good. Okay, get out.
Get off. You imagine that people drive these to the Nürburgring and back.
Well, you want to know someone well, wouldn't you? It might work better if you steer, actually. Right, are we going to have a practice first, or are you going to just
No,
let's just go?
I never practice at all.
So,
you get 3 runs.
That's right, that's left.
Yeah.
Did you stay in first gear?
Yeah, God, what okay. That was complicated enough. Raise up, ready, steady, go! Whoa, wait. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, he's going for it. Whoa, no. No way.
Which way am I going? No, that way.
You're doing rather well. I'm very disappointed. You're obviously good, but it's all good now. Try and
Oh. Stop the clock! Yes! First go, 10 seconds! Get in there! Boom, shakalaka! Yeah! What's so difficult about that, Tiff? Once Tiff came to terms with his crushing defeat, it was time for our third and final challenge. I've got to say, I don't think I've ever enjoyed a discipline so much as that one.
You got lucky. Anyway, what have we got now? Don't tell me now it's the steering wheel's connected to the rear wheels or something.
Bog standard 360i, longer and wider, so a bit more comfortable as well.
A bit more room for me. You were helped by that being short.
Come on, you go first.
No. I've learned now your tricks. You learnt a lot from me. You're going first on this one.
No problem at all.
There'll be some catch.
I'm going to have to take my shades off for this, even though it's very sunny.
Very unlike you.
Because what? You've got to wear these upside down goggles. Oh, that is horrendous. I feel sick already.
Oh, look, this is the long wheelbase, wide one.
Wider as well. Beautiful, isn't it? Inside.
No, but you can go to the Nürburgring in this without being on top of each other.
You might be on your own there, son.
What can you see?
I can see. Oh, this is horrendous. Where's the wheel? Oh, you're not going to like this.
Are you ready?
Am I in gear?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
You're doing quite well.
Oh, I've lost
round the barrel.
This
no,
way
other side.
When can I turn? When can I turn?
Well, I can't. That's your job. I'm not being a
Come on,
navigator.
tell me.
No, that's cheating.
I can't see a single
That's
thing.
your problem. Can't you turn your head left and look where you're going?
No, it doesn't work that way. But it's going to be quick. Oh yes. Oh yes,
close.
baby. Oh yeah. You get ready to stop that clock, Tiff. Get ready. Stop the clock. Stop it.
No, you've got to stop the car.
Yes.
31.03.
Yes. You are not going to beat that.
How do you know where you're supposed to go? I can't do this. Oh, I've hit something now. What's happening now? Something's hooting.
Are you ready?
Oh, yeah.
Steady, go. Oh, flying start. Very good start. Okay, keep it tidy. That's good. That's very good. Keep it going. That's it. Well done. Very, very good. Getting a bit confident. Ooh, getting very confident indeed.
I've lost it. I've lost it. Where are they? There they are. I've lost them for a while. Am I on the right track?
You were doing so. I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not allowed to navigate. Oh, where are you going?
Where's the next lot? I've lost them. I've lost them. I don't know where I am. And stop the clock.
Oh, well, that was a fun day, wasn't it? That's harder than it looks. Much harder than it looks. You've got to have a super intelligent brain. It's got to be wired up so incredibly accurately to be able to take these tasks on. No mere mortal can do these tasks, Tiff. Don't be upset with yourself.
Your brain's not wired right.
You need to be superhuman, Tiff.
I'm going back to proper driving.
I'm just going to relax in the sun, bask in my glory.
wrong.
I wanted to drive the car to at least one race, and given I'm least likely to bin it with only me on track in a sprint race, it seemed Kerbera, the opening race of the season, was the perfect choice.
Now, with all best laid plans in a Caterham, I had planned on talking you through this journey all the way there, all 3.5 hours of it, but I just dropped my microphone down the side of the seat getting in the car. So if you think that I'm going to take all this out to find the microphone, I'm sorry, I can't do that. I've already had to psych myself up for this whole journey, so hopefully you can hear this, and I'll do something maybe a bit later, or voiceover.
So, voiceover it is. After a quick stop, kind of en route to Pearsdown, the helmet sprayers, to pick up my new lid, it was a perfect time to remember that old phrase, all the gear and no idea. And 190 miles later, the car was well and truly warmed up and ready. So here we are, the first race of the 2021 Caterham Academy season, albeit this one's against the clock and not with 25 or so other Caterhams together on track. There are 7 races in total. This one, the Kerbera Sprint, then May is at Mallory Park, June is at Knock Hill, July at Silverstone GP, August at Brands Hatch Indy, September at Croft, and it finishes in October at Snetterton. There was a really brilliant vibe in the pits, helped in part that it was a beautiful spring day with just perfect weather conditions. I'm not quite sure I'll be saying the same about Snetterton in October. First up was the track walk, where everyone seemed quite chilled, even though the figure of 8 needed some sort of concentration level to work out which way to go. Kerbera, by the way, is a sprint track located near Lichfield, which is in the centre of England. It's got this real charm, it's sort of small and quaint and run by passionate people who clearly love all sorts of motorsport. The track is relatively tight and most of which will be taken in second gear. The Academy car record is 65.34, set by Blair McConaughey in 2019. The only difference to this year over Blair's record-setting time was competitors can't now warm their tyres up. So I hope you noticed the racing driver excuses are coming out already. So it was time for each car to head out for a couple of practice laps, where for many people, including my pit neighbour John, it was literally the first time they'd ever set foot in their own cars. And John makes a mean cup of coffee, by the way, just in case you're wondering. Practice didn't end great for me as I had a puncture, meaning I had to swap my rear offside tyre with an old front tyre. Now this typically wouldn't matter, but given the camber on the front wheels of a Caterham, things were not looking good. Enter racing driver excuse number 2. But after a hearty lunch, it was down to business and to see who had what in the locker. I was up on the early pace in practice, but exceeded track limits on both of my runs, so I went out for a bit of a banker on my first time run and came in with a solid 67.42, putting me into 3rd place overall. The early pace was set by Jeff Newman, who's definitely going to be one of the star drivers of this series. Round 2 was super tight and most drivers were improving on their previous times. And one of the great things about this series is it doesn't matter what standard you are, and watching people coming back into the pits with big smiles on their faces after beating their first runs was brilliant. Just before me and on the other side of my pits was young Freddie Chiddix, who together with many others was quietly putting in some quick times, so the pressure was mounting. With my banker in the bag, I went a bit more gung-ho in round 2 and took over a second off with a time of 66.5 seconds, keeping me in 3rd place overall. I was really happy with my time, but I felt I had another 4 or 5 tenths as I kept getting massively out of shape on the big left-hander midway through the run. Interestingly, after 2 runs, only 4 100ths of a second separated Freddie and myself from 3rd place overall, so it was all to play for in the 3rd and final run. My closest 3 rivals all went out before me and all improved on their previous times, with the leader in the clubhouse, Ian Harris, setting a sensational 66.14, with Jeff just 100th of a second behind him and Freddie smashing a 66.25. I knew I had a sub 66.14 in me, so it's time to bring home the gravy. felt brilliant. I was smooth, calculated, left foot braking, squeezing the gas. I even managed to nail my nemesis corner. Everything was going so well until the final sprint down to the line. So near yet so far. Sadly, I can't even blame the lack of tyre warming or my very unlucky puncture, and I finished 4th place overall based on my inability to change from 2nd gear to 3rd. Massive congratulations to Ian and to everybody who raced. I met some lovely people and I really enjoyed every single minute of it. Huge thanks also to the marshals and to the team at Caterham for making it such a lovely environment to be around. So that was it, race 1. Just pipped a podium place. I blame the tyres, of course, and the sun and the moon and everything else. But luckily for me, my old mate Lucky Supercars has offered me a lift back in the height of luxury, and the Caterham boys have taken my car back to Gatwick. So I'm going to celebrate with a Magnus. I don't even like cider, but celebrate with a nice cold Magnus, sit back and enjoy the journey. Cheers. So it's round 4 of the 2021 Caterham Academy Championships, and this one's going to be good. Not only is it being held on the famous Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, but also for the first and only time this season, we've got the white and green group on track together, meaning nearly 50 cars lining up on the grid. A typical British summer's day meant unpredicted showers, where it's fair to say my tyre choice, gambling on low-tread tyres for a dry session, didn't quite go according to plan. So a very wet track, no tyre tread, together with some really dubious wet weather lines, meant I qualified well down in 14th place overall, but I had to start from the 10th row of the grid, 19th place overall, due to the way that Caterham have split the whites and greens down opposite sides. And to make matters even worse, I missed the checkered flag on the final lap of qualifying and embarrassingly have ended up with 3 points on my racing licence for carrying on. What an absolute muppet.
Paul, after that qualifying, I don't think you should be looking so tall. Come on, back down to earth, back right down to earth. That's better. What were you doing?
Obviously, I went for a silly gamble. I went for dry tyres, a dry setup, really low profile.
So there was a huge downfall of rain about half an hour before qualifying, and you went for a dry tyre setup. You mean these tyres here with hardly any tread left at all?
Probably the only one that went for that setup. So it would have been spectacular had the sun been out like this and the track be dry like this, but sadly it was the complete opposite. It was
10th fastest green, which means because it's row by row whites and greens, you're going to be 19th on the grid.
So on the 10th row of the grid?
Yes.
I'm going to put wet tyres on, probably. Well, I don't know. If it's like this, I'm not going to do that. I don't know. Help me out. I'm confused.
I'll just be watching. I'll give you top 10 minimum.
So where am I going to finish?
I don't care. Got to be in the top 10. Leave them alone now, but just think about it, will you, a bit more? Concentrate a bit harder. Mark, a bit of the sort of surprise of the day. Second fastest in the green group. You're the slow burner. What's your best result so far?
4th at Mallory so far in the dry. It's the first driving in the wet today, so hopefully I'll continue to do that, and it'll be wet this afternoon.
Jeff, a blistering lap time at Silverstone this morning in the very, very wet conditions. What was the secret of that lap time?
I've got absolutely no idea, to be honest with you. I just found myself
away by myself. I didn't really have a tow, didn't really have anyone to feed off, so I just did what made sense to me, which was to stay off the racing line, and that seemed to pay dividends. So yeah, just really good fortune.
Mike, you're one of, 6 Mancunian mates that have all joined the Academy together. When did you start hatching this plan?
It was a very, very kind of last-minute decision. I think we've done a few track days over the last couple of years in touring cars, and Simon, who's just behind me over there, went and saw a dealer, and within 24 hours we bought 6 cars and signed up for a midlife crisis.
So who's winning the Manchester Championship so far?
Richard Ainscough. He's super smooth, great in the wet. And yeah, super consistent.
Are you all in the same white or green group?
We're all in the white group. Yeah, they put us all together. So we're trying to get a wager on it for our own little competition.
And your personal position at the moment of these 6?
Probably second or third. I'm Mr. Erratic. I think the commentator at Knockhill called me Mad Mike because I was a bit flamboyant. So the wet doesn't really suit me. I didn't finish at Mallory, and didn't have a great qualifier today either.
William leading the white group of the championship, second fastest white in the qualifier at Silverstone. Was that down to your great win at Mallory in the wet? Are you the rain master?
I don't know, it's probably too early to say, but yeah, I sort of think I'm doing all right in the wet. So hopefully try and keep it that way.
It's funny as the year's developing, different people start to become contenders, don't they? Some are slower starters. You've got them running really quickly to lead the championship. Are you worried they're going to start catching you a bit more often?
No, it's already happening. I mean, I haven't quite got my head around Silverstone in the dry, and there's guys coming in quite a bit quicker than me. So for sure, hot on my heels, big time.
Charlie Lower, looking to go a bit higher. Oh no, that's an awful joke, isn't it? That's you won at Kerborough, and you Mallory, you're on the pace. You had a bit of a rough time at Knockhill.
Yeah, a little bit of a rough time, but I had a big incident in first corner. I qualified joint third by the same 100th of a second. So then I started in fourth, the guy started in third, and I thought I'd drag race him into the first corner, but he had the same idea too. So
it didn't work. Now, of course, Charlie, I mean, we met before. You're a stunt driver and stuff, and people see me sliding around on telly and say, well, that's no way to be a racing driver. And it can be a problem if you're used to stunt. You have to actually slide less to go faster. Have you found that yourself?
Yeah, definitely, 100%. And it's being less aggressive. All the stunt stuff we do is high aggression at low speed, so it's trying to make something look as flash and as fast as possible whilst going slow.
See, that's why I do it on telly. You see, I do it like that's why we know how to drive properly anyways, don't we, John?
Yeah. But yeah, it's then just like dialing it in, and actually understeer is a bit faster than oversteer, unfortunately.
I know that, I know. It's so disappointing, isn't it? We have to go fast, you can't be spectacular.
Definitely.
James, I know you're watching the Grand Prix. I'm sorry, everybody, but it's not started yet. It's not. James, you're third on the grid, tricky Silverstone. You're moving up the pack now. Best result, fourth, was it at Mallory? So now, a win today?
Fingers crossed. That's the plan. But considering my testing, I'm a lot happy with my grid position today. So the rain seemed to help. So I'm slightly praying for some more rain this afternoon.
You got a bit pushed back by the white group, sort of getting in the way a bit annoying, or are you happy with that?
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't annoyed by it, but...
Because you were like, what, 5th fastest, but you're going to line up 8th or 9th, is it?
4th overall, but yeah, I'm sort of P6 or 7 on the grid, so a little bit annoying, but same for everybody.
So, a few hours later, it was time for our formation lap and to get ready for this 20-minute race, and thankfully, this time, it was dry.
So as the 50 Caterhams head out for their race, the track is now bone dry, but there are some rather nasty black clouds in the distance. We just hope Paul has picked the right tyres this time. He actually qualified 14th fastest overall, but for some strange reason they've split the grid in half with the green group on one side, the white group on the other, which has put him down into 19th place. I'm hoping top 10 at least. Come on, Paul, where are you? Where are you, Paul? There you are. He's waving. Oh, no. Stop waving. He's waving. Why does he wave at everybody? This is his trouble. I'm told him to concentrate. Waving.
Lining up on pole position was Jeff Newman from the green group, with Gareth Lucas second, leading the white side of the grid. Mark Kendall slots into third on the grid, and fourth on the grid is William James, who interestingly would have qualified well down in 8th place overall if it wasn't for the green and white split. Then on the third row of the grid, we have James Cook for the greens and Charlie Lower for the whites. All I could hope for was another good start and at least have a chance of getting through some of this packed field to get back into the mix. It was time for lights out. another great start. What a shame these aren't drag races, but 4 places made before we even hit the first corner. Giles Perry got a little spin on, and I managed to hold off a bit of stiff competition from Oliver Hardick on the outside, and I was up to P14. It was a dream start and so far so good, but with a whole host of cars in front, I knew it was going to be no easy task getting through this lot. Fred Chinnix ran wide at Chapel, opening the door for me to move up into P13. And despite some real pressure from Fred, I managed to keep position all the way up the hanger straight. Caterham racing is such an intense affair, and with Richard Ainscroft and James Moon scrapping it around Vale, it was late on the brakes and another couple of positions made. With a good exit, I even managed to nip past Tom Minty Noakes and get up to 10th place. Quite a bit of curb on the exit of Club, trying to listen to my mentor Tiff, and onto the Hamilton Straight. And actually that curb, we'll be seeing that a little bit later in the video. So by the time I reached Village on the first lap, I was really surprised to be in touching distance of the main pack, who were all busy scrapping it out around the loop and Aintree. So for me, it was all about a good exit at Aintree to get the toes down the Wellington Straight, which I fluffed monumentally, poking around the completely wrong side of Harry George, who, by the way, he's 22 years old and not 17, as we were incorrectly informed on our previous video. So all that brilliant momentum was slightly paused as the pack approached Brooklands for the first time, but still, if you said I was going to make 9 places on the first lap, I would have taken that all day long.
We can hear loads of tyre squealing from the complex, but now towards the end of the first lap, here they come, like the charge of the Light Brigade. Caterham's everywhere. He's 10th! He's 10th! He's got from 19th to 10th! Oh, Paul! Come on! No, he's in the gravel! Oh, he was a bit, but now he's out again.
A couple of wheels on the gravel on the exit of Woodcote. I'm trying to take a bit more curb and be a bit more aggressive, listening to what Tiff's trying to tell me. And then I don't know why I do this, but a ridiculous vanity wave to my girlfriend Katie, who was watching from the BRDC with Tiff. Really, I need to stop these hand gestures, but I guess it's a little bit better than the one I did at Knock Hill at least. Coming up to Beckett's on lap 2, where I'm back in touching distance with the main pack. And a really good exit onto the hanger straight, and what looks like some brave late braking, but actually picking up place on Harry George and James Cook. But then coming into Stowe, there was a yellow flag, so I gave the position back to James, but with a lot of very confusing hand waving. I think I confused myself more than the other drivers. A green flag, and it was racing again. Hot on James's heels, good through Abbey, and really good out of farm, made the move on Village, quite an easy one. Well, it should have been an easy one, but I stuck into second for some extra engine braking as I thought I was going to overshoot the corner, and I ended up sliding around a little bit. I never seem to make things easy as the other guys.
He's got his lights on, he's kissing the gravel, he's up to 7th, waving, shouting. Hopefully he can catch the 6 ahead, and who knows where he can get to.
Then, like a scolded cat, Fred Chinnix passed me on the start of lap 3 to push me back down to 8th position. Really nasty lunge at the loop on poor old Mark Kendall, who's doing brilliant in the championship and also did brilliantly to avoid me. Thanks, Mark. I owe you a beer. And then the most amazing battle down the Wellington Straight, side by side, both hanging onto Freddie's toe, where I managed to hold position on the inside coming into Brooklands. A clean exit and both hands firmly on the wheel with no vanity waves this time, as things were really starting to hot up.
So Jeff Newman has made the break. Somehow he's broken the toe, but the pack behind with Paul again kicking up dust. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The spinners out on the track there recovering. It's all going everywhere.
A couple of cars running wide coming out of Copse, including Gareth Lucas, who also then ran off track at Maggots, rejoining the pack just in front. I was now up to P7 with the fast boys, so it wasn't just about overtaking, but also defending. And at the end of Hanger Straight, Mark Kendall gets in a tow and puts a move down the outside. This was just such brilliant wheel-to-wheel racing, and it felt so safe. No unpredictable swerving or silly moves. Nothing but big respect to Mark, whose driving I had every confidence in. Another great exit at Farm, and for a change it was easy pickings up the inside of Ian Harris, and it was up to P6 overall. As we've said so many times, it's so important to get your corner exit right so you take maximum speed and momentum down the straights. And here at Silverstone, in an Academy car, is probably one of the key things to perfect. Coming into Brooklands, and a good move just ahead by Gareth down the inside, and the cars around him giving plenty of room to make sure he could stay on that racing line. Those toes just make such a huge difference in these cars, and it really helped me put him in a good position coming up to Copse, where Gareth Lucas ran wide again, so I managed to nip in front of him and at the same time past Charlie Lower, who also ran slightly wide. So from P19 to P4, and with second and third place just in front, was this finally going to be my podium day? The answer was a resounding no. And this is where things really started to go downhill fast. In my wisdom, I was trying to get Fred and Mark to work together to catch the leader, Jeff. So I tried waving my hands around as if they'll get the signal, and then I ran massively wide at Beckett's, scrubbed off all my speed at Chapel, and then was overtaken by 3 cars, 4 a breadth, up Hanger Straight. All I could do was put my head down in shame. So instead of staying with the breakaway pack of Fred and Mark, I dropped back into the chasing pack. And trust me, I'll never ever do this silly hand waving ever again. Then it was the last of the late breakers, where Charlie Lower was so lucky not to take out Mark and Fred, completely missing the corner. Meanwhile, Gareth Lucas also missed his braking and blocked me from turning in, and then I just managed to avoid Charlie Lower rejoining the track. It was non-stop racing action. And really, there's just no point in whites racing greens and vice versa. Although we're sharing a track together, we're in completely different championships. That didn't seem to stop everybody having a real go at trying to get that overall position. Another nice corner, the loop, and that all-important exit down the Wellington Straight, where I managed a much more respectful move on Mark Kendall up the inside of Brooklands. But as with all Caterham races, this is topsy-turvy stuff, and Mark then did the move on me at Croft, only to have the move done by me again coming into Maggots. It was all getting a bit too much. And then those silly hand signals about working together again. I promise that no future race will they ever see the light of day again. After 5 previous laps of curb abuse, all within track limits, I hasten to add, it was one too many and my camera took a knock. So on what was going to be our penultimate lap, Ian Harris left the door open at Village, slotting me back up to 5th place overall behind Gareth Lucas, where the positions would remain as we headed down the Wellington Straight up towards Brooklands. Gareth turned into the corner nice and early on the defensive line and shut the door on any potential move, so I took the corner on the standard racing line just ahead of Ian Harris and Charlie Lower, who were also on the standard racing line directly behind me. Then Gareth seemed to outbrake himself, ran wide, completely missed the apex, and I successfully slowed down for the corner, which Gareth then tried to recover by turning directly back into me and causing a collision, effectively ruining my race again. I was absolutely gutted. I just couldn't believe what had just happened. It will never cease to amaze me why the race leader of the white group would be so reckless to try and block another car that's in a completely different championship. The mind really does boggle. So, race over. It was time to calm down a little bit, count to 10, and to catch up with Tiff in Parc Fermé.
Paul has blew on that wheel. You're a mudguard, Mason. What a fantastic race. You were going for 4th and it got so busy.
Group. He's not even in my group, and I could see them. He was weaving, stopping everybody going past, and I thought, well, look, that's fair enough. Just do my own thing. And then, he ran wide, I went up the inside, and then just went straight back over again. But it's easy to say that now. Heat of the moment. I'll review my footage. I'll do it amicably. But
That's a good idea, I think, Paul. That's a good idea.
Look, I had a fantastic race up until that moment, and then it kind of went a bit.
We'll just use that bit, not the first bit, all right? We had a fantastic race until that moment. That's probably the best bit, Paul, to sum it up. And one of the wonderful things about Caterham racing, you can tell by the buzz and the hum how much all these people that never raced before this year have had the most amazing experience around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. They'll all be blaming someone else for whatever went wrong, but they've all had a great day, and that's what Caterham Academy is all about. Jeff, back to the top step of the podium. An amazing breakaway. You were just in a bundle, then suddenly you came around about 4 seconds clear. How did you manage to make that break?
Yeah, so to be honest, I really don't know. It just so happened I was in the flow, just absolutely going for it. Maybe they got caught up, I don't know, having a little bit of battle.
So you must have looked in your mirrors and thought, whoa, lucky days.
I did, yeah. I think that Charlie made a small error going into Brooklands, just overcooking it slightly, and as a consequence I was just able to pull away. At the end of the day, like most racing, it's who makes the fewest mistakes tends to win. So thanks to everyone and the marshals for making it a great day.
Well done. Great. Cheers. All the best. Cheers.
Cheers.
Harry George, you didn't make my pre-race interviews because you're only 4th. And I said I'd interview if you won. Yes. But you finished 2nd, but you've had a great day. Where did you finish overall?
I don't know.
It's that hectic, Caterham racing. He doesn't even know where you finished. But you had a wonderful race around the Grand Prix circuit. That's the main thing.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I got a good start. I was trying to stay with the lead pack, but I just spent the whole time fighting, and the lead pack dropped us. And yeah, I was just swapping positions all the time from the toe. But
that's what it's all about. Caterham racing, you enjoy it. That's the main thing.
Yeah. Still happy with the 2nd place. I can't complain.
Cheers. Freddie, you were depressed after qualifying because you had the wrong tyres, whatever excuse you had for the morning. But from 15th on the grid to 2nd overall, you must be pretty chuffed with that.
I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, I had some pretty good racing along the way. Luckily, first couple of laps I made a lot of places, so gutted that we didn't catch Jeff in the end. But a very good race. I'm happy with that, and it makes up for my atrocious qualifying.
All right, we'll see you. Good luck in the next round. Charlie Lower. You've only won a sprint before today. Now you've won a proper race. How does that feel?
Oh, unbelievable. I did not expect that. Especially to be battling the lead with Jeff halfway round. That was amazing. It was so good.
It was great to show that the top of the white group, top of the green group are very much on par now. But Jeff got away. How did that happen? Did you see what went wrong, or did you all have a bit of a battle and let him go?
It was just me and Jeff at the front for a long time, and I just overcooked it. I'm getting greedy. I thought I'd get on him, but couldn't get there.
There were a couple of positives. I got the 3rd fastest lap overall behind the race winner in 2nd place, and I had another good fun hack through the pack. But of course, it was hugely disappointing to be taken out for the 2nd race running. These things happen in racing, and there's absolutely no hard feelings towards the slightly over-enthusiastic Gareth, who was penalised by the stewards with points on his licence and a 5-place grid penalty for the next race at Brands Hatch, where I hope to break my elusive search for a podium.
Welcome back to Snetterton for the final Caterham action of today's race meeting. We have got a 20-minute race for the Caterham Roadsport Championship drivers. I know they're all down there in assembly area already, and Sam's with Benja Headley for us. Over to you, Sam.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, we've got Benja Headley here, number 99. Benja came into the this weekend second in the championship. Obviously at the moment he's down in 19th place. I believe there were some issues in testing on Friday.
Yeah, there was a little bit. I did speak to the rest of the guys to see if they'd be happy here with all the instability in Russia. Fuel prices are very high. Sadly they didn't go for it, and today I just wanted to race my buddies James and Mike anyway, so I thought, you know, come round this bit.
That's very thoughtful of you. I don't know why they wouldn't have gone for that, but I wish you all the best.
Thanks, man.
We'll have a chat with another couple of guys, but I'll head back to you, Chris, first, while I get those all sorted.
No worries. Yeah, Benja Headley there. He was right at the front of the field at Brands Hatch. So yeah, kind of it's strange to see him so far down in qualifying, and he didn't really make a move through in the race either. So it's good to hear that he's it's more like the testing. I think he got compromised by that wet weather in that testing that we had on Friday. So such different weather conditions that we've had over the race weekend that really didn't get much representative time lapping around this Snetterton 300 circuit. And say sun we've had all day, and a little bit of cloud cover now as we approach the end of the day, and a little bit more breeze than we've had, but still nothing to write home about right now. And you can see that we've still got absolutely perfect racing conditions out on circuit. Like I say, this is our final race action for the day, and Theo Theato is with Sam down in assembly.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Yes, the clouds come over a little bit now, but it's still very warm, but a bit cooler for these guys. Yes, I'm here with Theo. Theo, how was yesterday's race for you? Not quite what you expected?
The race was amazing. It was exactly what I expected in terms of fun, in a dogfight with these brilliant drivers to my left and right. And the finishing position was irrelevant.
Oh, sorry, I'll let you go. You're heading out onto the grid. Good luck. Yes, they're all heading out now. But what a great design he's got on his car, designed by himself. And he was explaining to me that it's Cat Motorsport, he's called it. And that's because he's got a McLaren and a Caterham. So very cleverly done there.
Indeed, and also he says he actually prefers driving the Caterham. That gives him more fun and pleasure than his McLaren. There we go. Not the good advert for McLaren, but a great advert for how much fun these Caterham Roadsport cars are. He would have been in the Academy Championship last year, so this is the second step in the road sports for the of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. They gave us a great race yesterday, and we're looking for more of the same. There was 32 cars on the grid yesterday, and yeah, the last action we've got for Caterham, we certainly look to go out with on a high, and they always deliver. Yep, they're still learning their craft though. Academy last year, so they had I think about 8 races through the Academy series, and they then move into this road sport where they get 2 races per weekend, which is a little bit different from the Academy where you generally only get a single race. And they combine the 2 Academy grids into one, and then we have this road sport. You can only enter the road sport grid if you are from the Academy, or you have a similar level of experience to people driving or entering into the Roadsport Championship. Again, you can't have held a race license or a karting license, and you can only run in the Roadsport Championship once. So if you want to go and win the championship, you've got to make it on that first attempt. See the drivers all lined up there, and one driver that has come and joined this grid is Aaron Stevens, and he's a welcome addition to the grid. So he didn't race the Academy, but he's decided to come and join Road Sports this year, so his first year racing out on the grid, and he's got a YouTube channel out there that he is following and documenting his journey through the Road Sport Championship. So if you're interested, I think it was the Inner Driver, so go and search that out, Aaron Stevens, on YouTube, and you can follow his season as it progresses. But we've had all the cars are lined up on the grid. You see Mark Kendall in the green car at the back there. He had a bit of a nightmare race 1. He had some incident and accidents, and I don't think he ended up as a DNF after his car lost significant parts that were helping him to move. So he pulled into the pits, and he starts from the back of the grid today. So he's got a lot of work to do, but he's got the pace to come through. So look out for the green car at the back of the grid to make that that move through. We've given the green flag, so they will head out onto their formation lap, green flag lap. And while they do that, let's go through this 31 car field. Jeff Newman starts on pole position, and he's got Charlie Lower alongside him. So it's the two Caterham Academy champions from last year who line up first and second on the grid. Freddie Chiddick's the second runner-up to Jeff Newman, comes third on the grid. Mark Jones is fourth on the grid. Rob Domain then comes in, he's in fifth alongside Gareth Lucas, who's sixth on the grid. Lovecars, Paul Woodman is their seventh. He dropped back from that lead group, but he's often got the pace, so let's watch for him to see whether he can keep up with that group now. Unfortunately, the gap meant that he couldn't make an impression at the end of the race, but he won the battle for that second race. James Cook alongside him with William James, Theo Theato and Giles Perry all making a rapid mid-pack there. We've got David Rook and Mark Williams. Then we've got Mark Jansweski, who we saw having a few spins and incidents yesterday, so watch out for him. He's in another green machine, the number 20 car there, so watch out for Mark making moves through the field alongside Tom Noakes and Joe Priday. Philip Clark, James Moon, then Benja Headley, who we spoke to, having not such a good race meet, so maybe he can, he's had a bit of testing as part of the racing yesterday. Can he therefore make some move forward? So Benja's in a blue car, so we'll keep an eye out for him making his way through. Got Michael Banton and Chris Roberts lining up 20th and 21st, and then there comes Paul Carson in 22nd, and Aaron Stevens, who I mentioned already, starts 23rd. Rocco Ainscoe is on 24th. He was initially right up there in the battle, but contact meant he dropped back through a little bit later on in that race, and he ended up 24th, so he's got a lot of work to do to get back. Got Julian Roebuck in 25th, 26th is Ray Radford, Simon Patel is 27th, Neil Perry 28th, Ian Summers 29th, Simon Ockenden is 30th, and then we come to Mark Kendall, bringing up the rear there after incidents and issues led him to DNF out of the first event. As ever, we have two drop scores, so Mark can add this score to his drop score pile and sort of move on, but he will be wanting to make a move through the field, but he's got 30 odd cars in front of him. That's never going to be an easy thing to do, and certainly to keep in the battle. This field, significantly larger than the one of the largest fields we're running this weekend. So if you do drop to the back of the grid, it is quite an issue. Gareth Lucas there, he had a good race yesterday, finishing 6th. You can see Rob Domain, who's easy to spot with his slightly higher roll cage there, just in front of him. But Gareth Lucas has been a feature of the front of the grid. He also did well in the academy, so nice to see him continuing on, but a new colour scheme this year, looking resplendent out there in this bright weather. There's Jeff Newman and Charlie Lower alongside each other. Charlie Lower did the double last time out of Brands Hatch, so he's also right up there. He came second yesterday, so he's had a great opening to his season. And Jeff Newman is recovering from a penalty that was applied to his race at Brands Hatch, which meant he did drop down the order a little bit. And therefore affected. He did win over the line, but unfortunately that moved him back. There is Mark Kendall in his green machine, so that's the one to look out for, see whether he can get through to that midfield battle pretty quick smart. As they all find their grid spots again. 31 cars just about ready to start this event. You can see the rear of the field still creeping forward, and the ambulance there to follow them around on the early part of this lap for safety reasons. Looks like we're getting ready to go though. You can see the spray in the background as the fields are still being watered. All the cars are lined up, and we'll be looking for the green flag as the final couple of cars line up on their grid spots. We do get the green flag at the back. So time for the final action of this weekend, the Caterham Roadsport second race. 20 minutes of action ready to come. We've got the 5-second board, so we're looking for the red lights to come on, which they do now, and we're looking to get this race underway. Who is going to make the best start? Well, Jeff Newman got a good one, and Charlie Lower alongside him also pulled away. Freddie Chiddick looks a little bit sluggish in that first. We've got contact there, big contact. That looks like that's Woodman, number 7 car, and that's Domain, isn't it? So they've had contact. They've both spun off onto the exit. We might well get a red flag to recover them. Both cars are off there, but we want to be checking on those drivers. It looked a little bit uncomfortable as they went off the start line there, but there's Charlie Lower has actually made the best start as we continue to watch the front of the race, with Jeff Newman in second place. as the rest of the cars file through there. Just looking to see whether we're getting any yellow flags or anything to call them to address, but at the moment they are all racing forward as we go through Palmer, the left-hander. We come down, Charlie Lower and Jeff Newman have really made a good break, haven't they? It's all kicked off in that midfield, and Freddie Chiddix has lost a rear wheel arch. We have got a red flag showing. I hope they all see that now as they come on down. Some of them didn't see it or saw it late. We saw a bit of a puff of smoke and lock up of wheels. I think we might well get a full race restart after that. That's generally what happens if you don't complete a couple of laps of the race. You do tend to completely restart that race. But good to see Robert Domain getting out of the car through his roll cage. Would have been a very uncomfortable ride that. You can see his car's got spat up in the air, didn't it, alongside Woodman there. And there's Woodman's car. You can see his rear left tyre of his is also badly damaged, so he's not going to go any further. Thumbs up though to say he's okay. So good to see that that he's all good. And we will get those cars cleared away, and we will then have a full restart, I'm sure. So as we the drivers will just come around now to the pits and to the start line again. They will get stopped short and then they'll get re-gridded in exactly the order they would have been at the start of this original race. So we'll have a couple of gaps where Domain and Woodman were, but the rest of them will all be in their same gap. Looking a bit upset, but nevertheless nice to see him out of the car. Caterham's built strong, so it's good to see he's walking around, and he will be checked out by medical staff just to confirm he's okay, and they will then carry on. Woodman is driving his car away. I still think that rear looks a little bit skew-whiff, so I'm wondering whether he's just going to try and get it back to the pits. He's driving off of the track to make sure he doesn't bring gravel and dirt around, and I wonder if they just asked him to head off around the corner. A little bit of a replay then of that start. Can't see, there's a little bit of movement, isn't there, in the back end, and just Domain looks like he just got sandwiched. I think that might be William James and Domain got sandwiched with Woodman on the outside. There wasn't anywhere to go. Whenever you have movement on that start, it depends if the drivers are fully aware of what's up there inside, but it caused contact between the two wheels, and then a very uncomfortable ride for Domain as his car got sort of speared up in the air, and Woodman was also speared and bounced, and yeah, lucky. Looks like everyone's okay. So we will get back to gridding up, and we will look to restart this race once the marshals have done any clearing up they need to do. They'll just check there's no fluids down. I can see medical officer looking towards Rob Domain just to go and check he's all okay, but you can see them being re-gridded by the marshals, and it'll be a full restart. So Jeff Newman and Charlie Lower, who had made that breakaway, but they've made that rough largely because of the incident behind them. They will have to now try and do the start all over again. There is Jeff Newman in his car alongside Charlie Lower in the Quadlock casenet.net. Seen him doing some filming and footage for Quadlock recently, so good for him to have a restart there, saying I don't know what happened. We've got Chiddix now lining up in that third place, of course, alongside Mark Jones. And so you can see the gap there where Woodman and Domain would have been, a little bit further down. So Woodman was actually making good progress. He was obviously next to Gareth Lucas by the time the incident happened. But they're just going to, the officials will go down the grid and tell the drivers what's going on. So they'll have a plan of attack, and race control would have told the officials what they're going to do, and then they'll be relay that information all the way down the grid. It can be a complicated time for the drivers and the staff to make sure all that information is understood, to make sure they all know, for example, that they're going to have another green flag lap, and it's going to be a 20-minute race rather than a curtailed one. We'll get a signal probably from the timing screens as to whether it will be a 20-minute race or whether it resets to any other length of time. But I think because their cars are going to be able to be moved, I can see the truck just coming to remove Domain's car away. I think we'll be back up and running without too much delay. Yep, so a bit of a delayed start then to the final action of the Caterham weekend. We've got a green flag showing at the back of the grid, so all the marshals are happy that they've completed what they need to do before we get going again. So this is the second rung of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, and they were in the Academy last year, so they're still learning how to be racing drivers, and part of that is going through this road sport season. And well, that season they've already had Brands Hatch. We had that on the 9th, 10th of April. We're obviously nearly complete. This is their final race of Snetterton, but next up is Silverstone on the Grand Prix track on the 18th and 19th of June. So do add that to your calendars and your diaries, set your reminders, and why not come and join us for real at Silverstone. It's a great venue to come and watch Caterham racing, and we will be live streaming for those who can't make it, as ever. It's been Snetterton has treated us very well with weather and over this course of this racing, and it's been a great thing. And thank you again. This is a great opportunity for us to thank the marshals. Obviously, everything so far this weekend has gone pretty well for the drivers, but we've got an incident there that is, this is where they come into their own, and they tirelessly sit and wait on the banks to help us out when we need them most, and we thank them all for being there and doing that job. And again, just take this opportunity while we've got a bit of a break to thank all the organising clubs, so BRSEC for Caterham for all their work, and the paddock party last night where they had a band going. It's a real friendly family atmosphere that we've got in the paddock, and if you ever fancy getting into motorsport, well, you can do worse than join the Caterham Academy. Why not get in contact with your local Caterham dealership? If you're sat at home thinking, how do I get involved, they've got a package just for you. So here are the drivers for Roadsport. Jeff Newman, you're the 2 champions from last year, so you can add your name to that championship roster. Jeff Newman winning the one group, and I can't remember which way around it is. We always have the white and the green group, and I tend to forget which ones they've won. But nevertheless, they're both the champions at the front of the Roadsport field. But they're not going to have it all their own way today. They certainly managed to make it up front, but Freddie Chiddix is a constant threat and battle in there in 3rd place, as well as Mark Jones, who had a poor showing at Brands Hatch, but he's back on form and up to 4th place in the race, and he was there constantly shadowing that battle. Obviously lost Domain now, and Gareth Lucas will be there still, though. He's got a bit of a clear start around him now on the grid, so he's got a little less to concentrate on. And we also lost Paul Woodman as well. So it looks like we're getting there. I can see the car being craned onto the flat loader, so the car is slowly being removed from the track, and we saw Paul Woodman able to drive his car around, so I'm assuming he's managed to get his car to a point of safety as well. So yeah, just a few recovery vehicles and tidy up trucks. There is Rob's car being loaded on. See the front end of that is quite badly damaged on that front right where it hit the barrier, but also crashed onto the floor, didn't it, as it bounced along a little bit. Frightening looking accident, so glad to say everyone is okay, and everything's done its job. The safety equipment all the drivers are expected to wear, and the harnesses and the wrist restraints that we insist on, and the barriers doing their job as well. So I can see him getting into the truck. Simon's got Paul Woodman with him, so yeah, we'll hand over that and we'll see how that went from Paul Woodman's point of view.
Yes, thank you, Chris. I'm here with Paul Woodman. Paul, firstly, are you okay?
I'm fine, thank you. Is Theo okay as well?
He's been checked over, but yes, he's all right. So talk us through what happened from your point of view.
I got a cracking start. That's the only thing that's been consistent and good. My start's a cracking start. Tried to go down the inside, they closed the gap, so I went around the outside, and then I'm alongside, and I just got just completely taken out. But it's just one of those things. It was obviously no intent. But it's just one of those things, but so frustrating. We've been waiting for amazing, the weather's perfect, the track's been amazing, everything's been fantastic. Race of my life, about 100 yards, I think.
Yeah, and you've waited all day for it from yesterday.
Well, I'm gonna look forward to watching the guys, but it's not quite the same when you're watching from the side. But I'm looking forward to my 4-hour drive home, at least. That's something to look forward to, Sam.
With the aircon on.
Yeah, exactly. What a shame, but yeah, it's going to be a great race, I'm sure, no doubt.
All right.
I wish I was in it.
Yes, we will do. Thank you very much for talking to us.
Pleasure. Cheers, Sam.
Thank you. Hopefully we'll be ready to go very shortly. I'll hand back to you, Chris.
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, never a nice interview for a race driver to have to give. Paul Woodman there, Lovecars. It's just a shame that both of their races have ended. It's with that front on shot, it's hard to say exactly how. You need almost a helicopter shot, and I'm not sure we can go to the length of having a helicopter shot to actually see exactly what goes on the grid. And so far this weekend we've had incredibly clean starts, haven't we? So lucky to get away with that, and now we've got an incident. But we've got the short stoppage anyway. Whilst the drivers will all be ready to go. You can hear the engines firing up as we were talking to Paul Woodman on the grid there. Just so I think we're very nearly getting ready to go. I can see the cars cleared, and I think there was a course car just going around to check the rest of the circuit. So it shouldn't be too long before we start seeing the signals to get this race back underway again. So a great weekend's action, as you know, hope you followed along. If not, then all these streams will be available on YouTube and on socials, so you can keep up with them and catch up on the action that you've missed. And I'm sure some of the drivers will be watching back the replays to see how the race looked from the outside as well. There's always that afterwards. So we are going to keep all these races available for you. So do dig into our social channels. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you follow along on Facebook and YouTube and anywhere else, and Instagram, to make sure you get all the information about when we're going to go live, what we're doing, and the information in between. So it looks like we are going to have full 20-minute race. The clock has reset and it's still showing 20 minutes. So it does look like a full, complete reset. It's one of the reasons the BRSCC run their race meetings as far ahead of time as they can, so that they can cater for or allow for clean-up. So you will often see that we run ahead of the pre-planned timetable, and that is to allow for these kind of issues to be resolved without having to curtail people's races. So we will have full 20-minute race for the Roadsport as they go away again onto their green flag lap. We watch them heading on around. Fully road legal machines, the second rung of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. So all these cars will have been Academy cars from the previous year, and they go through a number of updates to make them into road sport spec. And the main one being they get the new Avon ZZS tyres attached to them, and that gives them immediately more grip and a slightly faster acceleration, as the tyres are a smaller diameter, so actually you actually gain a bit of acceleration there. They also have a rear anti-roll bar. So we spoke yesterday when we were watching the Academy cars. You could see how far the cars would lean over as they were really starting to push them through that Caterham corner, for example. And you'll see with the Roadsport they've got a little bit more stiffness in their suspension. They've got a few more front anti-roll bar options as well, which means that their car is actually a lot stiffer than the Academy, and the tyres themselves, and that both those things combined mean they're about 2 seconds a lap quicker than the Academy cars around this Snetterton circuit. As they disappear off around Hamilton. Crack looking in, again, cracking conditions still, considering we've had a full weekend racing action with all the Caterham action here this weekend. There's still track looking absolutely brilliant as we head into this final action for today, 20 minutes of the Caterham Roadsports. Looking at the championship when they came in, I think I mentioned Charlie Lower took the 2 wins at Brands Hatch, so he is atop the championship, and it also was on the front row of the grid for this second race, so beginning of his season going extremely well. Freddie Chiddicks would have been a bit gutted to lose out to Jeff Newman, his championship rival from last year, where Newman pinched to the championship by want of a fastest lap on the very final lap of the final race of the season, so a little bit sore there. Such was the enthusiasm of the Caterham Academy last year in lockdown, or in the tail end of lockdown. We got more racing, and they even had the opportunity to upgrade their Academy car at the end of the last season to this road sport spec and have a race at Cadwell, which a number of them did take up that option. And so they got a bit of pre-experience before the end of the season to try out this new road sport car. And yeah, they've all managed to do that conversion nicely. Had a few issues at Brands Hatch where we lost a few more wings and had a few more incidents than maybe would like, but nevertheless they are still learning how to be that complete racing driver. And you'll have seen how the 270s and 310s manage their race extremely well, and that will be. It just shows how much you do learn as you progress through the year. So you get 2 races per race weekend, 7 race weekends. You get 14 races throughout the year, so you really do double your experience, or even more than that, as before you get to the end of this. There is Mark Kendall again. Reminder that we're looking for him to come through the field. We're looking to see whether Benja Headley can come through the field. A number of others that was sort of Rocco Ainscoe was another one we're looking to see whether he can come through the field. As we get lined up once more for the second time. Can we get the road sport underway this time after a start line incident curtailed the first attempt? All drivers okay, but we are now missing Domain and Woodman from this grid. Looks like they are all coming to a stop on their grid marking. So next up we'll be looking for the green flag at the rear of the field, which we get now. So we have got the green flag. Now looking for the 5 second board, which will come up on the gantry, which it does. So we've got a 5 second board. The lights are going to come up for hopefully the last action of the weekend for Caterham Roadsports. The lights are on. Who's going to get that start? Is Newman going to make another one? Charlie Lower made the better start that time. He got an absolute jump. But on the second gear change, I think that Newman was coming back at him. But at the moment, I'd say Charlie Lower is going to be ahead coming into the first turn. But Freddie Chillix is certainly right in there as well. No, Newman turned it around and actually got a good acceleration in that second part. We've got one car, number 84, slightly out wide there. That's Friday, a little bit. And another car. We've got another roll, another big accident going through Riches. So let's hope that all those drivers are okay, and we'll come back to that. But another issue for Roadsport, and you can see that there are cars with smoking. So they again didn't make it quite through. We've got a number of cars rejoining, and the car that was upside down has landed the right way up. And that was certainly another big accident there going through turn 1 for the Roadsports. I'm sure that there will be another red flag to rejoin everyone and refocus. So they're coming down to the Agostini. We'll continue to commentate whilst they organise what they're going to do. But Jeff Newman is currently in the lead ahead of Charlie Lower and Freddie Chillix, with Mark Jones following in 4th place. Then we have Gareth Lucas, and it looks like we have got the red flag. You can see that now flying up there, which is expected. They'll want to make sure that driver is okay. It looked a pretty uncomfortable ride through, so they will be there to check that driver is okay and make sure that all is well. So they'll be brought round, and they will be some of the drivers. I'm not sure they've seen the red flags just yet. Yes, they're still not seen them. You can see some stabbing at the accelerator there a bit as they were trying to work out what was going on. They couldn't understand why the cars were going so slow out the corners, but hopefully they've all seen the red flags now. So we have another reported start for the Roadsports at the end of this into turn 1. There's a lot of cars to filter on through, so there's a lot of manoeuvring and everything, but there is the driver. It's Ray Radford is the driver that was sent tumbling. These Caterhams are made incredibly sturdily, and you can see that the car, although it's lost a few, it's Rocco Ainscoe is also out of his car. He's up by the barrier at the top of the field there, but he is out and talking to the medical staff. You can see the medical person just making sure everything is as it should be. The adrenaline obviously be flowing. We're going to have a replay then of turn 1 to see whether we can spot what happens. We're looking at the front on. It's going to happen towards the end of this field as they all filter through. We saw the driver going off wide, and then we had another car coming in from the side of the camera. You can see there's 3. It's a Rocco Ainscoe, Mark Kendall was involved in that, and then Ray Radford sent tumbling. The roll cage doing absolutely what it should do. The arm restraints keeping his arm sort of below that, below the level of the roll cage. So you want to try and keep your arms inside the car as much as possible. So yeah, very uncomfortable start to that race. Not what we want to see. But the cars are built strong, and we saw that Ray was stood up in his car, so willing to and able to move out of that car on by himself. Again, so we're going to have another pause to proceedings while we again formulate a new plan, and again to see what's going to happen and transpire. But the main job is to make sure that those drivers are all okay and they're safe to be moved to the medical, where they can be inspected and checked over in a sort of more controlled environment, and then see whether we can get the 3rd attempt to get the Roadsports underway. It's going to be worrying as well. You know, like I said before, we've got friends and family obviously watching on in the paddock, and they'll all be keen to understand what's going on. So there's a handshake there between the 2 drivers, and they're obviously glad that they're all okay. As we watch down, so there is the medical van that the ambulance will take them back to for just tests. But it's good to see them there shaking hands and talking to each other as they head off through turn 1. Not in the ideal fashion at that point. So Jeff Newman chatting to the marshals just to find out what's going on. I'm guessing he'll be also asking and checking that they're okay. Again, like I said, it's a big family paddock environment, and everyone does know each other, so I'm sure there'll be a bit of concern that everyone make sure that everyone is okay. And it's whilst they've had 2 adrenaline spikes already, they're going to have to work out how to do it all again for the 3rd time. And Newman's now made 2 good starts that he's going to have to repeat for a 3rd time from that pole position as we go and try once more to get this Caterham Roadsport race underway. looking there at the Paddle Up Mark Jones's car, Paddle Up supercar sales platform. Here's the Gareth Lucas machine. Very striking, isn't it, that one? URG sponsorship on the side of that. And we've got James Cook here, and he has got a Welsh flag festooned across his, clearly a proud Welshman flying the flag. Brilliant looking machine. Look at the detail on that. Williams Motorsports are supporting him off track. They're not allowed to support him whilst he's at circuit. In the Roadsport Championship, it's Caterham that look after all of these cars, and it's insisted upon. You cannot supported by a professional team. You can self-support yourself in the paddock, and then if anything needs to be put back together again, then it is the Caterham technicians and all the support truck, and they bring a full squad of technicians to these events, and they will support people across all championships. Just waiting to move Ray's car onto the flat load. You can see it's ready for that, and all the marshals again doing a sterling job at making sure, firstly, that all the drivers are safe and are well and are looked after, and then we'll get the circuit back to being open and clean, ready for us to start a race. I have a suspicion this time we will get this as a reduced race length, and they will therefore tell the drivers, whilst we again didn't complete a full lap, we are getting to the point now where I think they will start having to accelerate to make sure that all the other racing that's scheduled following on from the Caterham action will get their full allocation of time. So we might well see this being a 15-minute race rather than 20. That would be my first guess, but we will wait to see when the timing screeds. And yeah, I think Sam's down on the grid with William James, so you can have a quick word with him.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Well, what a start already. How was it from your position on the grid?
For the first red, a bit of a shit show. I'm not entirely sure what happened, because it all happened a bit quick. But hopefully, are the guys okay?
Yes, they're the one from the first collision. Yeah, they're out of the car and they're fine. They've been checked over by the medical team. On the second incident, I'm not so sure at the moment. I think they are being checked. Oh yeah, sorry, I've just heard they are. They're all fine. Yes. Oh. Yeah, so it's good news. So a bit of a gap in front of you this time.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually quite nice to have a bit of space in front of you on the grid. But we'll have to, we'll see how we go. Hopefully third time's the charm.
Yes, I hope so too. Thank you, William. Right, let's have another chat with Theo, because see what it was like from his point of view as well. Theo,
yes.
From your view on the first incident, what are your thoughts?
So it looked like there was either a drop gear and somebody backed up, and then all I saw was Woodman's car jump and spin. And I saw him smiling, so I hope everyone's okay. But just first corner, the problem is going from second to third here. It's not going across the gate, you can miss it. And I don't know whether that was happened, but there was a big pile up and a crunch. I went and I had a blistering start. I got up to fifth. They red flagged it. Then I messed up the second start, and now I'm sitting on the third start, and I'm roasting hot, and I smashed it up at the paddock party, and I'm hungover, and I just want to get the race done and a good start.
Well, at least it's practicing your starts. That's, looking at the positives, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. This is the third time. I'm going to try a different thing. I think I'm going to go 6,800 revs and then just bleed out the clutch and see what happens.
Okay.
No, I'm not really. I'm not really, honestly.
I was going to say, I'm not sure that's quite the. No, do what you did on the last one, because that was obviously work, didn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I'm just going to. As soon as the board comes up, we do another green flag lap. I'll be in the zone. And let's see if I can hook it up.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Cheers, Theo. Good luck. I'll hand back to Chris now.
Okay, nice to hear from Theo on the grid there. Sorry about the language you heard a little bit earlier. But it's in the heat of the moment. We're shoving microphones into drivers' mouths with a lot of adrenaline flowing through. So, yeah, apologies for that. But nevertheless, it's great to hear their feedback on that and seeing how it appeared from their angle and their point of view, which is obviously a very different view that we get on the camera. The camera obviously looks incredibly complicated at the start of a race. When actually you're in the driver's seat, things are a little less hectic than you might imagine, because you're only concentrating on the drivers around you. And that's why oftentimes you won't necessarily see everything that's happened, because you're just focused on the car that is alongside, in front, and one behind you, and sometimes two alongside you, depending. But there is Rocco's car getting added onto And yeah, we've had it confirmed on the timing screens that the session will be 15 minutes for this road sport race now. So they have lost 5 minutes of their full length of their race. But that's pretty much to be expected to make sure that they do keep to the timetable allowance. And additionally, all the cars have done extra laps now under the green flags, and they're being sat on the grid, and some of them will be running light on fuel to make sure that they're not way over the weight limits, and therefore we also have to allow them a little bit of time so that if that they can still maintain the fuel. We don't want them all running out of fuel at the end. And there is Rocco's car on a flat loader. So it looks like we've got both of the cars ready to be cleared from the track, and then they can put the flat loaders back in the right place. And we can get going again for the third time. You can see a lot of officials there on track, including Simon Lambert there, and just telling the drivers, and there's Laura as well, telling the drivers exactly what's going to happen. So they'll have told them all that it's a 15-minute race, and they will have passed that all the way down the field, and will now be clearing the grid so that we can get towards restarting this road sport race again. Yeah, not a comfortable start to the season for the road sport, and it can happen. And you know, there's a lot of a lot of variables in motorsport, and obviously when you're still learning your craft, some of those variables clash occasionally. And we've seen a couple of incidents there, which is hopefully we'll now be able to get this race underway for the third time of asking. You can see that the grid is now clear, and I can see some signals being signalled. So I'm assuming that would be the minute board, whilst they then will then be showing the 30-second board, and then we'll get the green flag for the third time. Crowds again still in abundance out on the banks, many friends and family there. Some of them will ready to be ready for this race. They would have seen their drivers heading off twice before, making good efforts, and now having to restart again. We've got the 30-second board, so we are getting a restart. So it is time to start building up again towards this final action of the Caterham season. I can see the low loaders just trundling back down towards the pits, so we are getting them back in the right place to start this event as well. So it won't be long before we see that green flag, which is being prepared. Signal is being shown to the driver, so off they go on another round of this Caterham, the Snetterton R300 circuit for the Caterham Roadsport races. 15 minutes, though, is the shortened race distance for them as they weave their tyres to get some heat into them ahead of that restart. Who can make their start for the third time? And race starts are one of the rare luxuries of a racing driver. You don't often get to practice race starts, and I guess one of the small benefits of having done this is they would have all had 3 chances to figure out what they want to do, and hopefully they'll all get that perfect start this time as the sun starts getting a little bit lower in the sky, and they can see the sun glaring off of the track, and that can be an issue for drivers. But at the moment I don't think the sun's going to be in their eyes, and a lot of them will run with tinted visors to sort of shield themselves a little bit from that, so they're not constantly squinting. As a racing driver, I preferred originally running with a clear visor, but then I sort of got used to the tinted visor and ended up using that more often. But obviously you want a clear visor for if it's wet, but that has not been the case here at Snetterton this weekend. We have had wall-to-wall sunshine. You can see the deep shadows underneath the cars, so the sun is well out in effect at the moment. We had a little bit of cloud cover when they first went to the grid. That has long since disappeared, and we are back to sunny weather. So we will be looking for sort of tired tyres towards the end of this. The extra temperature will mean that these tyres get a bit tired, but 15 minutes is a shortened race distance. Maybe they'll get away with that. Phil Clark there also in his car did a good job yesterday. I think he got caught up in an incident a bit late on, but he's kind of finished midfield as the field does come through. We saw William James as well. We're talking to him. He was a regular front runner at Caterham Academy last year. Didn't see him so much towards the front of at Brands Hatch. So it's good to see that he is back and back up here, racing near the front of the field. It's time to look for William James. He's 11th place in the championship so far, so he did finish well in the first race, but he had a 19th place finish in the second, so obviously an incident took him out of the running of the second race, which is why we're seeing him further down the order. Good to see him back up there. Jeff Newman, though, Caterham champion from last year, followed by fellow Caterham champion Charlie Lower, and Freddie Chiddicks follows along from him along with Mark Jones. There's Theo Theato. We spoke to him briefly on the grid in between one of our race red flags. Here's McCat Orange Caterham. He will be looking also to get another good start. He clearly got a good start for that first one, and he'll be ready to make that a start again. So we pull up for the third time onto the grid to try and start this Caterham Roadsport action, the final action of this weekend's Snetterton race meeting. Jeff Newman lined up there again on pole position, Charlie Lower alongside. Then we have Freddie Chiddicks and Mark Jones. Mark Jones in the sort of grey car, having a bad Brands Hatch will solidified yesterday with a good result in 4th place, and now we'll look to make forward progress. The rest of the cars all coming up. So also all the drivers have to be aware of where the gaps are going to be now, so they make sure they get back to their own starting spot rather than someone else's. Otherwise they will receive a penalty for not being in the right spot. But it looks like we have all the cars in place again, and we have a green flag at the back. So let's get ready to go with this Roadsport race. We have the 5-second board. Who is going to make the best start for the 3rd time of asking? We are going to have the red lights on, and now Jeff Newman is for the 3rd time. Can he get away? He gets a good start. Charlie Lower also makes a good start. Again, they're equal as you like as you go up the field. We're looking down to make sure that everyone else is comfortable, and they look like they've got away and up to speed. Let's go through first turn, everybody cleanly this time. Jeff Newman up the inside, making it way through. We've got William James there making good progress with James Cook just behind him. Can see Januszewski making good progress as well through the midfield as they filter into the hairpin for the first time. It's Newman down the inside, Charlie Lower on the outside. We've got Mark Jones, looks like he's in 3rd place, with Freddie Chiddicks losing that rear wing. He's in that 4th place, and then I think it's Gareth Lucas in the sort of turquoisey car following on behind them. There you can see Chiddicks is slightly ahead of Gareth Lucas, and he's ahead of Theo Theato in the orange McCat. So great that we've got round to the Agostini hairpin with no issues so far. So another big braking zone that they've all got to now accommodate. Newman is out in front and makes that look comfortable. Locked up tyre there by one of the drivers, although he managed to avoid all contact. That was the number 84, and that's his Pride A, making progress back through the field. So he did manage to lock up quite spectacularly then, but he avoided all the cars. William James a little bit wide out of Hamilton that time as they go now into Oggies. There is James Cook, and there is Pride A's car as he sort of recovers back through. As Januszewski, I think he's just behind, if I spotted that correctly. So they filter on through Williams. There's James Cook, and there is the number 71 of Perry. So Perry's also come back through the field from where he started. So still some quite big moves being made through up and down the grid by these drivers from their qualifying spots as we're going side by side into Brundle. So Charlie Lower had a bit peek at the inside, but Jeff Newman said there's not a lot of room down there. I wouldn't do that if I was you, and he obliged by pulling out of the manoeuvre. But they have cleared Chiddicks, so Chiddicks will want to come and get back to them. They all filter down and through the Nelson and then into Bombhole. That's Kendall. We said we were going to watch for him coming through the field for the last couple of times, and he does look like he's moved his way up to maybe through 4 or 5 cars already on this first lap. Newman. That gap behind Lower, as you see, Lower's rear end of his car was absolutely sideways as he went down Murray's that time. He would have lost time, and you can see that Jeff Newman's got a much better exit out of that corner. He's got a little bit of a gap, but with still 12 minutes of this race to go, I think that gap will evaporate again. You can see that Chiddicks is next up on the tail. So he had got back through past Mark Jones into that 3rd place, and he's looking to push forward. There's Theo Theato ahead of Gareth Lucas, and then William James. There is Januszewski in his green machine, so he's making good progress forward as well. Newman, though, taking the hairpin, recent hairpin, as he goes round. Chiddicks is now ahead of Charlie Lower, so that is a swap for 2nd place. Chiddicks, from half a lap ago, it looks like he was getting a bit distanced. He's covered that gap and really quite forcefully pushed himself through there past Charlie Lower into that place, and it is the top 4 again that look like they are breaking clear of the following pack, which is headed by Theo Theato, and then we've got Gareth Lucas and William James. And then there's the Perry car as well. Another lock up there from, I think that's Philip Clark in the blue car in the background. Did get it stopped up. It looked like he managed to make that all work for him, just in this pack that's chasing on behind the group there. So it is still the same order at the front as we head into Oggies. There is the 71, and that 71 is of Perry. So it's again, made up 11 spaces, it looks like, since I think the timing screen's a little bit askew with on that. I don't think he has made up 11 spaces, but nevertheless, in the background you can see a signal being indicator, but ignore that as far as anything extreme. It's just that the little indicator stalk is quite close to the steering wheel, and when you have a little bit of oversteer or another exuberant manoeuvre, you can quite often click that without accidentally, without knowing you've done it. So as we move on through here, Gareth Lucas and William James, and then it's Perry, and behind Perry we've got Cook and Rook. So lots of action still happening at the front here, and because of the shortened nature of this race, we're already coming down to the final 10 minutes. So they've already had 5 minutes of action so far. And yeah, good to see the battles now progressing as we've got this race underway and everyone is sort of settled into their rhythm. Now we see Clark, and it looked like a Bantam behind him in the black and white machine. As we head up the start-finish straight with 10 minutes to go, Newman heads heads Chiddix, who obviously got past Lower. Lower's dropped off, hasn't he, in the last lap or so, and he's now very much in the clutches of Jones, who was a bit distanced early on, and Chiddix set the fastest lap that time through with a 2:14.127. I think we saw a slightly faster lap yesterday, with Chiddix going around the long route round the hairpin. That's not going to gain him anything this time through with only two of them. He just slightly outbraked himself because he was late on the brakes. Certainly worth knowing that that's late on the brakes, and now he's found the limit of adhesion as he goes into that first hairpin. But Lower's certainly under pressure from behind rather than applying pressure in front, isn't he? So he'll be driving in his mirrors, looking backwards as much as he is looking forwards right now. And behind him we've got Gareth Lucas now ahead of Theathiato. So in that early stages he has managed to get through and pass him. Theathiato ahead of William James and then Perry. William James in his turquoise and pink roll cage. And then we've got the rest. So Perry, behind Perry, we've got Rook, who is in that red car, it looks like, who is making a good effort to cling on to this lead pack, and is actually going to be next one to pick up the pieces should anyone else have any issues or get pushed out of the train of cars. So yeah, Lower's definitely dropped away there. Mark Jones and Charlie Lower, they look like they're going to actually get swallowed up by this chasing pack rather than be able to bridge the gap. So Freddie Chiddix and Jeff Newman ahead, who after that opening sequence, those two have clearly got a really good pace advantage in the early phases of this race. But unfortunately, the race being shortened, the early phase of this race are also to get towards the end of this race. We've got 8 minutes, just nearly 9 minutes to go. So we're going side by side there with Theathiato and Gareth Lucas. There's been a race-long battle between those two, hasn't it? And up and running though, and off they go round through the bomb hole. Just a quick lift normally. It can be flat out and certain weather conditions depending on the wind direction, but I would say it's a quick lift normally to get the car settled before getting back on the power and then heading off around Coram, this endless right-hander. You can see the difference between the Academy cars and these Roadsport cars. Already the cars are a lot more level as they switch the balance between the right-hander of Coram to the left of Murray's, the rear anti-roll bar doing its thing and preventing the car from rolling over, and therefore adding grip and stability to the dynamics of this Roadsport car as compared to the Academy. And you can also see with the head-on shot that Gareth Lucas goes up the inside of Theathiato. That's going to get tight. William James might well make up for that. He sneaks up the inside and takes them both in that one move, and it's not stopping there because the other two cars are also going to... That side-by-side movement meant that they had cost them a lot of momentum, and the other drivers, as soon as they were shuffled out of that... as soon as Gareth Lucas was shuffled out of that train, he dropped back like a stone, didn't he? So that's not come off well for them. They should have sort of pulled out of that move quicker, and I think he would have benefited a little bit more. But again, it's easy to say that from the commentary booth. When you're out there racing, you want to try and make as much time as you can, as quickly as you can. But now William James heads that battle ahead, and so he is going to head them around Agostini as they go through, and he's followed by the Perry car, and then it comes up with the Theathiato and Gareth Lucas. So they continue their battle, all in a slightly different order. And as I was just saying, if you look at the front-on shot, you'll see that the Caterham Roadsport and the Academy cars, their front of their car is slightly narrower than the rear. We've got number 19 spinning around there. Number 19 is Roberts. So he's had a bit of an issue. It looks like Agostini, so it's easy to do, lock the rears and have that car spin out on you. It looks like what's happened to Roberts there. That's Chris Roberts, the number 19. as they come down the straight again. Yep, slightly narrower front suspension than the rear suspension. And one of the upgrades when they go next year to the 270i is to have the wide track suspension, which means that the front of the car is exactly the same width as the rear. 4 wide though, into Brundles. They might be glad that they've got slightly narrower front cars as they try and go 4 wide through Brundle and then filter it through Nelson. They've all managed it very well though. Somehow it happened, and we're not looking at another stoppage, so that's good stuff. Gareth Lucas having to defend quite heavily into the bomb hole to prevent that the following car from being able to catch and overtake through there. Theato now leads them again through through Coram and into the Murrays. See the 2 in front, that's Mark Jones and Charlie Lower. They're not the lead of this group though. Theo Theato has just dropped his wheel onto the sensor there on the exit. There's our leaders going through. They're still they're going pairing up. So definitely the 2x2 at the moment, with Jeff Newman heading Freddie Chiddick still, and then it's Charlie Lower heading Mark Jones, and then it's all 4 of them all heading each other or wanting to. Theo Theato still out in front, and now we've got William James back in front of the number 71 of Perry as he goes through. And Theo Theato sort of sprung off the front of that group, hasn't he? Gareth Lucas there behind him, and then it's Rook in the number 45 red car there in following him in 9th place. So this is the battle sort of for 5th to 9th place. No silverware on offer, but every single place you gain in a Caterham race, you gain another point. And there's also another point for fastest lap, and that is owned currently by Freddie Chiddicks with a 2:14.127. So you can see how important that can be as we're going 3 or 4 wide into Agostini again. It's definitely not taking the normal racing line, are they? They're looking for any opportunity. Theato again dropping off wide on the exit of the track, and that will be costing him speed, but he's still heading this group at the moment. And William James even wider than he was through Hamilton that time through. So as they settle in again, you can see the following pack and the chasing pack. I wonder whether they're getting closer, because that chasing pack includes Kendall, who started right at the back of the field, and he last time over the line came across in 15th, and so he's only he's in the little group behind this one, and then the coming forward. He's only got 4 minutes 25 seconds left to try and bridge that gap, and at the moment these battles look relatively settled, but a good effort nonetheless from Kendall to make it all the way through up to the midfield battles from the rear of that field. We're going side by side, William James and Theo Theato again. Looks like James has got the better that time through. I think this is the group that will have Mark Kendall. You can see his bright green car there, so we've got Cook in that battle, and there's Kendall going through the screen. There's also Benja Headley in the blue car, so he's made some good progress then through, and now he's got a bit more experience of the track after his from 19th. I think he's now last time through he's in 17th, so he's made a couple of places up just as he's getting a bit more confidence and speed through that car. But here are our leaders. We've kind of forgotten about them a little bit, but they're still going line astern. Still Newman heading Chiddicks. I wonder whether that is because Chiddicks is happy just to follow at this stage. He's not following he's not chasing the toe there, is he? In fact, he was a little bit delayed there. I don't know what happened and whether he had a little bit of car issue, but Jeff Newman just seemed to accelerate more than him, going off into the riches that for time for the first time. So I wonder whether he had an issue. We're still side by side in this epic battle for 5th to 10th. What a great battle this is. If they keep going like this, they will get caught by that following group, and then it will be a battle for top 15, I imagine. But William James is going round that. Just having good news into my ear that confirmation from Caterham and medical staff that all drivers involved in incidents and accidents earlier are absolutely fine. So that's really good news to have. I'm also seeing a black and white flag being shown to number 43. That's Banton in his black and white car. So black and white flag to match his black and white car. He has run out of lives. If he does infringe again on track limits, he will get a 5-second penalty, and then if he continues to do that, he will get further penalties, which get more and more severe right up until exclusion. Bit of a replay here then. It looks like the Banton car. He's lost the rear of that side. He bumps himself quite uncomfortably over and out. So if that is counted as a track limit, it's quite a severe one. That's certainly lost the rear of his car, but he then joined back onto the track just in front of the pit entrance, so that was a pretty uncomfortable place to be. The pit wall's coming up at you pretty quickly there, but he managed to join in, so bounced across the grass and came back on, and all is fair. He just needs to make sure he doesn't drop off the track again. We have only got 2 minutes of this race left to go, so this will be the penultimate lap. With the shortened race distance, it all happens rather quickly, doesn't it? We've had a great battle in this midfield, and Theo Theato is now going to head that battle with Perry in following on, and then it's William James, and then it's Gareth Lucas who's dropped back a little bit, and then it's the number 9 Rook. Rook is carrying a novice cross on the back of his car, so probably a new driver into the series, either this weekend or certainly from the beginning of the season. As we head off around Coram again, looking at that, the more stable road sport car, this is how it generates its extra 2 seconds, the extra grip by the tyres, but also the extra dynamic grip that you get by having a nice car that's balanced. Newman is completely on his own, isn't he? So whatever happens to Chiddix, I wonder whether he is falling back. He seems to have got some sort of issue, but we're going into our final lap. Is he going to get caught then by Jones and Charlie Lower? Charlie Lower's interested in going up the inside into Riches. He's on the grass. They're going to, oh, so close to making contact. He had to really haul the anchors on. Jones left him absolutely no room up there on the inside. He moved late. He seemed to be alongside, but from the front on shot, it's not always possible to tell exactly what's going on. But Mark Jones has lost the rear. He's clearly pushing hard as he goes into that braking zone. So Charlie Lower is going to be looking again. Can he get through as they go into Palmer's? I think he's going to sit there and wait for the long straight down to Agostini, which is going to give him a better opportunity. So this could end up being the fight for second place, depending on Chiddix can get up to speed, but they are still closing in on him. And Mark Jones defending that inside line. He's left a little bit of a sniff there, and Charlie Lower had a look, but he's going to leave it alone. He's come to the outside. He's braking late. Can Jones outbrake himself again, or is he going to get to the apex? He gets to the apex. He's managed that well into Agostini, so he's still got the straights to go, and he's still got plenty of opportunities to try and get back, and both of them will be seeing Freddie Chiddix just in front of them, wondering how are they going to be able to manage him. Are they going to be able to catch him up at the same time? I wonder what ailment that Freddie Chiddix has got there. What's causing his loss of pace in this last part of the race? Well, Newman's been left to run off into the distance. He looked like he had the pace anyway, didn't he? As he was in front for nearly the entire race. In fact, probably his lights to flag according to the timing charts. But Chiddix is now weaving across the track trying to avoid them. I wonder, it could be fuel pickup. It could be a number of different issues that's causing him to stutter, or maybe just not have a constant power feed to that car. And we're seeing again Charlie Lower is now ahead of Mark Jones, but Mark Jones is looking to see whether he can go around the outside the final bit and go into Nelson in a header, but he's not going to do that. Charlie Lower though loses off the track, and he is going to go across the centre. We've seen this before. Is he going to be able to make it through Bombhole? Yes, he can. He's able to. He's got clear of Mark Jones, and therefore he can push his car across. This is our leader though, Jeff Newman, flying off the front there. Freddie Chiddix having an issue late, but it still didn't look like he was going to be able to get Jeff Newman. He had a clean pair of heels to show everybody. Even after 3 race starts he's had to do, incredible pressure, he's managed it the best of everybody, and he comes home with nobody around him. Absolutely clear race, and Newman takes that win. Congratulations to Jeff Newman, a Caterham champion, and then recovering his race season as well. Here is that Kendall battle with Phil Clark just ahead of him as they come across the line. Behind them for the second place, Chiddix did maintain his lead to the end, but it was only just ahead of Lower and then Jones, and we're seeing this. Theato takes the 5th place. Perry, Lucas, James and Rook was the order, and then we're watching for the next group as they come across, and Januszewski did make it across the line first with Cook, Clark, Kendall, Williams, Friday, Headley, Castle and Noakes all following as quick as you like. That was an absolute clump of cars, wasn't it, across the road there, and the rest of the field now flowing on through as we take our breath. What was a dramatic end to the road sport races. We've had incredibly clean races so far this weekend, so it's unfortunate that we did have some accidents, and motorsport, accidents do happen, and I'm glad to say that all of our drivers are okay. These Caterhams are very, very strong and built to withstand these kind of impacts, and it's frightening to see a car upside down, but hopefully all those drivers are going to be right back on it and with us again for Silverstone next time out. Time to take a breath and look across the countryside. Confirmation of the provisional results. Jeff Newman is the winner there, and Freddie Chiddix does just come home in second place, only 3/10 ahead of Charlie Lower in third, who does maintain his lead over Mark Jones of the line on the road to the line. Theato, Giles Perry, Gareth Lucas, William James and David Rook all gave us a great race to watch. Januszewski is 10th place. 11th was James Cook, Phil Clark, Mark Kendall, Mark Williams, Joe Friday, Benja Headley and Paul Castle, Tom Noakes, all making a fantastic third battle out there to 18th. Simon Patel, Michael Banton comes home and rounds out the top 20. And then 21st, James Moon, Aaron Stevens was 22nd, Julian Roebuck 23rd, Chris Roberts 24th, Ian Summers 25th, Neil Perry 26th, Simon Ockenden registered in 27th. So well done to everybody who got to the end of that race. And well done to the whole of the Caterham Motorsports paddock for the second race weekend. A really great set of races, and we've got plenty more action throughout the rest of the years. But we've got the interviews for the winning drivers, and down to Sam in the Parc Fermé, please.
Yes, that's right. Thank you, Chris. Yes, I'm here with Jeff Newman. Another win for you, Jeff. How was it from your view?
Well, it's an interrupted start, and no one likes to see cars or drivers getting bent. So my thoughts are with them, and I hope they're all okay and that they can be mended. But after that, we managed to make some progress, and everyone got round safely, I hope. So that's great. I think the only reason why I got away from Freddie was because he had a mechanical issue and was stuck in 4th gear. Other than that, it would have been great to have carried on battling with him. So that then just gave me the opportunity to push forward and to carry on delivering the laps. So yeah, it was a good day all in all, and now I can go home and go and see my amazing family.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Thank you. Right, let's have a quick word with Freddie. Freddie, congratulations on 2nd place. You were stuck in 4th gear for how many laps?
I did 3 laps in 4th gear at the end there. So when I dropped off Jeff, I could see the 2 guys behind me were still battling, and that was the only chance I had of staying in 2nd. And coming down the long straight, the Bentley straight on the last lap, I was just hoping I had enough of a gap, and luckily it worked.
Excellent. So lots of happy faces from this end, and you know, bit of a slightly damaged car, but just the wing, so it's only cosmetic, isn't it?
Yeah, I hope so. Let's hope.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
And now we'll have a quick word with Charlie. Charlie, 3rd place. Yes, good, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How was the race from you?
Yeah, it was an interesting race, to be quite honest. I was pretty done with it by the 2nd start. I was like, just get me out of it. I was so hot and sweaty. But yeah, no, the boys raced really well. I just had a load of lockups and dropped back from the main group. And then I had Mark battling me the whole time, which was very interesting because he's extremely good as well. So it was a lot of pressure, but I managed to get out just in front of him.
You did, quite late on, and I'm sure Mark's quite frustrated that he didn't get that podium spot.
Yeah, I'm sure he would have loved the podium, but oh well, maybe next time.
Exactly. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the podiums. Yes, we'll hand back to Chris now for some replays of that race.
Yeah, thanks. Let's see whether we can summarise those starts and those races as we go. We had an initial problem off the line, so that was Mark Woodman getting speared with Robert Domain as they in the mid-pack, but we cleared them away. Both drivers absolutely fine. Their cars looking a little bit worse for wear, but they will all be back on the grid, no doubt, with us at Silverstone. In the 2nd race, we were initially distracted by a car drifting wide, but then all the action kicked off behind. We had Rocco Ainscote contacting Ray Redford, who was in a horrible roll as he landed the right way up, though, and we had another stoppage as we tidied up and checked all those drivers over. We've had confirmation they were okay, but third time's a charm as the grid got away. Charlie Lower was initially there with Jeff Newman, but Freddie Chiddix didn't take long to dispose of Mark Jones. Freddie Chiddix there ahead of Mark Jones as they came down the Bentley straight, and the rest of the field all flowing through. A bit of dust kicked up in the background as people drifted off wide. You can see a couple of indicators. Charlie Lower didn't get through at that initial thing, and he said he made too many mistakes, and for most of that race we were watching this battle, weren't we, as this battle between Thea Theato, Gareth Lucas, William James, Neil Perry, and yeah, it was absolutely brilliant to watch. 19 had a little bit of an issue, didn't he? That's Chris Roberts had a little spin down at Agostini. And out front, this is where we saw Jeff Newman suddenly accelerate away from Freddie. So as he tried to go for 5th, it wasn't there, was it? So that now makes sense that he was in 4th gear and wasn't able to get it out. And he did an incredible job to maintain momentum around some of the tighter bends that we've got here at Snetterton. And it was the last lap was all about Mark Jones and Charlie Lower, who was going to come out on top. And as they crossed the line, Jeff Newman took that win, and we had a little bit of a pause, and Chiddix just about made it across. And then we had Mark Jones, and then we had the rest of them coming across. So we're going to go across to the podiums now directly and see what get their trophies. So there's Simon Lambert shouting out the winners, and we're going to start with our 3rd place driver. Getting in the cameras. Charlie Lower just feeling the temperature of his tyres there. So here we go then, just Kirsty getting ready to give Charlie Lower the 3rd place trophy and another cap to take along his way, and a hug to send him on his way. Not that happy with 3rd place, you can tell he was a bit disappointed, but a handshake there from Jeff Newman to say well done, and that's still not going to hurt his championship too much, is it? He's coming here with many wins, but in 2nd place then, stuck in that 4th gear, but managing that extremely well at the end of that race is Freddie Chiddix in the 2nd place. So he's got his 2nd place trophy and a smile on his face there. I think he can be satisfied that he rescued that race weekend, but Jeff Newman, after a slight stalled start at Brands Hatch, has had a couple of wins here this weekend, and he can go away absolutely smiling. And again, a couple more trophies for him to go onto the mantelpiece and take away. And like he said, he's going to go back to his family and have a nice hug, no doubt, and get maybe a drink or two just to celebrate his double win here at Snetterton. Great to see that, and yeah, like I say, they're not going. It's not going to be too long away before we get going again. So we've only got under a month to go as the champagne sprays and get these cars covered in the gloop and gunk, and need to go and get them in the washing machine before they start smelling of horrible stale alcohol. Definitely getting a good rinsing down. So yes, next up after this Snetterton race meet, we are going to Silverstone. We are going to be there on the 18th and 19th of June. So do make sure that you join us there, but do sign up to all the socials. May I take this opportunity to thank everybody in the marshals, the teams, BCBICC and Caterham, and we'll see you at Silverstone soon.